Chapter 4172. Under Little Rock Immortal's guidance, when Wan learned very quickly, using only 3 months to cultivate this Rockman 9 transformations immortal scripture. This immortal scripture had the greatest effect on the cultivation of the Stone Clan. However, if other races were to cultivate it, they would also be able to greatly increase their cultivation base. This was an incomparably heaven-defying immortal scripture. In the following period of time, when Wan cultivated this immortal scripture. On this day, an old friend invited Little Rock Immortal for a gathering. This old friend was called Shen. This person was an extremely terrifying existence. He even completed rank 8 earlier than Little Rock Immortal. But later, Little Rock Immortal completed rank 9. Shen was still a rank 8. Without a great opportunity, Shen might never have completed the transformation of the 9 transformations body. Shen was a person who did not believe in fate. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. He wanted to become a rank 9 immortal. Rockman's rank 9 would complete a great transformation in their life level. To the Stone Tribe, this was simply too important. This was the reason why Shen was so persistent. However, failure after failure seemed to be a huge blow to Shen. Later, Shen disappeared. So when she knew that Shen had returned, as Shen's best friend, little Shazian was naturally very happy. When Wan continued her closed-door cultivation while Little Rock Immortal went to see Shen. But Little Rock Immortal did not see him. When he arrived at the gathering place, he only saw a note left behind by Shen. Shen told Little Rock Immortal that he was going to do something extremely important. So he left early, hoping that Little Rock Immortal could forgive him. But Shen did not tell Little Rock Immortal what he was going to do. Little Rock Immortal could only return to his residence. When Little Rock Immortal came back, he saw something that made him want to go crazy. His wife. When Wan was actually together with his best friend Shen in disheveled clothes. "Husband, save me," he forced me. Fortunately, husband came in time, otherwise, Wan's purity would have been taken by this evil bastard. After seeing Little Rock Fairy, when Wan hurriedly threw herself into Little Rock Fairy's arms and said with tears in her eyes, "Don't be afraid, I'm back." Little Rock Fairy comforted when Wan, and with Little Rock Fairy's comfort, when Wan gradually stopped crying. "Shen, I treat you like a brother, and you treat my wife like this. From now on, all ties between you and me are severed." Little Shazian's voice was cold as she looked at Shen. Shen, on the other hand, began to laugh maniacally. He said, "Little Shazian, I'm not convinced. I can't accept this. Why is it that my talent, intelligence, and everything else surpass yours? Why can you complete the Bloodline 9th Revolution while I can only complete the Bloodline 8th Revolution? If I could complete the Bloodline 9th Revolution, I would be much stronger than you. The heavens are too unfair to me, so I want to destroy everything you have. I want you to live in endless pain." Little Shazian looked at Shen, who seemed to have gone crazy. He had always regarded Shen as his best friend, but now his best friend had betrayed their friendship. "Shen, don't blame me. What happened today? I must cripple one of your arms. Or else, I'll let my wife down," Little Shazian said coldly. He wanted to attack Shen, but at that moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. When Wan, who was lying in his arms, quickly retreated. Little Stone Immortal lowered his head and looked at his chest. A dagger had pierced through his chest. "You," Little Shazian looked at when Wan. His eyes were full of disbelief. His wife. She had stabbed him in the chest with a dagger. "Why?" Little Shazian's face was full of bitterness. Even though he knew it was true. However, he still didn't want to believe it. He loved her very much. But she had done this to him. "Little Shazian, it's hard to find a match for you in this world, but you're too naive. Naive to the point of being ridiculous. When Wan is my woman. I placed her by your side for 100 years, but you didn't know." Shen held when Wan in his arms. He was very proud. He seemed to be showing off his spoils of war to little Shazyan. He seemed to want to tell little Shazyan he was the winner of this war. It's really ironic. The person sleeping next to you hid it so deeply. Was it for the 9 transformations immortal scripture? You should know that if you ask me for the 9 transformations immortal scripture, I will impart it to you. Why didn't you ask me for the scripture? Why did you scheme against me? I'm your friend. The two of us have known each other since we were young. How many things have we experienced together? How can you bear to treat me like this? Little Shazyan said sorrowfully. Little Shazyan was very powerful. A person like him should be high and mighty, looking down on the world with disdain. However, little Shazyan wasn't such a person. He was very easygoing and kind. He didn't have the heart to scheme against others. Therefore, he had been schemed against. I killed you, because of jealousy, Shabiation said bluntly. Good. 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 Little Shazyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. You're heartless, so don't blame me for being heartless. Although I'm injured, it's enough to kill the two of you. Little Shazyan circulated his magic power, wanting to attack Shabiation and Wan. However, as soon as he circulated his magic power, his body trembled violently. His body began to tremble violently, and blood began to flow out of his nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. The dagger is contaminated with heart-rotting poison, one of the 7 great poisons in the world. You can't be saved. Don't even think about attacking us, Wan said coldly. The current Wan seemed like a stranger to little Shazyan. It was as if he didn't know her at all. The gentle and considerate Wan was no longer there. 100 years together. Was there ever a moment when you fell in love with me? Little Shazyan was almost unable to stand. Blood began to seep out of his pores. No. Wan said coldly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Little Shazyan laughed bitterly. He tried his best to straighten his body. His vision became more and more blurry. He seemed to see a scene. It was after a rain. In the forest, he saw a girl as pure as a fairy. Chapter 4173. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly. What he saw was too infuriating and too sorrowful. Little rock deity. He was a peerless figure. A peerless expert at the beginning of the new era. Of course. Lin Feng had never heard of Little Rock Deity's name before. Little Rock Deity. Although this name was dazzling for a period of time, it had been too long since then. There were many things that were destined to become secrets. Lin Feng finally understood why he felt a trace of kindness from this yin god. He was too kind when he was alive. Hence, even though he had turned into a yin spirit. Now, there was still a trace of kindness left. Even though he had died so tragically, filled with hatred, he still maintained a trace of kindness. Wake up. Lin Feng gently tapped the yin god's forehead. The yin god woke up. Then, he roared angrily, how dare you read my memories? You're courting death. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The yin spirit roared angrily. He continued to struggle, 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 struggle. He wanted to break free from Lin Feng's suppression. However, he failed again and again. Don't think about struggling. Don't think about dying. Perhaps your enemies are still alive in this world. Don't you want to take revenge? Lin Feng asked. Revenge? The yin god laughed bitterly. How can I take revenge? I don't know if they're still alive. If they're still alive, I don't know what level of experts they've become. I'm only a yin god now. In front of them, I'm like an ant. I don't even have a chance to take revenge. No. You have a chance. I can help you. Lin Feng looked at the yin god. Help me. How can you help me? The yin god is destined to live in endless pain. The yin god is destined to be a tragedy of this era. The yin god said. Your point of view is too depressing and one-sided. You should know that some people will have a benefactor in their lives, and I am your benefactor. I can change your future, Lin Feng said. Change my future? What right do you have to say that? Yin Shen glared coldly at Lin Feng. Because I control the power of fate. I am the master of fate. I can change the fate of others, Lin Feng said. What? You control the power of fate? Yin Shen revealed an expression of disbelief. The power of destiny was the most mysterious of powers. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to control the power of destiny. Even Little Stone Immortal had not been able to control the power of destiny. And yet, this young human cultivator actually wielded the power of fate. This made the Yin Master tremble. It was inconceivable. Looks like you're aware of how powerful the energy of destiny is. Since you're aware of how powerful the energy of destiny is, then you should know that I wasn't boasting earlier, Lin Feng said. Yes. If you can control the power of destiny, there is a certain chance that you can help me change my fate, Yin Shen said. Since you know that, do you agree to let me help you now? Lin Feng looked at Yin Shen and asked. Yin Shen said, there's no free lunch in this world. What do you want me to do? Lin Feng smiled and said, the reason why I want to help you is because I feel sorry for your previous life. You're such a great person. To think that you ended up in such a miserable state. Those who heard about you would cry and those who saw you would be heartbroken. Of course, I won't deny that I want to gain some benefits from you. I've always been an honest person, so I'll say whatever I want. You want the 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man? Yin Shen asked. He was an experienced cultivator, so what couldn't he guess? He had already guessed Lin Feng's motive. Yes, Lin Feng said. All right, we have a deal, Yin Shen said. How about you teach me the 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man? I can't wait to see the 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man, Lin Feng said. Of course, no problem. Remove the seal first, Yin Shen said. Lin Feng nodded and removed the seal on Yin Shen. Yin Shen pointed at Lin Feng and a ray of divine light entered Lin Feng's mind. The divine light contained some information, which was the 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man's 9 transformations immortal scripture. This made Lin Feng happy. He had already obtained several immortal scriptures, such as the Great Desolation scripture and the Dark scripture. The 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man was also an immortal scripture. Such an immortal scripture would be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. Moreover, mastering an immortal scripture could help a cultivator break through to the immortal realm. Although some cultivators who didn't master an immortal scripture had broken through to the immortal realm, they were too rare. However, such people were too rare. Since ancient times, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Of course, the immortal here referred to true immortals and not false immortals. The 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man was definitely an unparalleled immortal scripture. Even among the many immortal scriptures, it was probably one of the top immortal scriptures. Lin Feng had been comprehending the Great Desolation scripture and the Dark scripture. And he had already gained something and entered the entry level. It was not easy to enter the entry level in such a short time. Lin Feng could clearly feel how significant the immortal scripture of the Stone Man was. Of course, there was one thing that had to be mentioned. The biggest feature of the immortal scripture was not the increase in cultivation, but the comprehension of the great Tao. Only by comprehending the Tao could one continue to move forward. If one could not comprehend the Tao, no matter how many resources one had, in the end, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. Lin Feng knew that now was not the time to comprehend the 9 transformations immortal scripture of the Stone Man. It would not be too late to comprehend it later. The most important thing now was to help Yin Shen change his fate. Cultivators who cultivated the Great Fate technique could help others change their fate. However, Lin Feng had never done such a thing before. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate was not something that could be casually said. It was an extremely difficult thing. You are now in the body of a yin spirit. I will separate your memories and the origin energy in your body from your yin spirit body. Then, I will transfer your memories and origin energy to another body. Then, I will let your memories and origin energy completely fuse with that body. This way, you will be able to be reborn, Lin Feng said. Even though Lin Feng had made it sound simple, It was actually extremely difficult. If he made a single mistake, he would die. When the time came, the Yin Shen would die without a burial place. And Lin Feng, who used the heaven-defying fate technique on the Yin Shen, might also suffer an extremely serious backlash. Chapter 4174. Everything was ready for the transformation of the Yin spirit, except for the east wind. The east wind referred to the Yin spirit's memory and the origin attached to the body. It was not easy to find such a body. However, Lin Feng thought of the God-state avatar that he had refined in the early days. As his cultivation increased, the God-state avatar was basically useless to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng did not use the God-state avatar for a long time. However, the God-state avatar was tainted with Lin Feng's aura and was connected to Lin Feng's fate. Therefore, Lin Feng kept the God-state avatar on the Shenyuan ancient ship and did not abandon it. Now, Lin Feng planned to use the God-state avatar to transform the Yin spirit's body. There were a few reasons for this plan. Firstly, Lin Feng did not need the God-state avatar and it would be difficult for the God-state avatar to help Lin Feng. Secondly, the God-state avatar was connected to Lin Feng's fate. If the God-state avatar was used to change the Yin spirit's fate, the fate of the Yin spirit and Lin Feng would be intertwined once it succeeded. The Yin spirit was Little Stone Fairy in his previous life, one of the most terrifying existences in the early days of the New Age. Once the Yin spirit succeeded in changing the fate, it would no longer be the Yin spirit's body. At that time, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Yin spirit would be at that time. Think about it. It was enough to make one feel a sense of horror and despair. At this time, the reborn Little Stone Fairy had already intertwined with Lin Feng's fate. At that time, Lin Feng now had an extremely strong cultivator behind him. Therefore, he used the God-state avatar to change the fate of Little Stone Fairy. It was killing two birds with one stone. Swoosh! Lin Feng waved his hand and there was a flash of light. Suddenly, the God-state avatar flew out. Lin Feng retracted the consciousness imprinted on the God-state avatar and it became an avatar without any consciousness. Lin Feng looked at the Yin spirit and said, "This God-state avatar was made of thousands of precious divine materials. I plan to transplant your memory and origin into the avatar. Once it succeeds, with your means, you will be able to create flesh and blood." Okay. The Yin spirit nodded. He carefully observed the God-state avatar and seemed to be satisfied with it. As long as the Yin spirit was satisfied, said Lin Feng, "I'll take action now. I'll use fate strength to surround your memories and your original strength. Then, I'll forcibly separate your memories from your original strength. During the process, there might be dangers. You have to be prepared." No problem. The Yin spirit nodded. In his previous life, he was Little Rock Immortal. What kind of storms and waves had he not experienced? He could handle any situation with ease. "You be careful." The Yin spirit said. "Yes," replied Lin Feng. Then, he began to summon the power of destiny. Soon, a strong power of destiny was formed. The power of destiny surged into the Yin spirit's body. A part of it wrapped around the Yin spirit's memory and another part wrapped around the Yin spirit's origin. Then, the power of destiny began to forcefully separate the Yin spirit's memory and origin from the Yin spirit's body under the control of Lin Feng. Lin Feng realized that the Yin spirit was in extreme pain, but he was restraining himself. Obviously, the Yin spirit was experiencing great pain that Lin Feng did not know about. If he wanted to succeed in changing his fate, the Yin spirit had to endure it. At this moment, a low voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. "Ant-like living thing, you dare to change the fate of the Yin spirit. You are going against the will of the heavens. You are courting death." Suddenly, a cold voice rang in Lin Feng's mind. In the next moment, Lin Feng felt the world spinning. His consciousness was suddenly pulled into a mysterious space-time. This space-time was a boundless world. Above him, there was rolling black fog. Within the black fog, there seemed to be the will of the heavens. The Yin spirit had to endure his own tribulation to succeed in changing his fate. Lin Feng also had to face great danger. Lin Feng was already mentally prepared for this. It was just that he did not know what the great danger was. Now, he finally knew. The great danger was going against the will of the heavens. It had to be said that this was an extremely difficult thing to do. If one was not careful, one could die without a grave. Facing the pressure of the heavens, Lin Feng was not afraid. He sneered and said, "Cultivators of my generation, our fate is in our own hands. My fate is in my own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. Impudent, despicable ant, go to hell." An angry voice rang out from the black fog. Next, endless divine lightning blasted toward Lin Feng. The heavens seemed to want to obliterate Lin Feng. Lin Feng had passed the celestial tribulation, but he had the impression that the celestial tribulation wasn't as powerful as the godly thunder tribulation. Lin Feng felt the aura of death. This aura. It was so dense. This aura made his body tremble. This aura made him almost suffocate. Terrifying. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Anyone who felt this aura would feel a deep sense of despair and helplessness. This was the might of the heavens. If he could not resist the heavens' attack, then Lin Feng's will would be crushed. This would be extremely damaging to his body. From then on, it would be difficult for him to go far on the path of cultivation. And the yin spirit would vanish into thin air. So what if it's the heavens? I want the heavens to no longer be able to cover my eyes. I want this supreme heavens to be trampled under my feet, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He immediately rose up in the air. He had always been someone who did not admit defeat. To others, the heavens might be like a dragon or a tiger, making them fearful. But to Lin Feng, it was like floating clouds. Cultivators of my generation should go against the heavens. Step into the clouds. Fight against the heavens, fight against the earth. Reach the peak of the immortal realm, shouted Lin Feng furiously. He raised his fist and punched the godly thunder. Boom. The scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng found that he had returned to the real world. He was helping the yin spirit change his fate. The yin spirit's face was originally filled with pain. But now, he had gradually calmed down. Lin Feng overcame the suppression of the heaven's will. And the yin spirit had successfully broken through his own tribulation. In other words, he had forcefully killed his inner demon. Chapter 4175. Now, Lin Feng and the yin god had overcome their difficulties. So, now, the two of them could try to separate their memories from their origins. Previously, it was just a prelude. Now, it was the real battle. Under the wrapping of the power of destiny, the yin god's memories and origins began to truly separate from the yin god's body. Everything seemed to flow naturally. When the yin god's memories and origins were separated from his yin god's body, the yin god's body began to dissipate. And those memories and origins were integrated by Lin Feng into the god's avatar. But the yin god's soul and origins had an extremely strong rejection with the god's avatar. The yin god's memories and origins could not be integrated into the god's avatar's body. Lin Feng frowned. The yin god's memories and origins had to be integrated into the god's avatar quickly. If it continued to fail, the yin god's memories and origins would dissipate soon. Lin Feng began to chant the incantation, the great path of destiny. As the incarnation of destiny, I will change a person's destiny. His destiny should not be so miserable. He should have a better outcome. Please descend the power of destiny and let me help him change his destiny. After Lin Feng's voice fell, a strong power of destiny descended from the sky. The strong power of destiny wrapped around the yin god's memories and origins. Then, the strong power of destiny forced the yin god's memories and origins into the god's avatar's body. The two sides were still rejecting each other. The yin god's memories and origins seemed to want to separate from the god's avatar again. But Lin Feng used the power of destiny to forcefully wrap around the god's avatar's body. When the yin god's memories and origins wanted to drill out of the god's avatar's body, the yin god's memories and origins were blocked by the power of destiny. After many attempts, they all ended in failure. Perhaps it was because the yin god's memories and origins had stayed in the god's avatar's body for a longer time. So, At this moment, the fusion actually began, but the fusion speed was very slow. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy when he saw this. Since the fusion had already begun, this was the best outcome. Under Lin Feng's control, the power of destiny continuously flowed into the body of the deity realm clone. With the help of the power of destiny, the speed at which the Yin god's memories and origin merged with the deity's avatar greatly increased. After about 3 days, the Yin god's memories and origin had completely merged into the body of the immortal state clone. Ha 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 ha, I've really been reborn, I've really been reborn. The doppelganger of the god state suddenly burst into laughter. No. To be precise, Little Rock Immortal laughed loudly. The Yin master was dead. The one that appeared in front of Lin Feng was Little Rock Fairy. This terrifying existence, who was unrivaled in the heavenly mortal realm during the beginning of the epoch, had finally returned. The strength of Little Stone Immortal in the past could not be described with words. Little Stone Immortal's strength was unimaginably terrifying. Now that Little Stone Immortal's reincarnation had ended, she would definitely be able to return to her former glory. Thanks for your help, I was able to be reborn, Little Rock Immortal said. Lin Feng said, don't mention it, fellow Daoist. We're just taking what we need. Little Stone Immortal said, although that's the case, fellow Daoist, you've helped me a lot in my rebirth. There are some treasures in these stone chambers that might be of use to fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist, you can take anything you like. Lin Feng said, I've opened some stone chambers before, but I didn't find anything good in them. Little Rock Immortal then opened the rest of the stone chambers. They were basically empty. Even if there were some things left behind, they weren't anything good. Little Rock Immortal said with a wry smile, it seems that after they killed me, they took away all my treasures. These two people are truly detestable. I actually hope that they're still alive. That way, fellow Daoist, you can kill your enemies with your own hands. Lin Feng said. Little Rock Immortal asked, what era is it now? Lin Feng said, the 3,000 eras of this epoch have already ended. It's now the Age of Chaos. It's the end of the last era. The Age of Chaos, the Age of Chaos. I didn't expect that such a long time had passed. Before I died, I vaguely heard that they were going to the wasteland. If they went to the wasteland, they should have been able to avoid the calamities of the world. Perhaps, they're still alive. Little Rock Immortal said. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Little Rock Immortal to mention the wasteland. Lin Feng had always been curious about the wasteland. The wasteland was destined to be filled with mysteries to countless people. Fellow Daoist, can you tell me more about the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. Little Rock Immortal said, the wasteland is very special. I've been there several times in the past. Even with my cultivation back then, there were still many places in the wasteland that I couldn't enter as I wished. That place is the cradle of experts, but it's also the end of life. Countless experts went there in search of a way to live forever, but in the end, they all turned into dust. Why did you go there to find a way to live forever? Lin Feng asked. Little Rock Immortal said, as everyone knows, the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Heaven-Shaking Stele all contain the secret of eternal life. However, for cultivators, regardless of whether it's the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, or the Heaven-Shaking Stele, it's not easy to find them. Even if you can find them, comprehending the method of eternal life is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. That's why some top-notch experts won't look for them. Those top experts go to the wasteland because legend has it that the wasteland contains the inheritance of the art of everlasting life. This art of everlasting life was created by an Almighty after comprehending the Supreme Divine Court, the Door of Everlasting Life, and the Heaven-Shaking Stele. Therefore, this art of everlasting life is very suitable for cultivation. This is also one of the reasons why the wasteland attracts so many experts. Of course, many experts want to go to the wasteland to seek refuge. This is also one of the reasons why the wasteland attracts experts. How can one enter the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. The passageways to the wasteland can be found in both the celestial world and the netherworld. You can find them in the celestial world or the netherworld. However, The passageways to the celestial world are in the 33 layers of heaven, controlled by the celestial masters. The passageways to the netherworld are in the 33 layers of heaven and are guarded by experts. It's very difficult to enter. Apart from these passageways, there are also some space-time rifts that lead to the wasteland. However, it's very difficult to find them. Chapter 4176. The Celestial Realm, the Netherworld. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Perhaps he could bring his clansmen and friends to the wasteland when the apocalypse arrived. Of course, many people might have thought of this before. Lin Feng knew. Going to the wasteland was definitely not an easy task. There were bound to be many difficulties. Now, he could only take one step at a time. What do you plan to do next? Lin Feng asked. I plan to go to the Undying Realm to see if the ancestral land where I was born is still there, Little Rock Immortal said. Perhaps Little Rock Immortal could once again soar to the 9 heavens in that place. At the very least, Lin Feng felt that it was possible. All right. I wish you all the best. I hope that we can meet again when I go to the Undying Realm. Lin Feng cupped his fists. I also hope that we can meet again one day. Little Rock Immortal also cupped his fists. Before the two parted ways, Lin Feng asked if there were any other fortuitous opportunities in this place. He briefly told Little Rock Immortal about the people from the Dao Saint Palace. Little Rock Immortal was not particularly sure if there were any other fortuitous opportunities because many things had happened after Little Rock Immortal's death, such as the changes in the landscape and so on. Therefore, there might be other fortuitous opportunities in this place. Little Rock Immortal then left. Lin Feng did not stay either. The young master from the Dao Saint Palace had hidden his strength very well. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he had 2 sub-immortals with him. Lin Feng knew that it was not the right time to clash with them. He would be at a disadvantage if he did. However, the young master from the Dao Saint Palace was already on Lin Feng's must-kill list because he had the Azure Dragon Primordial Fire, which was ranked 10th. That was Lin Feng's celestial fire, even in his dreams. If he could refine the Azure Dragon Primordial Fire, Lin Feng's strength would be greatly improved. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the time was not ripe yet. It would be best if he could break through to the Sovereign Realm. If he could break through, Lin Feng believed that it would not be too difficult to deal with the young master and the 2 sub-immortals. Lin Feng left this place. He didn't know if the lucky survivors had survived or not, but he couldn't care less about the life and death of others. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally met the captain of the Boat of Curse. Hey, it hasn't been long since we parted, but your cultivation has improved by quite a bit. It seems like this place is really your blessed land. The captain of the Boat of Curse looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng said, although I don't know what your cultivation is, I feel that you are more terrifying than before. At least I've gained something. The captain of the Boat of Curse said. This guy kept saying that it was a small gain. But the look of joy between her eyebrows clearly told Lin Feng. His harvest was extremely great. And him. He was also very satisfied with his harvest. Lin Feng could not help but murmur. It seemed that the captain of the Boat of Curses had improved a lot. Lin Feng asked, are we going to the place you mentioned now? The captain of the Boat of Curse nodded and said, there's no time to lose. Let's take action now and take out the Xianming magic book. Let's sense where that place is. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and took out the Xianming magic book. However, there was no reaction from the Xianming magic book. The captain of the Boat of Curse said, when you are close to a certain distance, the Xianming magic book will sense something. What exactly are you looking for here? Lin Feng asked. I'm looking for the time millstone. The captain of the Boat of Curse said. Time millstone? What the hell is that? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. When he heard the words time millstone, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the mysterious stone millstone in the Chonglu Devil Palace. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the mysterious stone millstone was definitely not the time millstone. However, although it was not the time millstone, it was still filled with countless secrets. It definitely had an extraordinary origin. The time millstone is the supreme treasure of the first time god. Rumor has it that once the time millstone is activated, A cultivator can travel to the past, present, and future. The captain of the boat of curse said, "What? There's such a treasure." Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Was there really such a supreme treasure in the world? If there was really such a treasure, then he would turn the time millstone, go back to the past and save his uncle who had died in the starry sky world while escorting his father and himself. He had to save his third uncle who had died in order to save him, save Huri Han, save Huang Linga. He had too many regrets that he needed to make up for. If the time millstone was really as magical as the captain of the boat of curse said, then as long as he turned the time millstone and went back to the past, he might be able to save them. Of course it's magical. Back then, the first time God was an extremely powerful existence. The reason he was so powerful was because he controlled the time millstone, the captain of the boat of curse said solemnly. Lin Feng was extremely excited. To think that there was such a supreme treasure in the world. It was truly inconceivable. Was this supreme treasure forged by the first god of time? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know, but I don't think so. The time millstone is simply too heaven-defying. Such a supreme treasure doesn't seem to be something that can be forged with human strength. The captain of the boat of curse said. After pondering for a moment, he continued, if the rise of the first-time god is directly related to the time millstone, I absolutely believe it. Lin Feng nodded and said, then let's hurry up and find the time millstone. As for whether he or the captain of the boat of curse would obtain the time millstone after they found it, that would have to depend on their own abilities. In any case, no matter what price they had to pay, Lin Feng had to do his best to obtain the time millstone. The two continued searching for the place where the fiends had fallen. Why is the time millstone of the time god in the hands of that innate demon? Lin Feng asked curiously. This is because the time god is that innate demon. The captain of the boat of curse said. Lin Feng's mouth suddenly opened wide. On his face was filled with disbelief. Because this was something that he hadn't expected. Who would have thought that the first-time god, a famous titled god, was actually an innate demon? Although he's an innate demon, the first-time god is still quite good. Fiends are not necessarily evil, and immortals are not necessarily righteous. The captain of the boat of curse said. Chapter 41:77. It was indeed the same as what the captain of the boat of curse had said. Demons were not necessarily evil. Immortals were not necessarily kind. The most important thing was the human heart. If one's human heart was kind, regardless of whether one was an immortal, demon, evil, Buddha, Tao, or ghost, etc., one could become a kind person. However, if one's human heart was evil, no matter what race one could be a heinous person. This world has long become a world where people eat people without spitting out the bones. Perhaps there is still a distinction between good and evil now. When the Doomsday War really comes, there may no longer be a distinction between good and evil. There will only be ruthless killing and death. At that time, good people will also become heinous villains. Lin Feng could not help but sigh with emotion. Living is very difficult. However, people who are alive, no matter how hard it is or how difficult it is, still have to work hard to live because the only thing that matters is living. Only then will there be hope in life. The captain of the boat of curse said. This was really a heavy topic. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse did not speak for a long time. Lin Feng held the Xianming magic book in his hand and sensed where the first god had fallen. He wondered if there was the Tao of time passed down by the first god there. If there was, that would be too cool. Now, Lin Feng had obtained the Tao of space from the space god. If he could obtain the Tao of time, then he would have obtained both the Tao of time and space. If he could cultivate both the Tao of time and space at the same time, then the improvement of his cultivation level would be too great. Moreover, Lin Feng heard that, when the Tao of time and space intertwined, cultivators could master the power of time and space intertwining. If they could really master the power of time and space intertwining, that would be terrifying. In the following period of time, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse went to many places to search for the place where the first god of time had fallen. However, they did not have any clues. This ancient battlefield was very huge. However, the bone burial ground only needed 3 inches of land. Therefore, it was too difficult to find such a place in the huge ancient battlefield. However, Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curses didn't give up. Even if they had to search every inch of the ancient battlefield, they would try their best to find the burial place of the first-time god. About 10 days later, Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse, who were still looking for the place where the first-time god died, heard something. It was said that there was a very peculiar place within the ancient battlefield. That place seemingly contained a formidable power of time. Many of the cultivators who entered that place would have their lifespan stripped away. Additionally, it was said that some of them had even died there. After hearing the news, the eyes of Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse suddenly lit up. Those cultivators did not know why that place was so weird, but Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse immediately thought of the place where the time god had fallen. A terrifying power of time appeared in the place where the god of time had fallen, killing all the cultivators who dared to enter that area. This was a very normal thing. Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse did not stay any longer. They quickly rushed towards that place. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at that area. It was a dark and gloomy forest with extremely ancient trees growing there. However, those trees did not seem to be affected by the power of time. There were many cultivators gathered outside the ancient forest. There were still people who wanted to try to enter it. Because this place was too strange. Although such a place was extremely dangerous, danger and opportunity often coexisted. There must be a lot of great opportunities hidden in such a place. If they could enter it, then they might be able to get a lot of great opportunities. Some cultivators took out some top-notch magic treasures. Those magic treasures could protect them from the erosion of the power of time. They relied on those magic treasures to enter the ancient forest. However, the result was terrible. Those magic treasures were destroyed by the power of time. Without the protection of the magic treasures, their lifespan was rapidly draining. Those cultivators screamed in horror. They wanted to escape quickly. However, they relied on their magic treasures to reach a deeper position. They wanted to come out. It was as difficult as ascending to the sky. They did not manage to rush out. Halfway through, their lifespan was completely stripped away. Those cultivators died one after another. The cultivators in the outer area could not help but gasp. Even the cultivators who took out their supreme treasures to protect themselves in the ancient forest were killed. Not to mention those who did not have supreme treasures to protect their bodies. "Let's go. Don't waste time here," a cultivator said. Many cultivators left one after another, but there were also cultivators who stayed here. They wanted to see if there would be any changes in the future. Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse walked into the forest. Seeing that there were more people walking into the ancient forest, many cultivators around could not help but feel refreshed. Everyone looked at Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse. Many people were whispering, discussing the identities of Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse. So many people had died before, and by now, ordinary cultivators did not dare to try at all. However, Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse still dared to try to enter the ancient forest. This was enough to show how extraordinary Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse were. They must have some amazing means. Otherwise, they would not have entered the ancient forest at this time. What was the difference between entering the ancient forest rashly and courting death? Lin Feng and the captain of the Boat of Curse wrapped their bodies with the power of fate. Then, they walked into the ancient forest. In the outer area of the ancient forest, the power of time did not corrode their bodies. After walking for about 300 to 400 meters, the power of time began to appear. Of course, the power of time in this place was not particularly strong. The deeper they went, the stronger the power of time would be. "There's a fluctuation." Lin Feng looked at the Shenming demonic book in his hand in surprise because the Shenming demonic book was trembling slightly. This meant that the Shenming demonic book really had a reaction. This made Lin Feng happy. "We finally found this place. This is great." The captain of the Boat of Curse was also happy. The two of them continued to walk into the depths of the ancient forest. The deeper they went, the stronger the power of time they encountered. Fortunately, the power of fate resisted the erosion of the power of time. They went all the way into the ancient forest. The cultivators outside were in an uproar. Previously, the cultivators had gone at most 600 meters into the ancient forest. However, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse had gone more than 3,000 meters into the ancient forest. It was unbelievable that nothing had happened. Chapter 4178. Lin Feng didn't hear the exclamations of the cultivators outside. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Now, Lin Feng's mind was on the place where the first-generation time god had fallen. He and the captain of the boat of curse finally stopped beside a pool. When they arrived, the Xianming Fiend book fluctuated violently. It seemed to be hinting that Lin Feng and the others had arrived at their destination. Lin Feng looked around, trying to find the final destination. The pool looked like a place where a corpse was buried. Could it be this pool? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Let's go down and take a look. The captain of the boat of curse said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the pool with the captain of the boat of curse. They quickly sneaked toward the bottom of the pool. When the two of them reached the bottom of the pool, suddenly, dense sword energy swept toward Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse. The power of the sword energy was terrifying. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses were stupefied. How could there be such terrifying sword energy sweeping toward them? What was down there? The two of them did not dare to hesitate. They quickly blocked the attack of the sword energy. Lin Feng performed the man descending from the heavens, a sword that could kill an immortal. He turned into a dazzling sword energy. Then, he collided with the sword energy coming from below. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound of collision. The sound of collision was deafening. Lin Feng blocked the dense sword energy. On the other side, the captain of the boat of curse's hands turned into a pair of golden palms. The golden palms swept toward the sword energy that was slashing toward him. The sword energy was dissolved by the golden palms. Then, the two of them quickly came to the bottom of the pool. At the bottom of the pool, they saw a rusty iron sword stuck in the ground. It was a broken sword. When Lin Feng tried to get closer to the broken sword, he realized that it was a broken sword. He immediately felt a deep chill from the broken sword. That chill made Lin Feng's body almost unable to move. It was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Lin Feng couldn't believe it. It was just a broken sword. How could he be so powerful? This was too heaven-defying, leaving everyone horrified. Don't even think about taking this sword. This sword has its own strong willpower. Unless you can subdue this sword, you will definitely die if you try to take this sword. The captain of the boat of curse said with a slight frown. Lin Feng nodded. He quickly retreated and put some distance between himself and the broken sword. Only then did the terrifying feeling disappear. The Xianming demonic book's reaction has weakened. It seems like this isn't the burial ground of the first god of time, Lin Feng said. That's right. This isn't the burial place of the time god, but it should be nearby. The captain of the boat of curse said. The two of them flew out of the pool. As for the origin of the broken sword, they didn't explore or discuss it. There were too many secrets in this world, but not all of them had to be explored. Some things should be put down. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of time. After arriving at the shore, Lin Feng planned to use the congenital 8 trigrams to deduce the burial ground of the first god of time. Lin Feng drew a 9-square grid on the ground. This was one of the secret techniques recorded in the congenital 8 trigrams. If he used the 9-square grid to deduce, the probability was quite high. However, this time, Lin Feng encountered a problem. The 9-square grid shifted, but Lin Feng found nothing. The shifting of the 9-square grid seems to be affected by the magnetic field. An existence like the first god of time has his own magnetic field. After his death, the magnetic field in his body didn't dissipate. His magnetic field is no longer controlled, so this place can't be deduced. The captain of the boat of curse said. What he said was very reasonable. Not only could this place not be deduced, but the magnetic field also obscured the secrets of heaven. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse couldn't find the real burial ground of the first god of time. I'll use the tortoiseshell technique again, Lin Feng said. He took out a bamboo tube and 7 tortoise shells. The tortoiseshell technique was also a secret technique recorded in the congenital 8 trigrams. This method, Lin Feng rarely used it, because he was better at the congenital 8 trigrams. However, Lin Feng knew that Taoist Wuliang was very good at the tortoiseshell technique. If he traced back to history, GFA was also very good at the tortoiseshell technique. Lin Feng put the 7 tortoise shells in the bamboo tube, then shook the tortoise shells while chanting the spell. Finally, he buckled the tortoise shells on the ground. After a pause, Lin Feng opened the bamboo tube. He and the captain of the boat of curse looked at the 7 tortoise shells. At this time, the two of them suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression. The 7 tortoise shells were all shattered. They didn't know what had happened. The 7 tortoise shells were shattered just like that. It was probably the effect of the magnetic field. This is strange, Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out gloomily. The magnetic field here is too strong. If we want to find the burial ground of the first god of time, I'm afraid we need to find another way. The captain of the boat of curse's expression didn't look too good. Oh right, I thought of a way, Lin Feng said. What way? The captain of the boat of curse asked. Lin Feng directly summoned the dragon rabbit. Hey, it's actually a dragon rabbit. This little thing's methods are extremely extraordinary. Perhaps it can really find the burial ground of the first god of time. After seeing the dragon rabbit, the captain of the boat of curse couldn't help but exclaim. He had clearly heard of dragon rabbit, this kind of life form, before. Lin Feng said to the dragon rabbit, "Little guy, help me find the burial ground of the first god of time." The dragon rabbit nodded. Then, it jumped out and began to wander in the mountain forest. The magnetic field in the mountain forest was interfering with the dragon rabbit's judgment. As a result, the dragon rabbit couldn't find any clues. However, the dragon rabbit was indeed a dragon rabbit. This little guy was a treasure hunter. Through its perception of treasures, it seemed to have found something. The little guy quickly rushed in the direction of a rock wall in the distance. From time to time, it would turn its head to look behind it. It seemed to be checking if Lin Feng was following it. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse followed closely behind the dragon rabbit. They finally stopped at the bottom of the rock wall. Squeak! Squeak! The dragon rabbit pointed at a spot on the rock wall and cried out. "You're saying that there's another mystery in that place?" Lin Feng was shocked. He jumped up and flew to that spot. Then, he threw a punch. When Lin Feng's fist collided with the wall of the cave, a rumbling sound was heard. The rock wall collapsed, and a cave appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Chapter 4179. Ha 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 ha, this little thing actually found the place we were looking for. This clan is really amazing. The captain of the boat of curse suddenly laughed out loud. Lin Feng said, "Although we found a cave, it's hard to say if it's the place where the great god died." "It must be," the captain of the boat of curse said with certainty. "Hee, I hope so too. Little guy, if it's really the place where the great god died, then you've done a great service." Lin Feng looked at the dragon rabbit with a smile. The dragon rabbit began to gesticulate with its hands and feet. Besides, it was squeaking next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rubbed the dragon rabbit's head dotingly. Then, Lin Feng sent the dragon rabbit back to the time and space. He and the captain of the boat of curse quickly walked into the cave. The aura in the cave was very gloomy and terrifying. However, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse were both skilled and bold. So they were fearless. The two went all the way deep. At the end of the passageway, a huge mountainside appeared. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse entered the mountain. When they entered the mountain, they saw an old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the mountain. The old man's beard was already white, and he looked like an immortal. Lin Feng did not know who he was. Could this old man be the great god from the very beginning? Lin Feng could not help muttering. "I'm not sure. Let's go and have a look first," Lin Feng said, wanting to check the storage ring on the old man's finger. However, at this time, the captain of the boat of curse directly hit Lin Feng with his palm. The terrifying palm contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Now, this old man was suspected to be the great god, and there was only one time millstone, so the captain of the boat of curse attacked Lin Feng. Naturally, he also wanted to get the time millstone. When the captain of the boat of curse's terrifying palm hit Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng's body disappeared into thin air. That was not Lin Feng's true body. Lin Feng had long known that the captain of the boat of curse would attack him. Therefore, when he entered the depths of the mountain, Lin Feng performed the 3,000 great ways of truth and falsehood. The 3,000 great Tao of the great truth and falsehood art was very special. It had no offensive power. However, it had an extremely powerful bewitching effect. For example, Lin Feng had used his dharmic powers to condense a fake body. However, when Lin Feng executed the 3,000 great Tao of the great true-false art, the fake body had been destroyed. This fake body was basically no different from the real body, and it was easy to confuse others. Of course, a powerful figure like the captain of the boat of curses who had cultivated the Tao of fate might have been able to discover something strange. However, after this guy came in, he only wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. Therefore, his attention was no longer focused on distinguishing between the real and the fake, but on dealing with Lin Feng. As a result, Lin Feng passed off the fake as genuine. Lin Feng's real body came in front of the old man and reached out to grab the storage ring on the old man's hand. However, at this moment, a dazzling light radiated from the storage ring. The dazzling light sent Lin Feng flying. Ha 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 ha, you deserve it. Seeing this scene, the captain of the boat of curse suddenly laughed. The moment Lin Feng was sent flying, this guy also rushed toward the old man. He wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get the storage ring. However, the captain of the boat of curse also underestimated the power of the light emitted from the old man's storage ring. The dazzling light was so powerful that it swept across the captain of the boat of curse and sent him flying. Damn it! The captain of the boat of curse could not help but curse in a low voice. Lin Feng stood in the distance and frowned. Although the light emitted from the storage ring was powerful, it did not hurt them. It only sent them flying. What exactly was that light? Was it the time millstone? While Lin Feng was thinking, the captain of the boat of curse was still trying to get close to the old man. However, after many attempts, the captain of the boat of curse ended in failure. In the end, the captain of the boat of curse was sent flying again. Why do you try such a useless method again? You won't be able to get the storage ring. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. After hearing this voice, the crowd was stunned. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse's expressions changed abruptly. There was actually someone in this place. They did not notice this person before. This person's strength was terrifying. Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curse looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in a long black dress. Of course, she only had a delicate face of a 16-year-old. She was not a real girl. Who are you? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He. I'm the great demon Yu. For countless years, the two of you are the first people to come here, the female cultivator said. When Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses heard that, they couldn't help frowning. This woman seemed to have been trapped here all this time. Hold on, this woman was called the Great Demon Yu. Lin Feng suddenly thought of another person. The Great Demon Realm. The Great Demon Realm had launched its first large-scale war. That war had led to the deaths of countless Yantian lifeforms and plunged the people into misery and suffering. The Primordial era had ended. The Great Demon Realm, the Great Demon Yu. Their names differed by only a single word. Could they be related in some way? Clearly, the captain of the boat of curse had also thought that this woman might be related to the Great Demon Realm. Who is the Great Demon Realm to you? Lin Feng asked. Hey, an ant like you knows my elder brother's name? The woman looked at Lin Feng in surprise. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Was he weak? Lin Feng felt that his strength was already quite strong. But in front of this woman, he was just an ant. Lin Feng was really depressed. Little b***tch, don't be so smug. Sooner or later, Yours truly will make you kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Lin Feng was displeased to be looked down upon by this woman. However, Lin Feng could already confirm this woman's identity. She was actually the younger sister of the great demon realm. Her background was simply too great. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this woman's cultivation was when she was at her peak. Perhaps, even when the captain of the boat of curse was at his peak, there was still a gap between him and this woman. You're not a human, but you're also not a yin spirit. You used your remnant soul to create a new body. The captain of the boat of curse looked at the woman and said. Chapter 4180. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Huangfu Qingtian. After he killed Huangfu Qingtian's mother had used a soul reconstruction art to resurrect him. Huangfu Qingtian's mother had reconstructed a soul, while Great Demon Yu had reconstructed a body. Huangfu Qingtian's mother had used Huangfu Qingtian's body as the foundation to reconstruct her soul, while Great Demon Yu had used her own soul as the foundation to reconstruct her body. The two methods were not the same, but they had the same meaning. You have a pretty good eye. You seem to have an extraordinary origin as well. The power of the curse on you is so strong. You must be a cursed being. It's really strange. I've seen some cursed beings, but they have lost their sense of self. You, on the other hand, still have your own consciousness and can even walk around like a normal person. It's really unimaginable. Great Demon Yu clicked her tongue in wonder as she looked at the captain. There are countless people and countless things in the world. It might seem inconceivable, but when something happens, it's only natural. For example, my situation is the same. Great Demon Yu nodded. You're right. Lin Feng looked at Great Demon Yu and asked, Senior, are you the first-time god? You want to know? Why should I tell you? Great Demon Yu pursed her lips. When Lin Feng saw how arrogant the Great Demon Yu was, he knew that she despised him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite with her. Lin Feng said, Even if you want to tell me, I might not necessarily want to hear it. Your ability to find a way out of this embarrassing situation is much better than your own strength. Great Demon Yu sneered. Great Demon Yu laughed inwardly. Lin Feng was very eloquent, and it seemed he had met his match. Lin Feng smiled and said, Your ability to act young seems to be slightly better than your own strength. What did you say? Great Demon Yu's eyes turned cold. Women were often very sensitive to their own youth. Great Demon Yu. Naturally, she was the same. Sensitive to her own age. Incomparably sensitive. Which woman didn't like others praising her beauty and calling her delicate? Which woman liked to hear others calling her old and pretending to be young? Now that Lin Feng was mocking the Great Demon Yu for pretending to be young, the Great Demon Yu was naturally furious. Brat. You sure are a coward. Do you know the price of infuriating me? The Great Demon Yu coldly looked at Lin Feng as a terrifying aura emanated from her body. He seemed to want to attack Lin Feng. Whoosh. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the 4 stone swords all flew out. This was a top-tier true treasure. They were supreme treasures that possessed unimaginable might. Of course, the crux of the matter was that Lin Feng's treasures counted the epoch survivors. Stone sword. 3 clear 8 trigrams diagram. The Great Demon Yu, who originally wanted to attack Lin Feng, saw Lin Feng's magic treasures and her expression turned ugly. He was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng grinned. What? You want to hit me? Come at me if you have the guts. Do you believe that yours truly will make you kneel on the ground and sing conquer? Lin Feng's words caused the Great Demon Yu to tremble in anger. She was nearly angered to death. Lin Feng naturally had the right to be arrogant. Lin Feng knew that the Great Demon Yu was powerful, but so what? Lin Feng's magic treasures countered the Great Demon Yu. Everything in the world had its own counter. It didn't mean that one's cultivation base was high enough to be invincible in the world. In the middle of this, there were also various problems of mutual promotion and restraint. If one's cultivation base was strong, but if one's opponent countered it, even if the opponent's cultivation base was lower than yours, they could still kill you. This was a common occurrence in the world of cultivators. In fact, it was a common occurrence. How about the two of us work together to kill this brat? The great demon Yu looked at the captain of the boat of curses. Previously, she had seen Lin Feng fighting with the captain of the boat of curses. Hence, she wanted to rope him in. Lin Feng frowned. He was wary of the captain of the boat of curses. Who knew if the captain would join forces with the great demon Yu to deal with him? The captain of the boat of curses did not say anything. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the great demon Yu and said, "Great demon Yu, if you kneel on the ground and swear your loyalty to yours truly, I'll take you in as my concubine. I'll definitely dote on you in the future. If you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll take you in as my slave after I subdue you in the future." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the great demon Yu's face turned cold. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a brazen manner. Today, Lin Feng had actually dared to speak to her in such a brazen manner. This was already pushing the limits of the great demon Yu. "Brat, you're courting death. I'll destroy you," the great demon Yu shrieked and charged towards Lin Feng. However, she was still in midair. The 4 stone swords and the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram were already flying towards the great demon Yu. Facing the attacks of these treasures, the great demon Yu's expression changed slightly. The time it took for the great demon Yu to rebuild her physical body was not particularly long. Although her cultivation base had already recovered to the initial stage of the rogue immortal realm, she was still strong enough. In addition to the fact that Lin Feng's treasures were able to restrain her, the great demon Yu was still having a hard time facing the attacks of the 4 stone swords and the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. The great demon Yu did not face Lin Feng's treasures head-on. It seemed like she lacked confidence. She quickly retreated and circled around Lin Feng. She wanted to find a chance to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng recalled the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the 4 stone swords. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram hovered above Lin Feng while the 4 stone swords floated in the north, south, east, and west directions. The 4 stone swords exuded terrifying power. Together with the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram, they sealed off every angle that the great demon Yu could attack Lin Feng from. She had no way of attacking him. TSK, great demon Yu, it seems like that battle back then has made you a frightened bird. Your cultivation base is so much higher than mine, but you don't dare to take the initiative to attack me. How disappointing. Lin Feng pursed his lips. The great demon Yu looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Brat, the moment you reveal an opening, you'll die." "Unfortunately, I don't have any openings." Lin Feng sneered and moved towards the great demon Yu. "Attack." Lin Feng looked at the captain of the boat of curses. The captain of the boat of curses nodded. He and Lin Feng were friends but also enemies. Therefore, he would not choose to deal with Lin Feng together with the great demon Yu. Instead, he chose to deal with the great demon Yu together with Lin Feng. The captain of the boat of curses and Lin Feng attacked the great demon Yu together. Lin Feng took out the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the 4 stone swords to attack the great demon Yu. The captain of the boat of curses took out the blade of curses and slashed at the great demon Yu. Chapter 4181. Although the great demon Yu's cultivation was strong, she had to face the attacks of Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses. Moreover, Lin Feng's supreme treasure suppressed the great demon Yu greatly. When the great demon Yu attacked, she was very careful. She was afraid of being attacked by the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram or the 4 stone swords. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram was fine. Although it was powerful, it did not suppress the great demon Yu as much as the 4 stone swords. The 4 stone swords. Their suppression of the Epoch Era's descendants was unimaginable. The 4 stone swords specialized in killing the descendants of the Epoch Era. The cooperation between Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses was flawless. The two of them kept attacking each other. The great demon Yu was forced into a sorry state. She kept retreating to avoid the attacks. "You two are ruthless. I won't bicker with you for now. When my big brother escapes, I'll see how you two die." The great demon Yu looked coldly at Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses, then quickly left. After the great demon Yu left, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses quickly separated. Although they had formed a friendship, Reality was cruel. In the real world. After all, they were on opposite sides. Both of them were looking at the storage ring in the old man's hand. At this moment, the storage ring was still emitting waves of dazzling light. They could not approach it. They could only wait. As time passed, the old man's body began to become more and more illusory. It was as if he was going to turn into a rainbow and disappear. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Turning into a rainbow and disappearing. The old man was going to disappear. However, was this old man the first god of time? In the end, the old man's body completely disappeared. Only the ring was left floating in the air. Crack! Crack! The ring immediately cracked open. A millstone appeared in their sight. Time millstone. After seeing the millstone, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That millstone must be the legendary time millstone. This mysterious, ancient millstone had countless secrets. It was definitely a supreme treasure that countless people dreamed of. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses both flew toward the time millstone. However, at that moment, the time millstone emitted violent ripples. The ripples were extremely powerful. They swept across Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying. Of course, the captain of the boat of curses was sent flying as well. Next, the time millstone transformed into a 5-year-old boy. After seeing that, Lin Feng and the captain of the boat of curses glanced at each other. The time millstone had transformed into a weapon refiner. Furthermore, this weapon cultivator actually looked like a little boy. The time millstone, you too? It seems your trip here's a wasted trip. The little boy that the time millstone had transformed into said in an old-fashioned tone. He looked so young, but he spoke in such an old-fashioned tone. It was a little strange. Hee. Since you have become a weapon cultivator, I will no longer peek at the time millstone. However, can you do me a favor? Help you? Why should I help you? What benefits can you give me? The boy asked. What benefits do you want? I'll try my best to satisfy you, the captain of curses said. I haven't thought about it yet, but how about this, if you promise to do 3 things for me, I'll help you once. The boy said. 3 things in exchange for a chance to help. The captain of the boat of curses frowned slightly. He was weighing the pros and cons fine. I agree. The captain of the boat of curses gritted his teeth and finally nodded. What do you want me to help you with? The boy asked the captain of the boat of curses. Said the captain of the boat of curses. He was using telepathy to communicate with the little boy. He was trying to hide it from Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was there a need to be so obvious? Even if you want to tell me, I might not want to hear it. After a while, the boy waved his hand. The captain of the boat of curses disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Lin Feng asked. He went back to the past, the boy said. Lin Feng was shocked. The rumor was true. The time millstone could allow one to go back to the past. It was incredible. Why did he go back to the past? Lin Feng asked. I can't tell you that, the boy said. I want to go back to the past too. Can you help me? Lin Feng asked the boy. It's difficult. Your cultivation is not high enough. You can't withstand the pressure of time travel, the boy said. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He asked, what realm do I have to be in to be able to travel? The boy said. That's not certain. There are many aspects to consider. However, your body is very strong. Perhaps you can try it when you reach the itinerant immortal realm. Why? Do you want to travel to the past too? Do you want to make up for any regrets? Yes. I want to make up for some regrets. Lin Feng said. Although I can't let you go back to the past now, I can let your consciousness appear in a certain spacetime in the past. Of course, it's only a short scene. Do you want to give it a try? The boy asked. Is it free? Lin Feng asked. Since your ancestor has some relationship with me, I can serve you for free this time. The boy said. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. My ancestor? Which ancestor? The ancestor of the sovereign emperor clan? Lin Feng asked. The beginning of the era, the boy said. So it's this ancestor, Lin Feng nodded. Get ready. If you're ready, I'll make my move, the boy said. I'm ready. Lin Feng nodded. The boy waved his right hand. Next. Lin Feng had the feeling that a very special strength was surrounding his body. Lin Feng had the impression he was moving through a mysterious space and time at high speed. An unimaginably powerful tearing force was trying to destroy his body. Lin Feng knew that this was actually a teleportation of his consciousness. It wasn't a teleportation of his physical body. If he used his physical body to teleport, he didn't know what terrifying things would happen. Perhaps his physical body would be torn apart in an instant. Even now, Lin Feng felt that his consciousness was about to be torn apart. Endless pain swept over him, suffocating him. It was worse than death. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally escaped from that mysterious space-time. He found himself in an ancient world. Chapter 4182. The boy's ability was truly powerful. He actually managed to return him to the past. This was an unfamiliar world. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw black fog churning in the distance. Lin Feng quickly flew in that direction when he saw the black fog. Go, hurry up and go, a loud shout came from the black fog, and a mass of holy light enveloped the 3 cultivators and a baby that was still in swaddling clothes. One of the 3 cultivators was an unconscious man. He was being carried on the back of a bearded man. There was also a middle-aged female cultivator with a baby in her arms. There were 7 other cultivators in the distance. Let the child grow up. Let him grow up healthily, the man in the lead shouted. Then, he led the others and charged into the black fog. There were terrifying beings in the black fog. Ha 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 ha, Ji Yuxing, it hasn't been easy for you to cultivate to your current level. Why throw your lives away for them? The rest of you are all powerful experts in the universe. Why don't you join my clan and live? There's no need to throw your lives away for Lin Batian and that brat. A loud laugh came from within the black fog. Ji Yuxing and the others didn't say anything. They used their actions to tell the beings in the black fog their choice. They charged at the beings in the black fog and tried their best to delay them. They couldn't chase after Lin Batian and the others. Ji Yuxing, do you really think you're a member of the Sovereign's clan? Do you have to risk your life like this? You're just a dog slave of the Sovereign's clan. Ji Longer calls you little brother, so you're a member of the Sovereign's clan? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. A mocking voice came from the black fog. Lin Feng was shocked. Was this Ji Yuxing his uncle? He wasn't his mother's little brother. In fact, he wasn't even a member of the Sovereign's clan. Ji Yuxing sneered as he replied to the other party. He led the others to delay the beings in the black fog. Your clan has served the Sovereign's clan for generations. You're truly a slave for all eternity. Now that you have a chance to break free, why don't you cherish it? The being in the black fog continued. Shut up, Ji Yuxing said coldly. His clan had served the Sovereign Emperor clan for generations. His clan's first ancestor had been awakened by the Sovereign Emperor clan's progenitor. After that, he had followed the Sovereign Emperor clan's progenitor. From this generation onwards, the 2 clans were closely related. His clan had always been by the side of the Sovereign's side. Outsiders might think that his clan was the slaves of the Sovereign's clan, but that didn't seem to be the case. However, they knew that the Sovereign clan had never treated them like slaves. It was the same for Ji Long-er and Ji Yuxing. They grew up together. Ji Longer was a dozen years older than Ji Yuxing. Ji Long-er had always treated Ji Yuxing like a younger brother. How could Ji Yuxing betray Ji Longer? All of you deserve to die. Ji Yuxing clenched his teeth and charged towards the creatures in the black mist. Ji Yuxing, since you want to die, then, today, we will fulfill your wish. A cold voice came from the rolling black fog, containing endless killing intent. The battle was intense. However, Ji Yuxing and the other cultivators who followed Lin Batian were all strong. They were extremely loyal to Lin Batian. They would rather die in battle than retreat. The creatures in the black fog had the upper hand. After a series of battles, the powerful cultivators who followed Lin Batian were killed one after another. Their bodies exploded, and their souls were destroyed on the spot. At the sight of this, Lin Feng's eyes turned moist. In this world, there were far too many heartless betrayals. Far too many schemes. Loyalty was the only thing that was so precious. These powerful cultivators who followed his father back then had used their lives to buy precious time for Lin Batian and the others to escape. Sir Lin, I hope that we can meet again in the next life. One by one, the cultivators fell. Their voices continued to reverberate throughout the world. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tears. These seniors had died way too tragically. Why did good people not live long lives? On the other hand, bad people like Di Wudao were still living a carefree life. Now that Ji Yuxing was the only one left, the creatures in the black fog began to attack him fiercely. Pu. A stone sword cut through the void and pierced Ji Yuxing's chest. Di Wudao stepped out of the black fog. He looked at Ji Yuxing indifferently as if he was looking at a pitiful worm. Di Wudao, you deserve to die. Ji Yuxing roared. It was all Di Wudao's fault. If he hadn't schemed against Lin Batian, with Lin Batian's strength and the strength of Lin Batian's followers, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Who could do anything to them? However, there were no ifs in anything. There was no turning back for what had already happened. Your roars, your hysteria, your hatred. Wait, all of that is useless to me. You can leave in peace. Don't worry. After you die, I will burn some paper money for you. After all, we have been together for many years. A sinister smile appeared on Di Wudao's face. I'll kill you. Ji Yuxing rushed towards Di Wudao. His body swelled up as if he was going to explode. He wanted to drag Di Wudao down with him. Di Wudao retreated quickly, putting some distance between him and Ji Yuxing. At this moment, in the black fog, a pitilessly sharp spear appeared. Pu. The spear pierced Ji Yuxing's body again. Then, the creature in the black fog lifted Ji Yuxing up. The spear shook violently. There was a loud bang. Ji Yuxing's body exploded. Ji Yuxing died. Uncle, Lin Feng's expression was pained. So what if Ji Yuxing wasn't related to him by blood? Sometimes, kinship far surpassed the feelings brought about by blood. In order to delay these people, Ji Yuxing had died a terrible death. However, he could only watch helplessly. There was nothing he could do. Di Wudao, Di Wudao, Di Wudao. Lin Feng couldn't help but roar in anger. He wanted nothing more than to cut Di Wudao into 1,000 pieces. However, Di Wudao didn't hear Lin Feng's voice. Although Lin Feng had come to the past, it was only his consciousness that had descended. It wasn't his real body. Lin Feng had the feeling that his consciousness was being pulled out of this world by a powerful strength. Lin Feng knew that his consciousness would soon return to the real world. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng's consciousness left that world. He returned to the real world. Chapter 4183. Traveling between reality and illusion, crossing the distance of time and space. Traveling between the past and the present. The little boy's ability was too powerful. As expected of a weapon cultivator formed from the time millstone, the means he had grasped were shocking. You seem to have seen some very painful scenes. The little boy looked at Lin Feng and said, Can you see everything that I see? Lin Feng asked. Of course, those people are very scary. Even if you enter the realm of individual immortal, don't try to change anything. After traveling through time, different things are changed and the consequences are often different. For example, if you go back in time and get a treasure, it might be a harmless thing. But if you change the fate of many people, it's different. You might suffer a calamity or even die in the past time and space. The little boy said. No matter what, I have to try. I hope I can change their fate, Lin Feng said. The little boy said, You're still too naive. Many things in this world are far more complicated than they seem on the surface. If you want to change the fate of others, you may end up paying with your own life. Moreover, if you really insist on doing this, it's not something you can do alone, especially those scenes you saw. Those people who attacked are existences that even I don't dare to provoke. I won't help you. Lin Feng frowned. The little boy's words were equivalent to a direct rejection. This was quite troublesome. The little boy was afraid of those existences. If the little boy did not help him, he would not be able to return to the past, let alone change the fate of his uncle and the others. Are you afraid of those people? They don't seem to be a threat to you. Lin Feng said. The little boy said, those people who attacked are nothing, but the people behind them are existences that are extremely terrifying. The little boy had already guessed the existence behind Di Wudao and the lost races of the epoch. This was also the reason why he did not want to help Lin Feng return to the past. There's nothing in this world that can't be negotiated. As long as the benefits are met, there's room for negotiation. Lin Feng said. The little boy said, you're right, but it's not easy for you to convince me to help you. Moreover, allowing someone to travel through time is something that defies the heavens and will incur the wrath of the heavens. Therefore, I have to take this matter lightly. I don't want to die a graveless death. Lin Feng said, you are so powerful. How can you die without a proper burial ground? TSK, flattery is of no use to me. The little boy pursed his lips and said. Although he said that flattery was useless to him. However, the pleased expression on his face betrayed his true thoughts. Lin Feng asked, if I want to find you, how can I find you? The little boy said, this depends on fate. If we are fated to meet, we will naturally meet. If not, we will probably never meet again. You'd better go and cultivate. Come and find me when you're strong enough. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Although he was not weak now, the end of the era had arrived. All kinds of experts sealed in Godstones, all kinds of sealed experts, and all kinds of sealed experts, had come out one after another. Therefore, the experts in this world had suddenly become extremely powerful. As such, Lin Feng's cultivation was no longer sufficient. The most important thing now was to quickly raise his cultivation to the sovereign realm. All right, I'll come and find you again. When that guy comes out, tell him that I've left. Lin Feng said. No problem. The little boy nodded. Lin Feng left. He did not stay here any longer. This place was not safe. If the Great Devil Realm came out, it would be even more dangerous. Although the Great Devil Realm was only left with a remnant soul, his sister, the Great Devil Yu, could reconstruct a body. Let alone an expert like the Great Devil Realm. Reconstructing a body should be an easy task, right? Once the Great Devil Realm came out, there would definitely be a bloodbath. Of course, in Lin Feng's opinion, even if the Great Devil Realm caused chaos in the various worlds, it was still a tragedy of this era. Unless, he could defy the heavens and change his fate, but it was too difficult for an existence that had transcended eras like him to do so. It was something that was almost impossible to achieve. Of course, all of this was Lin Feng's guess. Perhaps the Great Devil Realm had obtained some kind of opportunity that allowed him to defy the heavens and change his fate. In this world, anything was possible. Lin Feng continued to follow the direction of the ancient starry sky path to the undying world. Lin Feng observed the ancient starry sky map that led to the undying world. On the ancient starry sky map, he saw a familiar great world. The Great World of Exile. This great world was very familiar to Lin Feng. Back then, Lin Feng had fallen into a space-time reversal and luckily survived. Then, he had entered the Great World of Exile. He had risen to prominence there. That was how he had achieved his current achievements. I wonder what's the situation in the Great World of Exile now? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. The Great World of Exile was a very special place to Lin Feng. He had very special feelings for it. Lin Feng's divine temple was the first to be built in the Great World of Exile. Moreover, the power of faith condensed in the divine temple had played a crucial role in Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng planned to stop by the Great World of Exile when he passed by it. He wanted to take a look at the situation there. The ancient starship Shenyuan sped through the starry sky world. Lin Feng was comprehending several immortal sutras he had obtained. For example, the Great Desolation Sutra, the Phoenix Scripture, the Dark Scripture, and the Stone Man's 9 Transformations Immortal Sutra were all extremely important to the improvement of one's cultivation. Lin Feng naturally wanted to study these immortal sutras. The ancient immortal sutras recorded many powerful inheritances. Every time he cultivated a new divine ability, Lin Feng's battle prowess would increase by a notch. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng could already see the starry sky where the Great World of Exile was located. The Great World of Exile was located at the center of that starry sky. Spacetime storms wreaked havoc in its surroundings. These spacetime storms were extremely dangerous. Passing through the spacetime storms to enter the Great World of Exile was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The slightest carelessness could lead to death in the spacetime storms. Therefore, even the cultivators who traveled through the starry sky would often leave immediately. They would not take the risk to enter the Great World of Exile. Chapter 4184. Lin Feng's temples were built everywhere in the Dragon Gate region of the Exile Great World. Now, there were many factions in the Exile Great World. After the Poison Domain, Tianju Domain, and Jinwu Domain were destroyed, there were only 10 domains left in the Exile Great World. Lin Feng established the Dragon Gate region back then. Back then, when Lin Feng left the Exile Great World, he established the Knights of the Round Table. The matters of the Dragon Gate region were discussed by the members of the Knights of the Round Table. Other than the 3 families and 5 sects that were the first to submit to Lin Feng, the members of the Knights of the Round Table also included Lin Feng's disciple, Chu Tianba, Lin Feng's woman, Yun Jeri, and the others. Back then, Lin Feng actually wanted to support Jeri to take control of the Dragon Gate region. However, Yun Jeri's cultivation was not enough to convince the masses. Therefore, the Knights of the Round Table were established. Dragon Gate region. Thousand Illusions City. The center of the ancient city was the most lively place. There was a huge temple here. This mysterious temple was the one that worshipped Lin Feng. The temple master was a very special position in the Dragon Gate region. It was said that those who could become temple masters had an extremely strong background. The temple master of Lin Feng Temple in Thousand Illusions City was called Shun Shitang. He could become the temple master because he came from the Shun family. The Shun family was one of the first forces to submit to Lin Feng. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Yingxin, had a close relationship with Lin Feng. Of course, this was only the speculation of the outside world. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. But after all, many things did not come out of nowhere. Moreover, Shun Yingxin was not qualified to join the Knights of the Round Table. However, Shun Yingxin joined the Knights of the Round Table. What did this mean? Many people were well aware of this. Even if Shun Yingxin and Lin Feng did not have a close relationship, she was also someone that Lin Feng trusted very much. Therefore, Lin Feng took good care of Shun Yingxin. Shun Shitang's talent and cultivation were not particularly outstanding. Moreover, he was a branch disciple. With Shun Shitang's status, basically, he was not qualified to become the temple master. It was all thanks to Shun Yingxin that Shun Shitang could become the temple master. It was Shun Yingxin who recommended Shun Shitang to become the temple master. In the end, Shun Shitang became the temple master, which caused many people in the Shun family to be dissatisfied. Many people in the Shun family did not understand what qualifications Shitang had to be the temple master. Why did Yingxin insisted Shun Shitang? Although the clan was Shitang temple master Shun Yu clan, Shitang. After all, Shun Yingxin was a member of the Knights of the Round Table. Besides, it was said that she had a close relationship with Lin Feng. Shitang. He sects painting. Shitang master painting. His paintings were so vivid and lifelike that he could be called a painting saint. No matter what he painted, he was able to penetrate deeply into the wood. It was unforgettable. Shitang master Shun Shitang master. It was a young man with delicate features. Upon closer inspection, that young man actually bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to Lin Feng. The person that Shun Shitang had drawn was actually a young Lin Feng. As a member of the Shun family, Shun Shitang had seen what Lin Feng looked like when he was young. However, The strange thing was that he was able to draw a portrait of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body was enveloped by great luck. No one could draw what he looked like. If anyone drew what he looked like, the scroll would spontaneously combust. They were burned to ashes. However, Shun Shitang's paintings could be completely preserved. Shun Shitang did not know the reason for this. Shun Shitang had entered the Tao through painting. Therefore, Shun Shitang blamed it on this. Under Shun Shitang's brush, it didn't take long for the image of a handsome young man to appear on the scroll. Over 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This Lin Gongzi. I wonder where he is now. Shun Shitang could not help muttering to himself. Back then, Shun Shitang had seen Lin Feng from afar and felt that Lin Feng was really extraordinarily handsome. Therefore, he had drawn a portrait of Lin Feng. Shen Yingxin had inadvertently seen this portrait. Shen Yingxin had asked for the portrait. Shun Shitang did not know if Lin Feng and Shen Yingxin had a particularly close relationship. However, Shun Shitang knew one thing. At the very least, Shen Yingxin liked Lin Feng. Or else, was there a need for her to ask for the portrait and tell him not to tell anyone about it? Shun Shitang naturally did not dare to go against Shen Yingxin's words. He had always buried this matter in his heart. Shen Yingxin had been good to him and had helped him fight for the position of temple master. So many people came to pay their respects every day. So much power of faith was born every day. As the temple master, Shun Shitang was also blessed. Under the nourishment of the powerful power of faith, his cultivation improved very quickly. Shun Shitang then lit the portrait. He did not dare to leave a portrait of Lin Feng in private. This was a taboo. To Shun Shitang, painting was a form of cultivation. Shun Shitang stretched lazily. Then, he walked towards the main hall outside. He would go to the main hall several times a day. If he was in a good mood, he would even perform divination for some people who came to pray. As usual, Shun Shitang came to the main hall. A large number of believers came in and out. After those believers came in, they would often find a place to kowtow and offer incense. Shun Shitang's gaze swept across the main hall. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Shun Shitang saw a somewhat familiar figure. That figure was a young master. A very handsome young master. He was dressed in white. It was as if an immortal king had descended into the world. Shun Shitang noticed that the young master was looking at him. What a powerful perception! Shun Shitang was secretly shocked. There were many experts in this world. That young master looked young, but he might be a hidden expert. Therefore, Shun Shitang politely cupped his fists in greeting. The young master in white also nodded at him. Shun Shitang's gaze immediately looked elsewhere. When he saw Lin Feng's statue, he was astonished. Shun Shitang's heart was suddenly shocked. That young master in white seemed to be somewhat similar to the statue. The more Shun Shitang thought about it, the more surprised he felt. It was him, he must have come back. Shun Shitang thought of Lin Feng. Not long ago, he had drawn a portrait of Lin Feng. Now that he thought about it, Shun Shitang was sure that he must have come back. That godlike man. That man that countless people had to look up to. He actually came back. Shun Shitang looked at the position where the young master in white was originally standing. However, at this moment, it was already empty. The young master in white who was originally standing there. At this moment, he had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4185. Dragon Gate Region. Dragon Gate City. Roundtable Meeting. There were more than 20 people including Chu Tianba, Yun Dieri, Shen Yingxin, and the others. At this moment, these people were discussing a major matter. Some time ago, something happened in the Gazing Dragon mountain range that was 3,000 miles northwest of Dragon Gate City. A large amount of resentment gushed out from the mountain range. The resentment was extremely terrifying. It covered the sky and covered the sun. Any cultivator that passed by would be swept away by the resentment. After that, there was no news of them. This matter caused a huge uproar. The Gazing Dragon mountain range was so close to Dragon Gate City. Therefore, such a situation would endanger the safety of many cultivators entering and leaving Dragon Gate City. Moreover, No one knew if the strong resentment in the mountain range would spread to Dragon Gate City. If it did, it would definitely cause great damage. A few days ago, Dragon Gate City sent thousands of people to the Gazing Dragon mountain range to investigate this matter. However, the thousands of cultivators did not return. From the looks of it, those people must have met with disaster. I wonder what terrifying thing is entrenched in the Gazing Dragon mountain range. It's so close to our Dragon Gate City. I feel that thing seems to be recovering its strength. If we wait until that thing fully recovers, I'm afraid it will be a disaster, Wang family head Wang Zhongshan said with a serious expression. The others nodded. This matter was indeed very troublesome. Dragon Gate City was the core of Dragon Gate region. If Dragon Gate City was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to Dragon Gate region. Especially in recent years, the situation in Dragon Gate region was not particularly ideal. There were many experts with a strong foundation appearing in the other regions outside Dragon Gate region. Although Dragon Gate region also had experts with a strong foundation, compared to the experts in the other regions, there was still a big gap. Therefore, now, there were constant conflicts at the borders of Dragon Gate region. If there were any problems within Dragon Gate region, those forces might launch an attack on Dragon Gate region. This was no longer the time when Lin Feng was in charge of Dragon Gate region. When Lin Feng was in charge of Dragon Gate region, the other domain lords had all expressed their goodwill to Lin Feng. Now, those domain lords might have become puppets. The ones who were truly in charge were those experts with a strong foundation. Therefore, the conflicts at the borders were most likely ordered by those experts with a strong foundation. Why don't we invite the experts with a strong foundation? Shen Yingxin said. The Dragon Gate region had a total of 12 hidden powerhouses. These 12 experts were all Imperial Lord-level experts. The strongest among them was a peak Imperial Lord-level existence. Currently, the Dragon Gate region was weak. One of the reasons was the lack of experts. Another big reason was that the Dragon Gate region did not have any sub-immortal experts. The other domains, they were all sub-immortal level experts. If the Dragon Gate region also had a sub-immortal level expert overseeing it, the other regions would be much more obedient. Alright, then let's invite the experts with strong foundations to help. It's decided then. After discussing for a while, the group of people made a decision. As the Dragon Gate region did not have any sub-immortal experts, the 12 emperors of the Dragon Gate region were all in seclusion. They wanted to increase their cultivation as much as possible. The 3 peak martial emperors wanted to enter the sub-immortal realm. If one of them entered the sub-immortal realm, it would be enough to intimidate the other regions that were eyeing the Dragon Gate region covetously. The upper echelons of the Dragon Gate region arrived at the place where the 12 emperors were cultivating in seclusion. The guards outside reported the news to the upper echelons, and the door opened. The group of people entered the main hall and bowed to the 12 emperors. The 12 emperors sat cross-legged on the ground and opened their eyes. The emperor in the middle was called Wang Tianyang. He was the old ancestor of the Wang family, and also the strongest emperor. His strength was slightly stronger than the other 2 peak martial emperors. Could it be that something big has happened for all of you to come here together? Wang Tianyang asked with a serious expression. He thought that the other regions had launched an attack on the Dragon Gate region. If the other regions launched an attack on the Dragon Gate region at this time, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Dragon Gate region. As the saying went, if one did not remove the roots when cutting weeds, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. If those forces were to attack, they would definitely wipe out all the major forces in the Dragon Gate region with a thunderous force. There was an 80% chance that those forces would be annihilated. At that time, blood would flow like rivers, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Wang Zhongshan said, "Old ancestor, a large amount of resentment has appeared in the Gazing Dragon mountain range 3,000 li away. The resentment is constantly devouring the cultivators passing by. The resentment is getting stronger and stronger. Previously, we sent a large number of experts to investigate, but none of them returned. We would like to ask the old ancestor to investigate the situation in the Gazing Dragon mountain range. There's such a thing. This matter is indeed strange. Everyone, is there anyone who would like to take the initiative to investigate the situation? Wang Tianyang asked. A cultivator called Sun Lei said. Let me go. He was a 7th heavenly layer martial emperor, and his strength was extraordinary. Brother Sun, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about this? I'll go with Brother Sun to take a look. Once we've ascertained the situation, we'll immediately return. We'll discuss countermeasures. Another Emperor Lord said. This Emperor Lord was called Guo Tiantong, and he was a 9th heavenly layer martial emperor. Wang Tianyang said. All right. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you to make the trip. Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong stood up, cupped their fists, and said, We'll definitely return as soon as possible. Following that, the two of them left with a dozen guards. Everyone else waited in the main hall for news from the two of them. 6 hours later, resentment that blotted out the sky and covered the sun spread over from afar. The resentment emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. It was unknown what terrifying thing was hidden within the resentment. Heavens, it's the resentment of the gazing dragon mountain range. It actually came to our Dragon Gate city. Quick, quick, quick. Activate the barrier. The cultivators guarding the city shouted in horror. The barrier was immediately activated. The people waiting in the main hall quickly walked out. When they saw the resentment that blotted out the sky, Wang Tianyang's expression changed. With a gloomy expression, he said, This is bad. I'm afraid something has happened to Brother Sun and Brother Guo. At this moment, the resentment had arrived. Everyone in Dragon Gate City was in a state of panic. Countless people looked at the resentment that blotted out the sky in horror. What a powerful resentment. What the hell is in there? In Dragon Gate City, a young cultivator looked at the resentment that blotted out the sky and frowned. The young cultivator was Lin Feng, who had just arrived in Dragon Gate City. Chapter 4186. We won't die when the resentment arrives, right? We have the lords from the Divine Temple. They can definitely deal with the resentment. But what if the lords from the Divine Temple can't deal with the resentment? Countless people in Longmen City were discussing the matter. No one dared to say what would happen if the lords from the Divine Temple couldn't deal with the resentment. However, everyone knew. They were well aware of it. If the lords from the Divine Temple couldn't deal with the resentment, only death would await them. Keik. Lowly existence, you actually sent 2 ants to explore the gazing dragon mountain range. How laughable. Now, these 2 lowly existences have become my prisoners. Do you want to save these lowly existences? A terrifying existence emerged from the streams of grievance. Endless streams of grievance swirled around the terrifying existence. It was unknown what was within the streams of grievance. The terrifying existence then waved its hand and 2 cultivators appeared before everyone's eyes. Su. The 2 cultivators were Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong, who had gone to explore the gazing dragon mountain range earlier. At this moment, Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong were in a miserable state. A large amount of their flesh and soul essences had been stripped from their bodies. They were now only skin and bones. Brother Sun, Brother Guo, the expressions of the sovereign lords from the Longmen City changed drastically when they saw Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong in such a miserable state. Heavens, isn't that Sun Clan's ancestor and Guo Clan's ancestor? They are both sovereign lords. How did they end up in such a miserable state? Even powerful existences like them aren't a match for that resentment evil spirit. That evil spirit came by himself. It seems like he's very confident in his cultivation base. Does that mean that evil spirit doesn't care about the sovereigns at all? If that's the case, our Dragon Gate City will definitely fall, right? Are we all going to be killed by that resentment evil spirit? I don't want to die. Longmen City was in an uproar. All kinds of panic spread throughout the city. Countless people looked at the resentment evil spirit standing in the void in horror. Give us a quick death. Don't let us suffer any longer. Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong's faces were filled with agony. They looked at Wang Tianyang and the others below and begged loudly. They were currently suffering from the resentment evil spirits devouring their bodies. Now, they were suffering a fate worse than death. Instead of enduring such torture, they would rather die. That way, they would be free. Fellow Taoists, don't give up. Wang Tianyang shouted. The rest of the imperial lords nodded in agreement. A total of 10 monarch masters attacked at the same time. They flew into the air. Ghost Shadow Hand. The 10 emperor lords unleashed their powerful divine abilities. The divine abilities of the 10 emperor lords were all aimed at the resentment evil spirit. He. The resentment evil spirit let out a sinister laugh. I'll let you have a taste of my prowess. The resentment evil spirit shouted. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the void. The huge whirlpool suddenly began to spin. All the attacks. They were all devoured by the vortex. Oh my God, how is this possible? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. In Longmen City, countless cultivators looked at the scene in the sky in horror. The vortex formed by the resentment evil spirit had actually devoured the divine abilities of the 10 emperor lords. This was too unbelievable. This was too terrifying. It was too shocking. Just what level of divine ability was this? It was truly frightening. If that was the case, wouldn't the resentment evil spirit be invincible? The expressions of the 10 emperor lords changed drastically when they saw this scene. They did not expect the resentment evil spirit to be so terrifying. No wonder Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong were captured by the resentment evil spirit. Their defeat was not unjust. I'll return them to you, the resentment evil spirit said sinisterly. He waved his hand. In an instant, all kinds of divine abilities flew out from the vortex. They were all aimed at the 10 emperor lords. Those divine abilities were actually the divine abilities of the 10 emperor lords. However, for some unknown reason, those divine abilities had become the divine abilities that the resentment evil spirit used to attack the 10 emperor lords. Not good, retreat quickly, Wang Tianyang shouted. The 10 emperor lords hurriedly retreated. They dodged the divine abilities' attacks. However, not everyone was able to evade the attacks immediately. A few monarch lords were sent flying as they coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Their injuries were not light. He. The resentment evil spirit laughed sinisterly again. I haven't even made my move and you trash are already at your limits. You really disappoint me. Trash will always be trash. Ha. The resentment evil spirit was too arrogant. He did not put the 10 emperor lords in his eyes at all. Activate your treasures and kill him, Wang Tianyang shouted. Following that, the 10 emperor lords activated their treasures one after another. Their divine abilities were ineffective. Activating their treasures was indeed a good choice. One after another, powerful magic treasures blasted towards the resentful evil spirit with destructive energy waves. The evil spirit of resentment sneered and still summoned the twisted whirlpool. The twisting vortex directly swallowed the powerful magic treasures one by one. Screech, next. The resentment evil spirit suddenly let out a sharp screech. It was not a simple screech. It was a screech that contained a soul attack. When the resentment evil spirit screech was heard, many people in the Dragon Gate city screamed in pain. Some people even fainted on the spot. And that was only the damage caused by the aftermath of the sound wave attack. The 10 emperor lords who were targeted by the sound wave all suffered. They hugged their heads and screamed in pain. Ants will always be ants. The resentment evil spirit looked at the 10 emperor lords with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, a divine mountain condensed and pressed down on the 10 monarch lords. In an instant, the 10 emperor lords were suppressed by the divine mountain. They could not struggle. I'm going to suck all of your blood and essence dry, the resentment evil spirit said sinisterly. He quickly flew towards the 10 emperor lords. Chapter 4187. It's over. It's really over this time. Even the 10 great emperors are going to suffer. After the 10 great emperors die, it'll be our turn. God, please help us. Please help us. Dragon Gate City was filled with a desperate atmosphere. Many people were even praying, hoping that a miracle would happen. But they also knew. Basically, they couldn't escape the fate of death. Countless people had a look of despair on their faces. If they could live, who would want to die? The upper echelons of Dragon Gate also had a look of despair. The resentment evil spirit was too powerful. They couldn't fight it at all. The 10 great emperors were going to suffer. It was really despairing. But when the resentment evil spirit was halfway through its flight, there was a sudden change. The void trembled slightly and a cultivator stepped out from the void. It was a cultivator who looked very young. He was dressed in white. He appeared beside the resentment evil spirit. Then, he threw a punch at the resentment evil spirit. "You're courting death." The resentment evil spirit didn't expect someone to suddenly attack it. It shouted angrily and threw a punch at the human cultivator who suddenly appeared. Bang! The resentment evil spirit and the human cultivator fiercely punched each other. Suddenly, the resentment evil spirit felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging into its body. That terrifying force instantly exploded with unimaginable lethality. Crack, crack. The resentment evil spirit's body was actually cracking. The resentment evil spirit didn't have a body of flesh and blood. Its body was condensed from resentment, so its body was more fragile. The resentment evil spirit's true strength was its magic power and divine ability. The person who attacked was none other than Lin Feng. After killing the resentment evil spirit, Lin Feng continued to attack it. Lin Feng naturally understood the principle of beating a drowning dog. Moreover, Lin Feng wanted to use his strength to suppress the resentment evil spirit's weakness. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't let the resentment evil spirit widen the distance between them. Oh my God, the resentment evil spirit was sent flying. Who is that person? That's amazing. A miracle has happened. A miracle has really happened. Cries of surprise resounded in Longmen City. Dragon Gate City was originally filled with an atmosphere of despair, but now that everyone saw Lin Feng appear and send the resentment evil spirit flying with a single punch, many people revealed extremely excited expressions. In everyone's opinion, this time, everyone was saved. The 12 sovereign lords were in disbelief. The person who appeared was so young, but he was so powerful. It was unbelievable. This kind of battle prowess made them feel a sense of shock. Lin Feng, Yundi's beautiful face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Although she had been separated from Lin Feng for many years, Lin Feng had been deeply imprinted in her mind. Therefore, although Lin Feng's appearance had changed a little compared to before, Lin Feng still recognized Lin Feng's identity at a glance. His back. Sheningxin also recognized Lin Feng. She was also pleasantly surprised, but compared to Yundi's wild joy, Sheningxin suppressed the feelings in her heart for Lin Feng. Sheningxin knew that Yundi was already Lin Feng's woman. However, she was still not his woman. Master is back. Chu Tianba shouted excitedly. Young Master, it's Young Master. The upper echelons of the various major factions in Longmen City also exclaimed. The person who sent the resentment evil spirit flying with a single punch was actually Lin Feng, who had been away for more than 100 years. He had actually returned to the exile world at this time. He had returned at the right time. If he had returned just a little later, Dragon Gate City would have been filled with rivers of blood. Bang! 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 Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the resentment evil spirit. After being locked down by Lin Feng, the resentment evil spirit could only clash with Lin Feng's physical body. However, the resentment evil spirit was at a disadvantage in the physical body collision. It was simply being crushed by Lin Feng. Its body was like porcelain, cracking continuously. Countless people looked at the battle in the sky excitedly. The young master who had suddenly appeared was really too powerful. Even the resentment evil spirit was suppressed. At this moment, someone suddenly said, "Did you guys notice? That young master is very similar to the god statue enshrined in the divine temple." This cultivator's words immediately reminded many people. Everyone realized that it was indeed the same as what this cultivator had said. True Lord Kitagawa, it's really true Lord Kitagawa, many people shouted in shock. Now, everyone recognized the person who had attacked. It was true Lord Kitagawa. Of course, the divine temples that enshrined Lin Feng could not directly write Lin Feng's name. They had to give him a Daoist name. Lin Feng's daoist name was True Lord Kittigaba. Countless people believed in True Lord Kittigaba. When they recognized the person who had attacked was True Lord Kittigaba, the densely packed people, including ordinary people and cultivators, all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. As for Lin Feng, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He suppressed the resentment evil spirit to the point that it could not even lift its head. The resentment evil spirit could only parry and did not have the strength to fight back at all. Brat! Are you really going to kill me? I have no enmity with you. Why don't we each take a step back? The resentment evil spirit shouted in a deep voice. It was incomparably depressed. Its strength was clearly so strong, but it could not display it now. Anyone who encountered such a situation would probably be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. This is a place under my protection. How dare you come to Longmen City and behave so atrociously? Is this still called having no enmity? Lin Feng sneered. His attacks became more and more violent. Bang! 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 The two sides kept colliding. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds rang out one after another. Dense cracks had already appeared on the vengeful evil spirit's body. Its body seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The resentment evil spirit situation was extremely bad. The resentment evil spirit also knew that if this continued, it would not be long before it died in Lin Feng's hands. Therefore, the resentment evil spirit hurriedly said, "Brat, I have an even more powerful existence behind me. Moreover, my origin is not something you can imagine. If you kill me, the existence behind me will definitely come and make you die a horrible death." "Oh, you have an even more powerful existence behind you." Lin Feng's face revealed a surprised expression. The resentment evil spirit's cultivation should be at the sub-immortal realm. If it was already so powerful, then how powerful was the existence behind it? Could it be an immortal? Chapter 4188. When the resentment evil spirit heard Lin Feng's question, it thought that Lin Feng was afraid, so it immediately became a little proud. The resentment evil spirit said, "That's right. The existence behind me is definitely invincible. Now that you know how terrifying the existence behind me is, why don't you let me go quickly? Do you want to die?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng suddenly laughed loudly. After hearing Lin Feng's impudent laughter, the resentment evil spirit was furious. It said coldly, "Kid, let me go quickly. I can still put in a good word for you in front of that person. If that person is happy, he will definitely give you endless benefit." The resentment evil spirit threatened Lin Feng for a while, and then slowly tempted him with promises of benefits. However, Lin Feng was unmoved. He looked at the resentment evil spirit indifferently and said, "Do you really think that I'm afraid of that expert you speak of? If I don't kill you today, it won't be enough to appease everyone's anger." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's attack speed became even more violent. Although Lin Feng was talking to the resentment evil spirit earlier, he knew that the resentment evil spirit wanted to take advantage of the conversation to escape. However, Lin Feng did not let the resentment evil spirit have its way. Now, facing Lin Feng's increasingly powerful and violent attacks, the resentment evil spirit, it could not withstand it at all. Lin Feng consecutively threw out 36 punches. There was a loud bang. The resentment evil spirit's body directly exploded. Next, Lin Feng took out the black flame god swallowing fire. The black flame god swallowing fire enveloped the resentment evil spirit's body. Then, the black flame god swallowing fire burned fiercely. Ah! The resentment evil spirit let out an incomparably shrill scream. Its body was originally formed by resentment. Therefore, it was very restrained by the heavenly fire. Now, Lin Feng took out the black flame god swallowing fire to deal with the resentment evil spirit. The resentment evil spirit could not withstand the terrifying power of the black flame god swallowing fire. Therefore, the resentment evil spirit screamed again and again. Its body even began to burn. "I'm not willing to accept this, brat. You're dead. My lord will definitely avenge me. My lord will definitely kill you." The resentment evil spirit began to curse viciously. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the curse of the resentment evil spirit at all. It didn't take long for the resentment evil spirit's body to be burned to ashes. Meanwhile, the 10 monarch masters had already escaped. The powerful aura of resentment that blotted out the sky began to dissipate. We're saved. We're saved. We're saved now that true Lord Deliverance has arrived. Come and pay your respects to true Lord Deliverance. Countless people roared in excitement as they continuously kowtowed to Lin Feng. They were extremely devout, as if they were worshipping an ancient god. Powerful faith energy was constantly produced, and then all of it poured into Lin Feng's body. With the influx of faith energy, Lin Feng felt his cultivation begin to stir. This made Lin Feng happy. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could break through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng looked at Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong. He stretched out his hand and pointed. In an instant, a steady stream of vitality poured into the two's bodies. Lin Feng used the Great Vitality technique to help the two recover quickly. Their bodies began to grow new flesh and blood. Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong were originally filled with endless despair for their lives, but now the two of them were incomparably excited. True Lord Deliverance was too powerful. He could actually help them recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rest of the 10 monarch masters were also in a state of shock. Lin Feng's strength was indeed extraordinary. He had astonished all those strong cultivators. After half an hour, Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong had completely recovered. Master, Master, this disciple has missed you so much. Chu Tianba saw that Lin Feng had successfully changed Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong's fates and immediately flew towards Lin Feng. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like a giant. At this moment, he actually opened his arms and wanted to give Lin Feng a big hug. However, Lin Feng sent him flying with a kick. Stay away from me. My embrace only knows how to hug peerless beauties. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The cultivators in Longmen City heard this and immediately became excited. Could it be that true Lord Deliverance liked women? Could they offer a few beauties to true Lord Deliverance? In this way, they might be able to get closer to true Lord Deliverance. After Chu Tianba was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick, he opened his mouth and laughed. Lin Feng looked at the group of strong cultivators flying towards him. Finally, he looked at Yun Dieri and Sheningxin. It had been many years. The two of them were still as elegant as ever. As expected of goddesses. Greetings, true Lord Deliverance. The higher-ups of the Longmen region bowed to Lin Feng. Greetings, true Lord Deliverance. Wang Tianyang and the others also bowed to Lin Feng. In fact, after coming out of seclusion and learning about Lin Feng, they still looked down on Lin Feng. However, the Longmen region needed to be united, so they didn't say much. It was only today that they saw Lin Feng in person that they realized how terrifying Lin Feng was. The most important thing was that Lin Feng was too young. If he was already so heaven-defying at such a young age, what would happen in the future? Following such a person, it was impossible for them not to develop in the future. Therefore, Wang Tianyang and the others bowed to Lin Feng with sincerity. Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong especially treated Lin Feng as their savior. You may dispense with the formalities. Lin Feng said. Everyone stood up. Everyone, go about your business. As long as I'm in Longmen City, I'll kill anyone who comes. You don't have to worry at all. Lin Feng said. If someone else had said this, they might not have believed it, but since it was Lin Feng who said it, no one doubted it. Lin Feng and the others returned to the sacred hall. After everyone was seated, Lin Feng looked at Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong and asked, the two of you went to the Gazing Dragon mountain range to investigate. Did you find any useful clues? The resentful evil spirit said there's a terrifying existence there. Is that true? Sun Lei and Guo Tiantong stood up and said, Young master, what the resentful evil spirit said is true, but there's something he deliberately hid from you. Oh, what is it? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Although what the resentful evil spirit said is true, that existence is still in a deep slumber and has yet to wake up. Sun Lei said. Guo Tiantong said, there are a total of 9 resentful evil spirits, and they're guarding that slumbering existence. We were discovered when we left and were chased by this resentful evil spirit. In the end, we were captured by this resentful evil spirit. Chapter 4189. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. The resentment evil spirit was extremely terrifying, and the existence it was guarding must be even more powerful. Fortunately, that existence had yet to awaken. Since it had yet to awaken, it would be much easier to deal with it. When I arrived in the great exiled world, I noticed that some of the temples in the other regions have been demolished. Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Wang Zhongshan stood up and said, "Yes, young master. Ever since the powerhouse appeared, the powerhouses in the other regions ordered people to demolish the temples that worshipped young master. Now, only the temple in the Chaos region has not been demolished." Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship with Poison Rose, the daughter of the Chaos region's master. This might be the reason why the Chaos region did not demolish Lin Feng's temple. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he continued, "Send people to spread the news in the Dragon Gate region. Spread the news of True Lord Salvation's arrival. Guide everyone into the temple to pray." "Yes, young master. I'll get to it right away," Wang Zhongshan replied. Then, he went out to give instructions. In the following period of time, Lin Feng entered seclusion. He had discovered that the power of faith in the great exiled world was extremely powerful. After all, the great exiled world was the first great world that Lin Feng had managed. The believers here worshipped Lin Feng very much, and they were also very devout. Back when Lin Feng had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, he had absorbed a portion of the power of faith in the great exiled world. After all, the journey was long, so he could not absorb all of the power of faith in the great exiled world. Most of the power of faith was still stored in the great exiled world. After Lin Feng had broken through to the Great Emperor realm, he had also accumulated a large amount of power of faith. Therefore, the power of faith in the great exiled world was simply unimaginable. This rich power of faith was the key to Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Great Emperor realm. It was the foundation that he had painstakingly built in the past. Now, it was finally time to repay him. Lin Feng was naturally very happy. While Lin Feng was in seclusion to absorb the power of faith, news of True Lord Salvation's arrival in Dragon Gate City to slay powerful evil spirits quickly spread throughout the Dragon Gate region. In fact, many memory crystals had been leaked out. The memory crystal recorded the scene where the resentment evil spirit defeated the 10 great monarchs in an instant. It also recorded the scene of Lin Feng killing the resentful evil spirit. The arrival of True Lord Deliverance was nothing short of a miracle. If True Lord Kitagawa hadn't arrived, wouldn't Dragon Gate City be finished? The commotion caused by such a miracle was simply too great. Therefore, within the Longmen region, every temple that worshipped Lin Feng was packed with people. Countless people came to pray. The Dragon Gate territory produced an even stronger power of faith. The power of faith was continuously flowing in the direction of Longmen City. "I hope that my grandfather can recover from his injuries. I hope my parents can be healthy. I hope that I can break through to the godly realm. I hope I can find my Mr. Right." There were all kinds of prayers, and Lin Feng could hear countless prayers. As Lin Feng absorbed a large amount of power of faith, his aura grew stronger. Lin Feng's aura grew stronger, and Lin Feng's forehead shone with the light of tribulation. "The light of tribulation has appeared. I can transcend the tribulation now. But it's not enough. I need to continue absorbing power of faith." Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Either he didn't transcend the tribulation, or he had to be fully prepared. The consequences of failing the tribulation were very difficult to bear. This was the case for Lin Feng as well. Once he failed the tribulation, the damage to his body would be too great. Lin Feng didn't just absorb the power of faith from the Dragon Gate region. He also absorbed the power of faith from the other regions. Before Lin Feng's temple was destroyed, the other regions had been constantly producing power of faith. The power of faith still existed in heaven and earth, and now it was all gathering in the Dragon Gate region. The power of faith from the Chaos realm was also rapidly flying toward the Dragon Gate region. Outside of the exile world, there were also Lin Feng's temples in the Tianwu continent, 9 prefectures, Heavenly Sage Great World, and the Xian Domain. These 4 places. They also produced a large amount of power of faith. The power of faith. It was also constantly surging through time and space toward the exile world. Even if only a portion of the power of faith was absorbed by Lin Feng, it was still a huge gain. As more and more power of faith was absorbed by Lin Feng, the light of tribulation between Lin Feng's eyebrows was getting hotter and hotter, stronger and stronger. Lin Feng knew that it was time for him to transcend the tribulation. The light of tribulation between his eyebrows was almost out of control. Lin Feng had always hoped to break through to the sovereign realm as soon as possible. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. The opportunity to break through to the sovereign realm had arrived. If he could break through to the sovereign realm, it would be a brand new improvement for Lin Feng. It's time to transcend the tribulation. Lin Feng went outside. Lightning was already flashing in the sky. Thousands of lightning tribulations. It was brewing. The 12 sovereign lords and the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate region were waiting outside. You all wait here. I'll go outside to transcend the tribulation, Lin Feng looked at everyone and said. Then, he soared into the sky and flew out of the Dragon Gate city. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to go to the Gazing Dragon mountain range and transcend the tribulation there. He could also get rid of the existence in the Gazing Dragon mountain range. However, Lin Feng thought about it carefully. The existence sleeping in the Gazing Dragon mountain range should have a backup plan. The heavenly tribulation might not be able to kill him instantly. If the heavenly tribulation could not kill him instantly and woke him up, it would be terrible. He might as well wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm to deal with that guy. After all, that guy had not woken up yet. If he could break through to the sovereign realm, Lin Feng was confident that he would be able to kill that guy. Therefore, Lin Feng rejected the idea of going to the Gazing Dragon mountain range to transcend the tribulation. The upper echelons of the Dragon Gate region were anxiously waiting for Lin Feng to leave. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 15 days, 30 days. After waiting for a month, they still did not see Lin Feng return. Everyone was already extremely worried. They did not know if Lin Feng had encountered a tribulation outside. After all, the thunder tribulation that Lin Feng attracted was too powerful. Some of the upper echelons could not help but discuss in private. They were full of worry. The upper echelons of the Dragon Gate region had already ordered to search for Lin Feng, who had gone out to transcend the tribulation. But there was no news. Anxiety and worry were still spreading among the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate region. Everyone waited for more than half a month. Finally, Lin Feng returned from outside. When they saw that Lin Feng had come back, they could finally relax. After Lin Feng returned this time, everyone felt Lin Feng seemed to be a little different from before. But what was different? No one could tell. But everyone could feel it. This tribulation. It seemed to have made Lin Feng undergo a major transformation. Chapter 4190. At night. The silver moon was like a plate. Lin Feng and Yun Jerry sat on the eaves and looked at the moon. Yun Jerry lay in Lin Feng's arms. Hugging such a peerless beauty and enjoying this rare moment of tranquility, it was truly a very pleasant thing. To Lin Feng, it was rare for him to enjoy such leisure time. During the next few days, Lin Feng mainly learned about the construction of the Dragon Gate region. He also learned about the situation of the other regions. In addition, Lin Feng heard a piece of shocking news. This news was about Mosei Tianzuan and the Magic Lotus. Back in the Tianwu continent, the life-and-death battle with Mosei Tianzuan had caused Lin Feng to be swept into the space-time reversal. He and Mosei Tianzuan had come to the banished world one after another, and then had a life-and-death battle there. Unfortunately, although Lin Feng had heavily injured Mosei Tianzuan, he had not been able to kill Mosei Tianzuan. Mosei Tianzuan had the Magic Lotus, so his methods were very terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was that the power of the Magic Lotus was too terrifying. If not for the Magic Lotus, Mosei Tianzuan would have died who knew how many times. Mosei Tianzuan had died but not fallen. Now that he had returned, and with the help of the magic lotus, his cultivation base had risen very quickly. Now, Mosei Tianzuan had become sworn brothers with two sub-immortals of the barbarian realm and the evil devil realm. Mosei Tianzuan had also established the Empyrean Demon Palace. The Empyrean Demon Palace's base was in the overseas world. Mosei Tianzuan had recruited a large number of experts. His faction could even contend with some weaker regions, such as the Dragon Gate region. The Barbarian region's sub-immortal Dao Lord Tian Barbarian, the Evil Fiend region's sub-immortal Saint Evil Demon Immortal, and Mosei Tianzuan were in cahoots. It was said that the Chaos Domain and the Tianxian Domain, which were close to the Savage Domain and the Evil Devil Domain, had bin jointly attacked by the three great powers. Moreover, in recent years, there had been constant friction. After learning about Mosei Tianzuan, Lin Feng was naturally very happy. In the past, the Demon Lord wanted Lin Feng to help him seize the Magic Lotus. The Magic Lotus seemed to be very helpful to the Demon Lord's recovery. However, Lin Feng failed to seize the Magic Lotus. The Demon Lord never mentioned this matter again. Perhaps the Demon Lord didn't need the Magic Lotus anymore? Even if the Demon Lord didn't need the Magic Lotus, Lin Feng still wanted to obtain the Magic Lotus, because the Magic Lotus was a treasure that everyone dreamed of. The Magic Lotus was condensed from the heaven and earth demonic roots. Although it was the Magic Lotus, it gave birth to endless hope and life. After obtaining the Devil Lotus, one would be able to obtain endless benefits. Hence, anyone would be eyeing it covetously. Now that he had returned to the banished world and received news about the Magic Lotus, Lin Feng would naturally do everything he could to obtain the Magic Lotus. Of course, if he attacked Mosei Tianzuan, that would be a matter for the future. Right now, the most important thing was to resolve the crisis in Dragon Gate City. The resentment in the Gazing Dragon mountain range had not dissipated. Those resentment evil spirits were still entrenched there. Lin Feng planned to eliminate those resentment evil spirits and resolve the crisis that Dragon Gate City was currently facing. The Theurches wanted to follow Lin Feng to the Gazing Dragon mountain range to deal with those powerful resentment evil spirits. Lin Feng didn't let them follow him. He alone was enough to deal with them. Besides, it was sometimes not good to have too many people. The Gazing Dragon mountain range stretched for 300 miles. This was originally a place with good feng shui. It was densely covered with ancient forests and rich in resources. There was even a dragon vein in the depths. However, the current Gazing Dragon mountain range was filled with resentment and danger lurked everywhere. There was no one around anymore. Many people would take a detour. They definitely wouldn't approach the Gazing Dragon mountain range. Lin Feng came to the Gazing Dragon mountain range alone. The resentment in the Gazing Dragon mountain range was floating everywhere. There were no roars of beasts, nor were there any sounds of insects or birds. It was really extremely strange. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the depths and then landed in front of the continuous mountains in the depths. Then, he looked towards the continuous mountains in the depths. He saw that the continuous mountains in the depths were already enveloped by resentment, and the mountains seemed to have turned into a dark grey color. It was eerie and terrifying, causing one's hair to stand on end. Moreover, even though he didn't go deep into the mountain range, Lin Feng still felt an extremely evil aura emanating from the mountain range. It should be the aura of those resentment evil spirits. Crack. Suddenly, a claw stretched out from the ground and grabbed Lin Feng's ankle. Then, the ground began to crack. From the crack, a corpse demon could be seen. At this moment, the corpse demon let out a series of sharp and ear-piercing cries. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as a sword chi slashed out, directly splitting the corpse demon underground into two halves. Although these corpse demons had powerful physical bodies, they still had to see who they were fighting against. Against Lin Feng, they were simply courting death. Following which, Lin Feng walked towards the mountain range. The resentment within the mountain range was very heavy. This place was originally a dragon vein, and it was also the place where the four dragons converged. This kind of feng shui treasured land was not commonly seen, but now it had become like this. In the middle of a mountain peak deep in the mountain range, a huge cave appeared. The space around the cave was distorted, and a large amount of resentment emanated from the cave. That place should be the lair of the resentment evil spirits, right? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the huge cave. After observing for a while, Lin Feng then flew towards the cave. He concealed his aura and entered the cave. After entering the cave, there was a very long passageway. Lin Feng followed the tunnel and went deep inside. After walking for about an hour, a huge mountainside appeared in front of him. Lin Feng looked into the mountainside and saw that there was a platform in the center of the mountainside. On the platform was a crystal bed. Lying on the crystal bed was a slender and handsome man. Presumably, that man should be the lord that the resentment evil spirit mentioned earlier. Around the platform stood 8 evil spirits of resentment. Those evil spirits of resentment all had their eyes closed. It was unknown whether they were asleep or not. The aura of the 8 resentment evil spirits was terrifying. Every single one of the evil spirits of resentment was no weaker than the previous one. Where did these guys come from? Or have they been trapped here all this time? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Come out. Suddenly, one of the resentment evil spirits opened its eyes and looked in the direction of the tunnel. The other 7 resentment evil spirits opened their eyes and looked over as well. What powerful perception! Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng was shocked. That resentment evil spirit senses were too frightening. It was inconceivable. P.S. Thank you to user Chukyu for gifting me 10,000 book coins for Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. Chapter 4191. Since he had been discovered, Lin Feng did not intend to continue hiding. He directly plunged into the mountainside. What a familiar aura. 9th brother did not return after he went out. Could it be that he was killed by this brat? One of the evil spirits said eerily. When he looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashed with killing intent. If the evil spirit's eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have been killed by the evil spirit's eyes many times over. That's right. I did kill one of your companions. This time, I came here to kill all of you. However, I suddenly changed my mind. It seems to be a pity to kill all of you. I plan to convert all of you and make you my slaves. Lin Feng said. You want us to be your slaves? When the 8 evil spirits heard this, they sneered with disdain. One of the evil spirits said, Brat, who do you think you are? You want to be our slaves? What a joke. I think it's you guys who are ridiculous. I, your young master, am taking you in as slaves. This is the good fortune of your previous lives. Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were really arrogant. The group of evil spirits looked at Lin Feng fiercely, their eyes flashing with killing intent. The leader of the evil spirits said, 6th brother, 7th brother, 8th brother, all of you go together and suppress this brat. Don't kill him directly. If you kill him directly, it will be too easy for him. Yes. Immediately, 3 evil spirits pounced on Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. These evil spirits were ranked according to their strength. Lin Feng felt that these 3 evil spirits were much stronger than the evil spirit that he had killed before. Netherworld Sky-Breaking Claw. 9 Yin White Bone Palm. Hell Life and Death Force. The 3 evil spirits emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. They rushed to the front of Lin Feng and launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng. Every single resentment evil spirit had an extremely terrifying battle prowess. Facing the attacks of the 3 evil spirits, Lin Feng's expression was as calm as the wind and clouds. Before Lin Feng broke through to the Emperor realm. Without using Dharma treasures, Lin Feng was able to fight against a peak Emperor Lord. Using magic treasures, he could contend against a sub-immortal. Of course, this was referring to Lin Feng's various duels after he circulated his magic power. For example, a duel between divine abilities, a duel between magic treasures, and so on. As for the battle of physical strength, Lin Feng was strong enough to crush sub-immortal cultivators. Now, Lin Feng had broken through to the Emperor realm. Breaking through from Emperor Ancestor realm to Emperor Sovereign realm was an extremely important transformation in the Emperor realm. This transformation could even be described as inconceivable. Lin Feng's cultivation was no longer the same as before. Dealing with these sub-immortal resentment evil spirits was not difficult for the current Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the 3 sub-immortal resentment evil spirits, Lin Feng directly took a step forward. He used the chaotic green lotus, a sacred immortal level divine ability. This was an ultimate divine ability of the immortal realm. It was an inheritance that Lin Feng had obtained from the Myriad Tribes Temple. Lin Feng had never used this divine ability before. Now that Lin Feng had used that skill, he was astonished. A mysterious and unfathomable world appeared in the void. That world was in chaos. It seemed to be a chaotic world. In the chaotic world, a green lotus was planted. The green lotus swayed gently. Streaks of divine light swept out. Those rays of divine light completely neutralized the attacks of the 3 resentment evil spirits. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. As expected of an ultimate divine ability of the immortal realm. Its power was really terrifying. After breaking through the attacks of the 3 resentment evil spirits, the chaos immortal lotus bloomed. Flower petals flew out one after another, sweeping towards the 3 resentment evil spirits. The 3 resentment evil spirits were horrified and hurriedly dodged. However, they could not avoid the attack of the chaos immortal lotus petals. The 3 resentment evil spirits were swept up by the chaos immortal lotus petals. They struggled violently, but no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the chaos immortal lotus petals. Lin Feng walked over. He began to chant the incantation of the Great Purification Technique. O Great Tao of Purification, please send down the power of purification and let me purify these evil beings. I will lead them to the right path. When Lin Feng's voice fell, a powerful purification power descended. That powerful purification power directly enveloped the 3 great resentment evil spirits. The purification power continuously seeped into the bodies of the 3 resentment evil spirits. The 3 resentment evil spirits roared and struggled, but no matter how hard they struggled, they could not resist. As the purification power continued to surge into their bodies, the 3 resentment evil spirits struggled less and less. Damn it, this person is terrifying. Attack together and destroy him, the leader of the resentment evil spirits shouted coldly. Then, he leaped up. He charged at Lin Feng. The other 4 resentment evil spirits also charged at Lin Feng. The 5 resentment evil spirits all charged at him. They were the top 5 resentment evil spirits and were slightly stronger. They wanted to stop Lin Feng from purifying the 3 resentment evil spirits. How could Lin Feng let them have their way? He did not choose to fight the 5 resentment evil spirits head-on. Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, a world of stars appeared in front of him and the 5 evil spirits of resentment. Lin Feng's divine ability was called the Great Galaxy Technique. Once it was used, it would condense a galaxy world. This galaxy world was not simple. This galaxy world was mysterious and unfathomable. It was surrounded by endless divine radiance and shone with endless brilliance. When the 5 resentment evil spirits flew over, they were all blocked by the galaxy world. Although they seemed to be only a few dozen meters away from Lin Feng. But these few dozen meters, it was so close yet so far. No matter how they flew, they could not reach Lin Feng's side. Unless they could break Lin Feng's divine ability, they would never be able to reach Lin Feng's side. At this moment, Lin Feng was making use of the time to purify the 3 resentment evil spirits. Roar! The 3 resentment evil spirits let out a series of beast-like roars. They were still putting up a final resistance. Purifying a sub-immortal was indeed much more difficult than purifying an emperor. If Lin Feng was purifying an emperor, the 3 resentment evil spirits had long been purified by Lin Feng, but the key was that they were all sub-immortal existences. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. 15 minutes later, the gazes of the 3 resentment evil spirits became gentle. They stopped struggling and their bodies emitted a holy aura. It was as if they had become eminent monks. Chapter 4192. Greetings, young master. The 3 resentment evil spirits bowed to Lin Feng. The 3 sub-immortal level resentment evil spirits were all purified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was guiding them to do good. This was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Dispense with the formalities. The 3 of you will follow me to suppress the other 5. Then, I will purify them and guide them to the right path of cultivation, Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. The 3 resentment evil spirits replied. Then, the 4 of them separated and surrounded the 5 resentment evil spirits. You guys have really been purified. The leader of the resentment evil spirits had a fierce expression on his face. He was simply flustered and exasperated. Angry. At this moment, his anger was overflowing. Lin Feng had destroyed the 9th resentment evil spirit. Now, he had purified the 6th, 7th, and 8th resentment evil spirits. The 9 resentment evil spirits had almost collapsed because of Lin Feng. Now, the 6th, 7th, and 8th resentment evil spirits were even helping Lin Feng to deal with them. How could the leader of the resentment evil spirits not be angry? He even had the heart to tear Lin Feng apart. The 6th resentment evil spirit said, 5 fellow Taoist. Please put down your butcher's knife. Follow young master and cultivate. Young master will guide you and let you walk on the right path from now on. You will no longer be unforgivable resentment evil spirits. One day in the future, you might be able to achieve good result. Crazy. Crazy. You have all gone crazy. Now that you have been purified by this child, you have betrayed the Lord. Since that is the case, all of you must die. The leader of the resentment evil spirits said coldly. Ha 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 ha. Your words are too full of yourself. Now that you can't even protect yourself, you actually dare to say that you want this young master's 3 subordinates to die. How laughable. Now, let me convert you. Lin Feng waved his hand and the surrounding sea of stars separated the 5 resentment evil spirits. Lin Feng ordered the 3 resentment evil spirits to entangle the other 4 resentment evil spirits, not allowing them to support the leader. Following which, Lin Feng launched an attack on the leader of the evil spirits. Lin Feng went up and threw a 6 paths of reincarnation fist at the leader of the evil spirits. 1,000 ghosts devouring immortal fists. The leader of the evil spirits shouted coldly and attacked. He also punched towards Lin Feng. After he punched, 10,000 phantoms of ghosts appeared. The 10,000 phantoms roared and shook the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The 10,000 phantoms all merged into the fist of the leader of the resentment evil spirits. Bang! Following that, an incomparably violent collision sound rang out. Lin Feng and the leader of the resentment evil spirits collided fiercely with each other. In an instant, the leader of the evil spirits was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng didn't dare to say if he could fight against immortals, but the current him had no problem suppressing sub-immortals. The leader of the evil spirits was indeed very powerful, but compared to Lin Feng, it was still far from enough. After the leader of the evil spirits was sent flying by Lin Feng didn't stop. He quickly rushed towards the leader of the evil spirits. He continued to attack. Punch after punch, they bombarded the leader of the evil spirits with resentment. The leader of the evil spirits blocked Lin Feng's attacks. However, in front of Lin Feng's powerful attacks, it was like a lonely boat in the sea. It would be overturned by the strong winds and huge waves at any time. Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation fist would be greatly increased with each punch. Therefore, Lin Feng became more and more courageous as he fought. As for the leader of the evil spirits, it was constantly being depleted. Therefore, its battle strength was decreasing very quickly. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Not long after, Lin Feng found an opportunity to suppress the leader of the evil spirits. Let go of me, let go of me. The leader of the evil spirits roared angrily. He kept struggling, trying to break free from the suppression. However, it was impossible. Lin Feng was like a god, illuminating the starry sky. No one could resist Lin Feng's will. Even the leader of the evil spirits couldn't. Your fate has long been determined. You will become my slave. Lin Feng looked at the leader of the evil spirits and said with a loud voice. He pointed at the leader's forehead. Instantly, the powerful purifying power surged into the body of the leader of the evil spirits with resentment. You dare to purify me? You dare to purify me? When the Lord awakens, you will die without a grave. The leader of the evil spirits roared loudly. The only thing he could do now was to roar hysterically. He couldn't do anything else. Those who believe in me will have eternal life, Lin Feng's deep voice sounded. Bang bang bang, 3 consecutive palm strikes landed on the forehead of the leader of the resentment evil spirits. The 3 palm strikes not only caused the leader of the evil spirits to become dizzy, but also caused the leader of the evil spirits to become disoriented. Moreover, at the same time, a powerful purifying power surged into the head of the leader of the evil spirits. The leader of the evil spirits couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification strength, and in the end, he was successfully purified. Greetings, young master, the leader of the evil spirits bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Then, together with the leader of the evil spirits, they charged toward the other 4 evil spirits. Even the leader of the evil spirits was purified by Lin Feng. What more the other 4 evil spirits? They couldn't resist Lin Feng's purification at all. The other 4 evil spirits were also purified by Lin Feng. With this, Lin Feng subdued a total of 8 evil spirits. And these 8 resentment evil spirits were all at the subimmortal realm. With such a cultivation level, they would be considered a tyrant in all the realms. Even in this era, many experts who sealed themselves in the God's Stone broke out of the God's Stone and walked out. However, a subimmortal realm expert was still not to be underestimated. After successfully subduing 8 subimmortal realm experts, Lin Feng was in a good mood. Then, Lin Feng walked toward the Dao platform. At this moment, the Lord on the Dao platform was still in a deep sleep. This made Lin Feng heave a sigh of relief. What's the background of this guy? Lin Feng asked. The leader of the evil spirits said. He is an expert from the second underworld god clan. He has been in a deep sleep since the primordial era. A few years ago, he woke up for a short time and pointed out a way to escape from the forbidden god realm. We were his subordinates, so we escorted him out of the forbidden god realm. After escaping from the forbidden god realm, we came here. According to what he said before he went into a deep sleep, there was a Dao platform here. We were going to place him on the Dao platform and wait for him to wake up again. When we arrived at this place, we actually discovered that there was a platform here. Thus, we placed him on the platform and have been protecting him since then. During this period of time, a powerful aura of resentment has been constantly emanating from his body. I reckon that he's about to awaken. Chapter 4193. Is the Underworld God Clan very powerful? Lin Feng asked. The Underworld God Clan is the dominating power of the second underworld. They're extremely powerful, comparable to some of the most ancient underworld king clans. Although the Underworld God Clan has never produced an underworld king, they have produced 9 quasi-underworld kings. Therefore, even in the entire 33 layers of the underworld God Clan is definitely a top-notch power, said the leader of the evil spirits. Lin Feng was shocked. After hearing the leader's words, he realized how powerful the Underworld God Clan was. Such a powerful force was truly terrifying. Such a force simply had a world-shaking deterrent force. Perhaps when the various powers were fighting, the Underworld God Clan was also a force that couldn't be underestimated. What's his name? Asked Lin Feng. Kodo. In the primordial era, his father was the clan leader of the Underworld God Clan, said the leader of the evil spirits. If that's the case, then this guy's identity is quite extraordinary. Lin Feng was very surprised. He walked towards the platform. Lin Feng wanted to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. This guy's aura was so evil. He was definitely not a good person. Killing this guy was also eliminating a scourge for the people. Lin Feng arrived at the platform and walked towards Kodo. He was getting closer and closer to Kodo. Swoosh. Lin Feng took out the Black Dragon sword. Lin Feng planned to cut off Kodo's head with a single slash. However, when Lin Feng was 3 meters away from Kodo, an unforeseen event occurred. The space 3 meters around Kodo began to distort violently. The distorted space protected Kodo. It seemed that Kodo had already planned this. He was probably worried that someone would kill him while he was asleep, so he had arranged everything in advance. The 8 evil spirits obviously didn't know about this. Because the 8 evil spirits had been purified by Lin Feng, if they knew, they would definitely tell Lin Feng. They wouldn't hide anything from Lin Feng. Since they didn't say anything, it meant that they didn't know. Ming Dao God must have purposely hidden the 8 evil spirits from him. Kodo had probably secretly awakened once, but he didn't let the 8 evil spirits know. During the short period of time that Kodo woke up, he had arranged everything. Only then did he fall into a deep sleep. This guy's calculations was really deep. Lin Feng knew that, since he had set the underworld god clan's underworld god. When Kodo was. Therefore, the most important thing now was to act quickly. To kill. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the Tao of space to pass through the distorted space in front of him, Kodo's eyes opened. Endless resentment emanated from Kodo's body. Kodo jumped up and thrust his spear towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Facing Kodo's attack, he swept his spear at Kodo Clang. The clanging sound of collision suddenly rang out. Kodo's attack was powerful to the point of causing others to be aghast. One spear actually blew Lin Feng away. You really did wake up. Creatures from the netherworld rarely come out. Why did you come out from the netherworld back then? Lin Feng looked at Kodo and asked. Brat, your flesh and soul is truly powerful. I really want to devour your flesh and soul. Kodo's handsome face twisted. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Lin Feng. This guy was actually treating Lin Feng as his food. Have you trash been converted by this brat? This young master has long known that I can't rely on trash like you. Kodo looked coldly at the 8 evil spirits. The 8 evil spirits were creatures from the netherworld. They belonged to the vengeful spirit race. Back in the day, they were all famous experts. The reason they had chosen to join Kodo was because Kodo cultivated the record of 10,000 grievances. It was a very special cultivation method that could condense powerful resentment. Kodo had promised to teach them some of the top abilities in the record of 10,000 grievances. That was why they had agreed to serve Kodo. Of course. In the years that they had served Kodo, although they had not made great contributions, they were still conscientious and loyal. Now that they were being mocked by Kodo, the 8 evil spirits couldn't help but have ugly expressions. Lin Feng said indifferently, I heard that you were trapped in the Forbidden God realm for many years and suffered extremely serious injuries at that time. You've already become a stray dog, but they didn't leave you. Moreover, they were the ones who brought you out of the Forbidden God realm. If it wasn't for them, who knows where you would be buried right now? If they had any sense of shame, they wouldn't have said those words. Kodo's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you mock this young master? Originally, this young master still needed to sleep for 10 years before waking up. However, your bloodline is a great supplement. If this young master eats your bloodline, this young master can make up for the increase in cultivation brought by 10 years of sleep. Brat, go to hell. With that, Kodo leaped out and quickly charged towards Lin Feng. The weapon in his hand was that powerful war spear. It was extremely powerful. That war spear lightly swept through the void and a large area of the void directly shattered. Its power was truly terrifying. Kodo directly charged towards Lin Feng with the war spear in his hand. At this time, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. This Kodo slept for 10 years less, causing his cultivation to not recover to an ideal state. He is now at the first layer of the loose immortal realm. Although he has already entered the immortal realm, perhaps because he hasn't slept, his mind is in chaos. His current mental state is at an extremely bad time. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's mind was slightly shaken. The first layer of the loose immortal realm and his mind was in chaos. It was unknown how much of his combat strength Kodo could unleash. However, Lin Feng was certain of one thing. This guy definitely couldn't unleash 100% of his combat strength. Since he couldn't unleash 100% of his combat strength, Then it wasn't impossible for him to kill Kodo if he joined forces with the 8 resentment evil spirits. Do it, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He made the first move. Lin Feng waved his hand. Swish, light flashed continuously. More than 10 powerful magic treasures were summoned by Lin Feng. One by one, the magic treasures emitted destructive waves. Under Lin Feng's control, they all blasted towards Kodo. Chapter 4194. When Lin Feng made his move, the others made their moves as well. The 8 evil spirits of resentment each took out a short blade that was surrounded by an endless evil aura. It was unknown what kind of treasure it was, but it was extremely powerful. Coupled with Lin Feng's many treasures, the power unleashed was absolutely unimaginable. Kodo had already calculated everything when he made his move. Although Lin Feng had the help of the 8 evil spirits, with his speed, the 8 evil spirits' attacks had yet to reach him after he killed Lin Feng. Kodo wanted to catch Lin Feng off guard. After killing Lin Feng, the 8 evil spirits would not be a threat at all. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was incomparably cruel. Kodo did not expect Lin Feng to have so many powerful treasures. Moreover, Kodo even saw the Bell of Hell King. This treasure's suppression of the Netherworld's creatures was unimaginable. Wasn't this treasure supposed to be in the underworld? How did it end up in Lin Feng's hands? On this point, Kodo was really puzzled. When Kodo saw the powerful treasures Lin Feng took out, he knew that his plan to kill Lin Feng directly was probably futile. Kodo's wrist suddenly shook, and spear shadows appeared one after another. The densely packed spear shadows contained extremely terrifying power. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision rang out. Kodo relied on his battle spear to block the attacks of Lin Feng's powerful treasures. At this time, the 8 evil spirits' treasures flew over. The 8 treasures all attacked Kodo. Kodo's reaction was extremely fast. He directly teleported and dodged the attacks of the 8 treasures. This Kodo has mastered the Tao of space. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. There were tens of thousands of Tao of space, but the most powerful Tao of space was naturally the inheritance of the 9 ancient gods of space. The 9 ancient gods of space originated from the same lineage. Although their understanding of space might be different, the aura of their inheritance was rather similar. Therefore, Lin Feng could tell that Kodo didn't cultivate the inheritance of the 9th ancient god of space. Instead, he cultivated another Tao of space. Lin Feng directly activated the inheritance of the 1st ancient god of space. He sealed the surrounding space to prevent Kodo from using spatial teleportation again. Lowly ant, don't worry. This young master won't use spatial teleportation again. Next, this young master will let you have a taste of this young master's ultimate move. Kodo's face revealed a chilling killing intent. This guy seemed to be extremely confident in his ultimate move. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He activated his ruler's armor. With the ruler's armor protecting his body, Lin Feng could finally relax a little. Chaotic. World. Destroying. Immortal. Spear. Art. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Kodo practically enunciated the name of this divine ability. Powerful magic energy was constantly circulating within his body. Every time the magic energy in his body circulated and circulated, it would erupt with unimaginable power. Kodo's divine ability was absolutely terrifying. Lin Feng also began to activate his magic treasures with all his might. The 8 evil spirits also activated their magic treasures. Both sides had the intention to fight to the death. Whoosh, endless spear shadows condensed into form. Every single spear image actually manifested a Saint Emperor. Emperor of Spear Shadows. Emperor of Spear Shadows. Emperor of Spear Shadows. The holy emperors that manifested from the spear shadows let out deep voices. They were like immortal gods. They were so powerful, so terrifying, and so shocking. The Emperor of Spear Shadows completely merged into the spear shadows. Lin Feng could sense how powerful and terrifying those spear shadows were. Those spear shadows could give birth to spirituality. And the spirituality they gave birth to was as powerful as the Holy Emperor of Spear Shadows. This was enough to show how terrifying the power of those spear shadows was. Clang clang clang, when those spear shadows swept over, they directly collided with Lin Feng and the 8 evil spirits' magic treasures. Earth-shaking sounds of collisions could not help but be heard, and even the void was shattered. Lin Feng and the others' magic treasures were about to be sent flying. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression could not help but change. Kodo's ultimate move was truly terrifying. He reckoned that they would not be able to hold on for long. Once the densely packed spear shadows broke through their defense line. At that time, it would be extremely dangerous. Attack his soul. The demon lord shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Although Kodo was powerful, his soul was his weakness. To deal with an enemy, one had to attack their weakness. How did the weak win against the strong win? Actually, most of the time, the weak won against the strong because they found the other party's weakness. Then, he chased after the opponent's weakness and attacked relentlessly. In the end, he defeated the opponent. Follow me and use soul divine abilities. We will attack Kodo's soul together. Lin Feng used a secret voice transmission technique to transmit his order to the 8 evil spirits. He did this because he was worried that Kodo would hear him. If that guy heard him, he would be on guard. At that time, it would not be easy to catch him off guard and injure his soul. Lin Feng used Lu Yue's stargazing chart. A powerful soul power surged out and instantly entered Kodo's mind. After entering Kodo's mind, the powerful soul power condensed into Lu Yue's stargazing chart. At the same time, the soul power of the 8 great resentment evil spirits condensed into ghost faces. Lu Yue's stargazing chart and the ghost faces quickly flew into the depths of Kodo's mind. Soon, they found Kodo's soul. Kodo's soul laughed coldly. What a joke. My soul might not be in its best condition, but it's not a problem to deal with ants like you. As soon as he finished speaking, Kodo's soul turned into a black bell. It was unknown what divine ability this was. The black bell formed by his soul slammed into the crowd's soul attacks. The ghost faces condensed from the 8 evil spirits' soul power rushed before Lin Feng's Lu Yue's stargazing chart and collided with Kodo's soul power. The ghost faces were all shattered, but they still managed to slightly block the attack of the black bell. This bought Lin Feng precious time. Lin Feng's Lu Yue's stargazing chart quickly flew over. It then slashed at the black bell. Kodo's black bell was split in half by Lin Feng's Lu Yue's stargazing chart. Chapter 4195. After Kodo's soul bell was split in half, a blood-curdling scream could be heard. His spiritual origin was severely damaged. The injury was extremely serious. Kodo's hatred was overwhelming. Such a powerful existence like him had his soul injured by Lin Feng. Apart from the immense pain in his soul, there was also a huge mental injury. This was immeasurable. Lin Feng wanted to destroy Kodo's soul in one fell swoop. However, at this moment, strange energy waves erupted from Kodo's soul. The strange energy waves swept across the Luya star chart formed by Lin Feng's soul power. Instantly, the Luya star chart formed by Lin Feng's soul was shattered by the powerful energy waves. Lin Feng's soul power quickly withdrew from Kodo's mind. This guy clearly had some other tricks up his sleeve. Now was not the time to take the risk. Moreover, Kodo's soul was severely damaged and his cultivation base was severely damaged. There was no need for him to continue the soul battle with Kodo. The soul battle was too dangerous. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Feng didn't want to engage in soul battles with other people. After the soul power returned to his mind, Lin Feng led the 8 evil spirits of resentment to continue their attack on Kodo. All kinds of powerful magic treasures bombarded Kodo. Kodo's combat strength was declining rapidly. Therefore, he faced the attacks of Lin Feng and the 8 evil spirits of resentment. He was clearly unable to hold on any longer. Therefore, Kodo wanted to break out of the encirclement. After all, Kodo was an independent immortal. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, it would be extremely difficult to keep Kodo here. Kodo tore an opening and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, the green mountain sword flew out and chopped off one of Kodo's arms. It was different from the 8 evil spirits. Kodo was made of flesh and blood. One of his arms was chopped off. To Kodo, this was a huge blow. Blood immediately gushed out from the severed arm. Kodo let out a miserable shriek. Kodo didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled. His venomous roar came from afar. "Brat! I won't rest until you die. Just you wait, I won't let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, Kodo had already fled through the void. If a loose immortal wanted to escape, the loose immortal realm expert would definitely be able to escape. This made Lin Feng feel quite helpless. However, Lin Feng was already quite satisfied that he was able to severely injure Kodo this time. Kodo's divine soul was injured. Once the divine soul was injured, it would be very troublesome to recover. In addition, one of Kodo's arms was chopped off. Lin Feng felt that Kodo wasn't much of a threat anymore. Following which, Lin Feng and the 8 evil spirits also left this place. They returned to Longmen City. Seeing Lin Feng bring the 8 evil spirits back, everyone felt incredulous. Everyone asked about what happened in Gazing Dragon Mountain Range. Lin Feng gave a general explanation of what happened. Although Lin Feng described it simply, everyone knew that there were many dangers involved. If they were slightly careless, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. But fortunately, Lin Feng managed to severely injure Kodo in the end. Lin Feng ordered his subordinates to search for Kodo's traces. Wang Zhongshan hurriedly went to instruct this matter. After resting for a day, Lin Feng went to Nanzhong Town. He planned to visit Ying Xiaoshen, and the others. Nanzhong Town was very lively. The Nan family was still one of the top forces in Nanzhong Town. When Lin Feng arrived at Nanzhong Town, he saw that it was very lively. After asking around, he found out that Nanzhong Town's Nan family's second miss, Nan Man was getting married. The person she was marrying was a young master from an aristocratic family in Southwind City. At that time, South J10 wanted to betroth Nan Man to him. Nan Man didn't like him, so Nan Man didn't agree. Later, after Nan Man found out how powerful Lin Feng was, she became absent-minded. She regretted it to death. She even wanted to continue her relationship with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't like Nan Man at all. Even if Nan Man agreed to marry him, Lin Feng would have rejected her. This woman wanted to marry into a rich family. Knowing that she missed that opportunity, she naturally regretted it. 100 years passed in a blink of an eye. Nan Man was also getting married. Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of Nan Man but his impression of Nan Man sister, Sunny Nam, was quite good. Not good, not good, the bride ran away from the marriage. Soon, the news came out that the bride ran away from the marriage. Nanzhong Town wasn't particularly big. How could this matter be hidden? So it quickly spread. It was said that the bride left a note, threatening that she would either marry a strange man like Lin Feng or not marry for the rest of her life. So on the day of her wedding, she directly ran away from the marriage. This marriage was arranged by her father, South J10. After Nan Man ran away from the marriage, South J10 was almost angered to death. The Nan family was also a reputable figure. The bride ran away from the marriage on the day of her wedding. Wasn't this slapping their face? So the man left directly. Everyone knew that the man's family would never let it go. Because Nan Man ran away from the marriage, their marriage didn't happen. Instead, they became enemies. People didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but they also sighed. This matter naturally became a joke. But for the Nan family, this was a big matter. Even if the man's family wasn't particularly powerful, they still came from an aristocratic family in the ancient city. They weren't people that the Nan family could provoke. When Lin Feng heard the news that Nan Man ran away from the marriage, he just shook his head slightly. He didn't care much about Nan Man's matter. Lin Feng went to the mansion where Ying and Xiaoshen lived. It was very lively here. People were coming and going. Moreover, it was obvious that the mansion had been expanded. There were also guards outside. When Lin Feng arrived, he just happened to see a dozen cultivators riding strange beasts from afar. The leader was a handsome young man. These people were about to enter the mansion. The young man hurriedly glanced and saw Lin Feng not far away. His pupils suddenly shrank. Big brother Lin. Is that you? Big brother Lin. When he saw Lin Feng, the handsome young man ran over. Are you Xiaoshen? Lin Feng looked at the handsome young man in front of him in surprise. When Lin Feng left the exile world, Xiaoshen was only 15 years old. At that time, Xiaoshen still looked very young. Now, he had become a handsome young man. His appearance had changed greatly, and his temperament had also changed greatly. If it weren't for some similarities, Lin Feng wouldn't have dared to believe that the sallow and skinny little boy had become such a tall and handsome young man. Chapter 4196. Seeing that Lin Feng had recognized him, Xiaoshen looked extremely happy. After all, Nanzhong town was only a small place, and the news was relatively isolated. Therefore, Xiaoshen did not know that Lin Feng had returned. Now that he saw Lin Feng, he was extremely happy. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. You have become a real man." When Lin Feng left back then, he left Ying and Xiaoshen with cultivation manuals and various cultivation resources. Therefore, it was very normal for them to be able to become cultivators. Xiaoshen's cultivation was not particularly strong. He was only at the virtual god realm. However, it was already quite good. After all, he had started cultivating too late. He had already missed the best time to lay the foundation. Big brother Lin, my sister has been missing you all these years. After seeing you, my sister will be very happy, Xiaoshen said. Take me to see your sister, Lin Feng said. Big brother Lin, follow me, Xiaoshen said excitedly. Those guards and Xiaoshen's group of followers could not help but feel a little apprehensive when they looked at Lin Feng. This was because they found that Lin Feng looked somewhat similar to Immortal Savior, who was enshrined in the Divine Temple. Not long after, Lin Feng saw Ying. The pure and charming girl in the past had now become a peerless beauty. Ying had a graceful and enchanting body and an exquisite and beautiful face. Even when compared to those heavenly goddesses and peerless fairies, Ying-er's appearance was not inferior in the slightest. Furthermore, Ying-er had an especially pure temperament. It was exactly the same as the pure temperament she had when she was a young girl. She was really beautiful. Lin Feng, who was used to seeing all kinds of beauties, could not help but feel amazed when he saw Ying-er, who had completely grown up. Such a beautiful woman was simply a goddess in the hearts of countless people. When Ying saw Lin Feng, she showed an extremely excited expression, and then directly ran towards Lin Feng. Then she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Big brother Lin. I thought I would never see you again. It's great to be able to see big brother Lin. Ying began to cry as she spoke. Xiaoshen quietly left the courtyard, leaving some privacy for Lin Feng and his sister. Xiaoshen wanted Lin Feng to be his brother-in-law. His sister was so beautiful. In Xiaoshen's opinion, only Lin Feng was qualified to be his sister's man. When Lin Feng saw the weeping beauty Ying, he patted Ying's head and said, "Little girl, don't cry. Didn't I come back to see you?" Ying tightly hugged Lin Feng. She had no intention of leaving, and then she said with a red face, "I'm not a little girl anymore." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. She was indeed not a little girl anymore. She had become a peerless beauty. With a beauty in his arms, Lin Feng did not have any romantic feelings in his heart, nor did he have any shameless thoughts. Now, he only felt warmth. When the villagers found out that Lin Feng had returned, they were all extremely happy. In the evening, the old man organized a banquet for Lin Feng to welcome him back. Lin Feng saw many familiar faces. If they were still ordinary people, many of them would have died after 100 years. But Lin Feng had changed their lives. He had made them cultivators, even though many of them weren't very strong. Although their cultivation was not very high, it was enough to extend their lifespans for many years. They were still as simple and honest as before. It was rare for Lin Feng to be able to let go of everything and enjoy this tranquil time. He was so drunk that he couldn't even remember how he got back. He only remembered that there seemed to be someone taking care of him at night. When he woke up the next day, Lin Feng still felt a little dizzy. This was caused by drinking too much. Even Lin Feng, who was known to not get drunk after 1,000 cups, could not resist a group of people who kept pouring wine on him. Creak, the door opened, and Ying came in with a basin. For an expert like Lin Feng, his body was flawless. Even without washing, he was still incomparably clean. Cultivators were often like this. They were different from ordinary people. Ordinary people had too many impurities on their bodies. Even after washing, they would not necessarily be clean, and there would even be a strange smell. Cultivators' bodies were clean, and even emitted a faint fragrance. This was Ying Er's good intentions. Lin Feng naturally would not refuse. Under Ying Er's care, Lin Feng washed up. Then, Ying helped Lin Feng tidy up his clothes. This was truly an emperor-level enjoyment. Their eyes met, and Ying Er's face turned pink. She was really too mesmerizing. After eating breakfast, Lin Feng planned to go to the Nan family to take a look. Back then, he had a good time with South J10, and he also had a good time with Sunny Nam. Lin Feng naturally did not forget Sunny Nam, this beautiful and kind woman. Sunny Nam was a disciple of the Black Rock sect. Because of her ordinary talent, her position in the Black Rock sect was not high. However, because of her relationship with Lin Feng, Sunny Nam received a lot of resources. These years, she had been cultivating diligently, and her cultivation had improved quite well. Lin Feng came to the Nan family in a very low-key manner. Then, he got someone to report that he wanted to see Sunny Nam. The other party saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura, so he went to pass on the message. Not long after, Sunny Nam came out. Sunny Nam was wearing a blue corset dress. This dress perfectly showed off Sunny Nam's slim waist. Coupled with her tall figure and exquisite face, Sunny Nam was also a goddess-level beauty. In the Black Rock sect, although Sunny Nam's talent was not particularly strong, she was the #1 beauty. Who knew how many male disciples stared at Sunny Nam, wanting to marry Sunny Nam as their wife? Some of the elders, great elders, and other important people's descendants. Even the descendants of some important people from other forces admired Sunny Nam. Then, they tried to use their connections to make this marriage happen, but Sunny Nam never agreed. Her father, South J10, had been moved many times, but Sunny Nam did not agree, so he could not do anything. After all, Sunny Nam and Nan Manor were still different. Sunny Nam's cultivation was good, while Nan Manor was just a rich family's young miss. Their status could not be mentioned in the same breath. South J10 also asked Sunny Nam many times why there were so many outstanding disciples pursuing her. She used the reason that she did not want to talk about love for the time being, and only wanted to cultivate well. In fact, only Sunny Nam herself knew that the real reason was that Lin Feng had been deeply imprinted in her heart. In her heart. She could no longer accommodate another man. But these words, Sunny Nam did not dare to say it, because she knew that the gap between her and Lin Feng was too big. There was no possibility between her and Lin Feng. Being able to miss Lin Feng in her heart, Sunny Nam was already very satisfied. Chapter 4197. Being able to see Lin Feng again made Sunny Nam's heart flutter. It's been so many years, but you're still as graceful as ever, Lin Feng said to Sunny Nam with a smile. Sunny Nam blushed slightly and said, "Thank you for your compliment, young master. Please invite him in, young master." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the Nan family's residence with Sunny Nam. When South J10 heard that Lin Feng had arrived, he excitedly came to greet Lin Feng. "Lin Gongzi, you came to my humble abode personally. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." South J10 spoke very cautiously. He was no longer the same Nan Zitian that he knew in the past. Back then, he was still a promising young man in South J10's eyes. This was also the reason why South J10 wanted to betroth Nan Man to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng had become the ruler of the Dragon Gate region. With such an identity, South J10 had to look up to him. "Uncle Nan, you're welcome," Lin Feng said with a smile. Both sides simply chatted for a while. Although Nan Zitian had a cautious appearance, he was still a shrewd old man after all. He noticed something. His daughter, Sunny Nam, looked at Lin Feng with a strange gaze. It seemed to be filled with affection. So many outstanding disciples were pursuing his daughter, but she kept rejecting them. Could it be because of Lin Gongzi? Thinking of this, South J10 was overjoyed. South J10 did not stay for long and quickly left. Lin Feng and Sunny Nam were left alone. Have you been happy in the Blackstone Gate all these years? Lin Feng asked. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, young master. Does young master intend to stay here for a long time? Or will you only stay for a short while before leaving? Sunny Nam asked. She really hoped that Lin Feng could stay in the banished world for a long time, even if she and Lin Feng were just ordinary friends. However, as long as she could see Lin Feng often, she would be very happy. Lin Feng said, I came here because I was passing by the Great Exiled World and wanted to see some old friends of the Great Exiled World. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Sunny Nam suddenly felt a little disappointed. However, she had already expected this outcome. A man like Lin Feng was too dazzling. He was destined to go to a stronger world to temper himself. The future. Perhaps he would rule the heavens. But she didn't know what kind of woman would be able to stand by his side at that time. Envied by countless women? At this moment, a loud noise came from outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly and ask, what's going on outside? Sunny Nam's expression was slightly ugly as she said, it's very likely that it's the Liu family. Mana ran away on her wedding day, and our two families became enemies. It's normal for them to come looking for trouble. Please forgive us for disturbing young master. Lin Feng said, they didn't disturb me. Is this Liu family the one that relied on the Blackstone sect? The Blackstone sect was one of the first forces to rely on Lin Feng. Some of the subordinate forces of the Blackstone sect had also joined Lin Feng. Lin Feng remembered that there was a Liu family that had met him under the lead of the Blackstone sect's great elder. Yes, it's the Liu family. Originally, the marriage between our two families was because of our Nan family. After all, the difference in strength between our two families was so big. Anyone would think that our Nan family was lucky. Our Nan family also thought so, but who would have thought? Sunny Nam said with a bitter smile. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Feng knew what Sunny Nam wanted to say. Now that the Nan family had completely fallen out with the Liu family, a big family like the Liu family would naturally not let this matter rest. Of course, the Liu family wouldn't go so far as to destroy the Nan family because of this matter. However, they would probably extort a lot of benefits from the Nan family and make them apologize. Only then would this matter be settled. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel vexed and sullen. Lin Feng could understand the Liu family's reaction. The bride ran away on her wedding day. It would be incomprehensible if the Liu family did nothing. Lin Feng said, go and call the Liu family over. Okay, I'll go now. Sunny Nam's eyes lit up. If Lin Feng helped the Nan family, this grudge would naturally be resolved. Outer court. Over 100 cultivators from the Liu family arrived. Each of them looked fierce. The leader was the Liu family's third elder. His name was Liu Heng, and he was currently a boundary emperor. There was also a very handsome young master. This young master was called Liu Zijie. This guy was the unlucky one. After Nan Mana ran away from the wedding, Liu Zijie became the laughingstock of countless people. Liu Zijie even had thoughts of dying. Son-in-law, why did you bring so many people with you here? Let's talk things over. South J10 said with a bitter smile. Don't call me son-in-law. I really can't accept it. Liu Zijie said with a dark face. Liu Heng said in a deep voice, South J10, since this matter has already happened, let's find a way to resolve it. South J10 nodded and said, okay, how about we go to the living room to talk? Liu Heng said, let's talk about this matter here. We don't dare to go to the living room of your residence. Hearing Liu Heng's words that were obviously filled with resentment, South J10 continued to smile bitterly. Liu Heng said, our Liu family is also a reputable family. There has never been a case where the bride ran away on the wedding day. The patriarch and several old ancestors were furious. However, seeing that your Nan family is also a family under the Black Rock sect, we won't make things too difficult for your Nan family. We only have a few requests. South J10, listen carefully. Yes, 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 I'm listening. South J10 quickly nodded and said. South J10 was in the wrong, but he couldn't refute Liu Heng's words. First, Zijie has already written the letter of divorce. With this marriage change, Zijie will divorce Nan Manor. Hearing this, South J10's face changed greatly. A woman's reputation was too important. If Nan Manor was divorced, it would be the biggest stain in her life. How could she raise her head in the future? South J10 said, Elder Liu. The marriage hasn't even been completed yet. How can you divorce her? On this point, I hope that the lords of your residence can discuss it properly. Liu Heng's face darkened. He said coldly, What? Are you afraid of tarnishing Nan Manor's reputation? If our family doesn't do this, then Zijie's reputation will be ruined. Although Zijie isn't a top genius, he is still a direct descendant of our Liu family. He can't be compared to a mere Nan Manor. There is no room for discussion about Zijie divorcing his wife. If you insist on opposing, don't blame our Liu family for being ruthless. At this point, Liu Heng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Chapter 4198. South J10 had no other choice. He was at a loss for words. At this moment, Sunny Nam walked out from the inner court and said, Elder Liu, manners matter. Our Nan clan has indeed let your Liu clan down. Let's sit down and discuss how to resolve this matter. Elder Liu and everyone else, please don't make a ruckus here. There's a big shot inside. Disturbing that big shot won't do anyone any good. Liu Heng frowned slightly when he saw Sunny Nam. Sunny Nam was a disciple of the Blackstone sect. Therefore, Liu Heng attached great importance to Sunny Nam. Liu Heng naturally attached great importance to the big shot Sunny Nam mentioned. Liu Heng asked, A big shot is visiting the Nan clan? Could it be a big shot from the Blackstone sect? Of course not. Sunny Nam shook her head. Hearing that it wasn't a big shot from the Blackstone sect, Liu Heng couldn't help but look down on the big shot that Sunny Nam mentioned. Liu Heng felt that this big shot might be a fictional character created by Sunny Nam. Her goal was to gain more bargaining chips during the negotiation. Who is this big shot? Liu Heng asked. It's Lin Gongzi. Sunny Nam said. Lin Gongzi? Which Lin Gongzi? Why haven't I heard of any big clan with the surname Lin? Liu Heng sneered. At this moment, Liu Zijie's expression changed slightly. Liu Zijie was different from Liu Heng. Liu Heng usually dealt with the clan's affairs and didn't know much about the rumors, but Liu Zijie knew more about them. Previously, when Liu Zijie was gathering with other geniuses, he had heard that Sunny Nam and Lin Feng seemed to have an ambiguous relationship. Of course, they didn't dare to talk about it openly. They could only talk about it in private. Because Lin Feng was the Dragon Gate domain's lord. If news of them casually discussing Lin Feng's private life spread to the law enforcement hall of the Dragon Gate region, even if they were the direct descendants of the various major forces, they would be skinned alive. The law enforcement hall was controlled by Chu Tianba. Who was Chu Tianba? He was known as the Devil Incarnate, and he was also Lin Feng's disciple. As long as he heard something unfavorable about Lin Feng, this guy was capable of doing anything. As for Liu Zijie, he had already heard that Lin Feng had returned to the banished world. Now, Sunny Nam had said that a big shot was visiting the Nan family. Liu Zijie thought of some ambiguous rumors between Lin Feng and Sunny Nam. Liu Zijie suddenly had an intuition. Could the big shot that Sunny Nam was talking about be the lord of the Dragon Gate region? Lin Feng? Not to mention that the Liu family was nothing in front of Lin Feng. Even the Black Rock sect was a force that depended on Lin Feng. Therefore, Liu Zijie hurriedly told Liu Heng about his speculation. When Liu Heng heard it, he trembled in fear. Originally, he had looked at Sunny Nam with contempt. Now, he had an apologetic smile on his face as he asked, Fairy Ching may I ask if the person inside is that young master? Liu Heng did not dare to mention Lin Feng's name. He was afraid that he would break a taboo. Sunny Nam nodded. Liu Heng was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. When Liu Zijie had told him that Lin Feng might have some ambiguous relationship with Sunny Nam, Liu Heng did not believe it at first. Now, however, he was certain of it. Lin Feng would not vent his anger on the Liu family because of today's matter, right? Liu Heng was extremely worried. Liu Zijie and the other members of the Liu family were also extremely worried. At that moment, Sunny Nam said, Lin Gongzi wants to meet you. I'll have to trouble Elder Liu and Zijie to come together. Yes, yes, yes. Liu Heng and Liu Zijie hurriedly replied. South J10 was overjoyed. It seemed that Lin Feng was prepared to intervene in this matter. If Lin Feng intervened, this matter would be easily resolved. On the way, Liu Zijie quickly walked to Sunny Nam's side and pleaded softly, Sister Ching if we've disturbed young master, please put in a good word for our Liu family. Our grudges can be written off. Liu Heng hurriedly nodded as well. You don't have to worry. Young master is not someone who can't differentiate right from wrong, Sunny Nam said. She sighed inwardly. Lin Feng's deterrence was too great. He had yet to show his face, but Liu Heng and the others were already so frightened. Perhaps, only someone as powerful as Lin Feng could do something like this. Soon, the group arrived at the guest hall. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Liu Heng and Liu Zijie hurriedly walked over and bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, Dispense with the formalities. I didn't call you here to intervene in the matter between you and the Nan family. This matter is indeed the Nan family's fault, and I can understand. As for the matter of the divorce, we should discuss it again. After all, this is too damaging to a woman's reputation. Lin Feng spoke up for Nan Man not because he wanted to help Nan Man Lin Feng had always had a good impression of Sunny Nam. This time, he intervened because of Sunny Nam. Yes, yes, yes. We didn't consider this matter thoroughly. Liu Heng hurriedly said. This matter has damaged the Liu family's reputation. The Nan family should take the initiative to apologize to the Liu family. Patriarch Nan, what do you think about this matter? Lin Feng looked at South J10. Our Nan family has let the Liu family down. We will definitely apologize to the Liu family solemnly and try our best to restore the Liu family's reputation. South J10 promised. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Liu Zijie. He said, Zijie, as a man, I understand the anger and grievance in your heart. However, a man doesn't have to worry about not having a wife. She's just a woman, and her life is long. Don't be depressed because of a woman. How about this? I'll reward you with an Imperial Lord-level cultivator's origin and the Imperial Lord-level cultivator's legacy as compensation. Liu Heng and Liu Zijie exclaimed when they heard Lin Feng's words. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An Imperial Lord-level cultivator's origin and legacy? Liu Zijie didn't even dare to imagine such an opportunity. Liu Heng was the first to react. He said, Hurry up and thank the young master. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Liu Zijie hurriedly thanked him. What was a woman? Not to mention a woman who didn't love him. In Liu Zijie's view, Nan Manor simply couldn't compare to an Imperial Lord-level cultivator's origin and legacy. Now, Liu Zijie even rejoiced that Nan Manor had run away from the marriage. If Nan Manor didn't run away, how could he have received these rewards? Lin Feng flicked his finger. A mass of Imperial Lord-level cultivator's origin and a large amount of information poured into Liu Zijie's dantian and mind. Lin Feng then waved them away. As for other matters, he would let the Liu family and the Nan family settle it themselves. Lin Feng also didn't want to interfere. Originally, Lin Feng planned to leave the Nan family. However, Sunny Nam warmly invited him. Lin Feng decided to stay the night in the Nan family. At night, Sunny Nam played the zither for Lin Feng. The sound of the zither was graceful and moving. Sunny Nam was even more beautiful. Under the moonlight, she looked like a peerless fairy. Her beauty was suffocating. Chapter 4199. Under the night sky, he listened to the zither music. Tasting the tea and admiring the peerless beauty before him was truly a great enjoyment. This rare moment of tranquility was the best opportunity for him to relax. The song ended. Sunny Nam personally came over to pour Lin Feng a cup of tea. A few days ago, I heard some people in the sect talking about the 5 signs of heavenly decay, the doomsday battle, and the end of the epoch. Are these things true? Sunny Nam asked Lin Feng. Ordinary people, including ordinary cultivators, were unaware of these things. Only some of the major factions and powerful cultivators knew about these things. Even among those major factions, only a portion of them knew about these things. This was because there was no benefit to spreading such news. If such news were to spread, what would happen? How many cultivators would be able to calm down and cultivate? Therefore, the news was not particularly widespread. However, Sunny Nam had heard about it. Lin Feng said, "It's all true, huh? It's all true? I thought those people were just joking." Sunny Nam's pretty face turned somewhat pale. The 5 signs of heavenly decay, the doomsday battle, and the end of the epoch, these topics were too terrifying and too heavy. Anyone who talked about such topics would feel stifled. Now, Lin Feng had confirmed that these things were true. Didn't that mean countless living beings would die soon? Including the people around her. When will that day come? Sunny Nam asked. Lin Feng said, "It's hard to say. I don't know exactly when it will come. Perhaps it will come at any time or 1,000 years later. If that's the case, won't countless people die?" Sunny Nam asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that this topic was a little too heavy. Lin Feng was worried that Sunny Nam would find it difficult to accept such a heavy topic, so he continued, "However, even if the end of the world comes, there are still many hopes, so there's no need to worry too much." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Sunny Nam bit her lips. Her eyes flickered as if she was thinking about something. In the end, she seemed to have made up her mind. Sunny Nam raised her head and looked straight into Lin Feng's eyes. "The chances of living to the next epoch are too small. I understand this. Life is bitter and short, and I don't want to leave behind any regrets. I don't wish to be constantly in your heart. I only wish to have a relationship with you." This, Lin Feng looked at Sunny Nam in shock. Lin Feng had known for a long time that Nanqing'er liked him. Who would have thought that after so many years, Nanqing'er was still like this? "Please accept Qing'er, young master," Nanqing'er said with a rosy face. The night sky. The silver moon hung in the sky like a plate. The stars were as dense as the Milky Way. Under such a beautiful moonlight, many beautiful things happened. However, the border of the Longmen territory was not peaceful. The Longmen territory was adjacent to the West Sea, the vast Heaven territory, the Celestial Slaying territory, and the Southern Wilderness territory. These 3 territories all had sub-immortal powerhouses overseeing them. The number of Emperor-level powerhouses also exceeded that of the Longmen territory. Therefore, the ambitions of the 3 territories had been expanding over the years. They had been in constant conflict with the Longmen territory, but they had been holding back. Now, the 3 territories could no longer hold back. The army swept through the sky and drove straight in. They were unrestrained in the Longmen territory. The Longmen territory's border guards went to stop them. Millions of people were slaughtered. It's time for the Longmen territory to change hands. The commanders of the 3 territories were emperor-level powerhouses overseeing them. Their voices were extremely cold. The 3 territories attacked the Longmen territory at the same time. They must have discussed this beforehand. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the world of cultivators. A few major forces worked together to eliminate a force and then divided it. The world of cultivators was very cruel. The law of survival of the fittest was vividly demonstrated here. The weak were destined to be bullied. The 3 armies charged into the Longmen territory. Blood flowed like rivers in the Longmen territory. The next day, Lin Feng woke up and looked at the lazy Sunny Nam in his arms. He did not disturb Sunny Nam and got up to put on his clothes. Then, he walked out of the room. Swoosh, at this moment, a red-crowned crane tore through the void and flew over. The red-crowned crane turned into a white-robed cultivator. This person was called Lord Spirit Crane. He was the patriarch of the Spirit Crane clan. The Spirit Crane clan was also one of the forces that sided with Lin Feng. "Young master, something big has happened." Lord Spirit Crane landed and bowed to Lin Feng before saying anxiously, "What happened?" Lin Feng asked. Celestial Slaying, and Southern Wilderness attacked our Longmen territory at the same time last night. Overnight, the armies of the three territories destroyed 18 ancient cities. Billions of people were slaughtered. Lord Spirit Crane said with a grim expression. What? Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. These three major forces. How ruthless. They had slaughtered so many innocent people. How hateful. Give me a moment. I'll go back with you soon, Lin Feng said. Yes, young master. Lord Spirit Crane quickly replied. Sunny Nam had already heard the commotion outside. When Lin Feng came in, she had already packed everything. I have urgent matters to attend to in Longmen City. I'll return to Longmen City first. Help me send a message to Ying and Xiao Shen. Tell them that I'm going back. You should also take care of your clan's matters. When the time comes, you can come to Longmen City to look for me. Lin Feng looked at Sunny Nam and said. Sunny Nam was overjoyed. It seemed that Lin Feng intended to keep her by his side. Even if she could be Lin Feng's personal maid, Sunny Nam was already very happy. I understand. Sunny Nam replied. Said Lin Feng while nodding. Immediately after, he quickly left. He returned to Longmen City with Lord Spirit Crane. Now, the higher-ups of Longmen region had gathered and were waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. How's the situation? Lin Feng asked after entering the meeting hall. Young master. Now, the three major armies are resting in the Wilderness Plain, Red Blood Plain, and Heavenly Wind Forests. Once they've rested, they'll definitely attack Longmen region again, Wang Tianyang said. These three major regions are really courting death. Now, we will split into three groups. I will lead one group. The first resentful ghost evil spirit, the second resentful ghost evil spirit will each lead a group of people. The third and fourth resentful ghost evil spirits, Wang Tianyang, Zhong Wei Tian, and Guo Wudao will follow me to destroy the vast Heaven region's army. The fifth and sixth resentful ghost evil spirits, Venerable Spirit Crane, Ancestor Shen Hun, and Sun Lei will follow the first resentful ghost evil spirit to destroy the immortal slaying region's army. The seventh and eighth resentful ghost evil spirits, Sichu Qi, Guo Tiantong, and Dongfang Xiu will follow the second resentful ghost evil spirit to destroy the southern wilderness region's army. Once we're done with them, we'll kill our way into the three major regions and capture their domain masters and their experts. If we can't capture them, we'll kill them all. Yes, young master. The experts shouted one after another, their killing intent soaring. They could not wait to enter the battlefield and fight to the death with the enemy. Chapter 4200. The army led by Lin Feng was like a heavenly army. Under Lin Feng's lead, they quickly flew to where the Askang territory's army was stationed. There were many experts in the three Dragon Gate territory cultivator armies. For example, the other two armies had over 1,000 sage emperors in addition to 3 sub-immortal level resentment evil spirits and 3 emperor level experts. In Lin Feng's army, there were over 1,000 sage emperors in addition to Lin Feng, 2 sub-emperor level resentment evil spirits, and 3 emperor level experts. Of course, if Lin Feng's army included the 3-headed viper, there would be 4 emperor level experts. The remaining 3 emperor level experts were stationed in Dragon Gate City. Even if the army set off, they could not leave the rearguard empty. Along the way, Lin Feng would mobilize a portion of the army whenever they passed by an ancient city. When they set off from Dragon Gate City, Lin Feng led 100,000 troops. By the time they met the Askang territory's army, Lin Feng already had 1.5 million troops under his command. At this moment, the Askang territory's army had just slaughtered hundreds of millions of people in Tianshui City. Looking at the mountain of corpses, Lin Feng was infuriated. 7 cultivators were floating above the ancient city. They were 7 emperor-level experts. At this moment, the 7 emperor-level experts were frantically absorbing the flesh, blood, and essence of the hundreds of millions of dead people as well as the soul origins that had yet to dissipate. This was a demonic cultivation technique. Killing people to cultivate. It was extremely cruel. Of course, not all demonic cultivators were evil. However, there were many who wantonly killed innocent people for the sake of cultivating demonic cultivation techniques. All of you deserve to die. Lin Feng looked at the 7 emperor-level experts gloomily. When the 7 Emperor-level experts saw the arrival of the Dragon Gate territory's reinforcements, they sneered and looked at them with disdain. The 7 Emperor-level experts did not take the reinforcements of the Dragon Gate territory seriously at all. The Dragon Gate territory. They lacked top-notch experts. In their eyes, they were like super-fat sheep. Weren't they just waiting to be slaughtered? Kid. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss over there? An Emperor Lord sneered. He didn't put a young cultivator like Lin Feng in his eyes at all. The end of the world has arrived, and there will be endless slaughter. Demonic arts can allow us to increase our cultivation in the fastest way. An ant like you will never understand this, another sovereign lord said with a cold smile. These people. Not only were his methods so cruel, but he also showed no signs of repentance. Instead, he had a smug look on his face. Lin Feng was about to explode from anger. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region looked at the mountain of corpses of their comrades. All of them were furious. Everyone felt as if their chests were about to explode. Everyone wanted to kill someone. Don't kill these 7 people. Capture them alive. I want to use their heads as a sacrifice to the innocent people who died, Lin Feng said coldly. Yes, young master. The 2 sub-immortals and 4 emperor lords replied. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand. He suddenly waved his sword and shouted, "Attack! Kill the cultivator army of the Askang region. Kill," Lin Feng ordered. The 1.5 million cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region roared and charged toward the cultivator army of the Askang region. The cultivator army of the Askang region also charged toward the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region. Ever since they entered the Dragon Gate region, the cultivator army of the Askang region was invincible. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region couldn't stop the cultivator army of the Askang region. Therefore, this was the reason why one ancient city after another was destroyed and massacred. Therefore, the cultivator army of the Askang region was full of confidence. The 2 armies clashed. In the beginning, the cultivator army of the Askang region had the upper hand in the battle. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was no match for the cultivator army of the Askang region. In terms of cultivation, the cultivator army of the 2 sides were about the same. The key was, the cultivator army of the Askang region had experienced many battles. They were not only full of confidence, they were also experienced in team battles. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was in a different situation. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region had a lot of anger and hatred. However, their combat experience couldn't be compared to the cultivator army of the Askang region. This was the main reason why the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was suppressed during the battle. But soon, the cultivator army of the Askang region became chaotic. Because their imperial lords were suppressed by the cultivators of the Dragon Gate region one after another. The imperial lords were the pinnacle of combat strength and could affect the situation of the battle. When they saw their imperial lords being suppressed one after another, they were still able to focus on the battle. No one would believe him if he said that. Those imperial lords were like the commanders of the army of the secular world. If the commanders were captured or killed by the enemy, the army would lose its backbone. The morale of the army would drop. By then, the army would be defeated instantly. Sub-immortal. Sub-immortal. It's a sub-immortal. Run. 4 of the 7 imperial lords of the Askang region were suppressed in a short time. The remaining 3 imperial lords screamed in horror. They didn't dare to stay and turned to flee. The 2 resentment evil spirits chased after them and quickly suppressed the 3 imperial lords. At this point, the 7 imperial lords of the Askang region were all suppressed. The 7 imperial lords have been suppressed. The other party has a sub-immortal expert. Run. Hurry up and run. The army of the Askang region was in a complete panic. Countless cultivators screamed in horror and wanted to escape. The cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was greatly motivated and began to chase after the fleeing army of the Askang region. A one-sided massacre broke out. After the battle, the 2 million cultivator army of the Askang region was basically wiped out. Even if there were some who escaped, there shouldn't be too many of them. After cleaning up the battlefield, the army charged toward the Askang region. The army led by the 1st and 2nd Resentment Evil Spirits also engaged the Cultivator army of the Immortal Slaying region and the Southern Wilderness region. The two armies of the Dragon Gate region each had 3 sub-immortal cultivators. The 3 sub-immortal cultivators worked together with the 3 Imperial Lords to kill the enemy's Imperial Lords as quickly as possible. The Immortal Slaying region. The Cultivator army of the Southern Wilderness region and the Southern Wilderness region scattered and fled in all directions. The 2 armies of the Dragon Gate region also engaged in a one-sided massacre. Blood flowed like a river. After annihilating the enemy's Cultivator army, under the lead of the 1st and 2nd Resentment Evil Spirits, the 2 armies of the Dragon Gate region entered the Immortal Slaying region and the Southern Wilderness region respectively. After the 3 armies of the Dragon Gate region entered the Askang region, the Immortal Slaying region, and the Southern Wilderness region, they marched straight in. Everywhere they went, there was a rain of blood and mountains of corpses. Although the Dragon Gate region's Cultivator army wouldn't kill ordinary people in a frenzy, they didn't need to be polite to the cultivators of the 3 major regions. There were good people among the cultivators who were killed, but so what? War had always been this cruel. A debt of blood had to be repaid with blood. Chapter 4201. Askang territory was now in chaos. The cultivators of Askang territory were fleeing outside. Many families were also in the process of moving. They did not dare to stay in Askang territory. Askang territory. Askang city. Everyone was panicking. This was the imperial city of Askang territory, just like Longmen city of Longmen territory. The original lord of Askang territory was called Murongzon. When Longmen territory was established, this person even went to congratulate him personally. But after the experts of Askang territory appeared, they directly took away Murongzon's power. When Murongzon ruled Askang territory, the 4 seas in Askang territory were peaceful. There were also very few large-scale internal conflicts between the major forces. So, Murongzon was still very popular. He was also supported by the major forces. But after these experts appeared, Murongzon was destined to have a tragic ending. After being removed from the position of lord, Murongzon suddenly died a month later. It was said that he died because of chi deviation during cultivation. But no one believed this nonsense. Everyone knew that Murongzon had been killed. Because there were too many people supporting Murongzon. After Murongzon was removed from the position of lord, many people were not convinced. If Murongzon died, then these voices of opposition would disappear. Thus, Murongzon suddenly died just like that. After Murongzon's death, these experts elected a new lord. The new lord was called Dongfang Fan. He was a sub-immortal expert. Many people guessed that it was Dongfang Fan who killed Murongzon. But no one dared to say anything. If these words reached Dongfang Fan's ears, who knew what terrible things would happen? After Dongfang Fan became the new lord, he began to wantonly recruit experts from the major forces. He formed a new army. If they dared to resist, they would be exterminated. And the forces that originally supported Murongzon were all destroyed. Dongfang Fan's methods were ruthless. Although he was criticized. But Dongfang Fan completely controlled the power of Askang territory in an extremely short period of time. And Dongfang Fan was an ambitious person. After he completely controlled the power of Askang territory, he began to spy on the territories of other territories. There were 2 territories bordering Askang territory. They were the Dragon Gate region and the Southern Wilderness region. Further west was the Boundless Ocean. There were also powerful sub-immortals overseeing the Southern Wilderness region. It was not easy to deal with the Southern Wilderness region. There were no sub-immortals in the Dragon Gate region. Therefore, Dongfang Fan set his sights on the Dragon Gate region. In order to deal with the Dragon Gate region, Dongfang Fan even roped in the Immortal Slaying region and the Southern Wilderness region to launch a war against the Dragon Gate region. Originally, Dongfang Fan had thought that the Dragon Gate territory would be easily conquered. But who would have thought? The Dragon Gate territory had hidden itself so deeply. Experts were everywhere. Vast Heaven territory suffered heavy losses. All kinds of battle reports came in. They were all reports of the defeat of Vast Heaven Field's cultivator army. These battle reports made the upper echelons of Vast Heaven Field restless. It wouldn't be long before the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region arrived. Naturally, they were extremely worried. Dongfang Fan had been waiting for news. Waiting for two very important news. He had already sent people to the Celestial Slaying Domain and the Southern Wilderness to ask for reinforcements. He waited for the reinforcements to arrive. The three armies joined forces. They would definitely be able to defeat the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region. "Milord, the messengers from the Celestial Slaying Domain and the Southern Wilderness region have returned." A cultivator walked into the main hall and reported. "Quick, let them in," Dongfang Fan said. The cultivator went out and brought the two messengers in. The two messengers entered the main hall and knelt on the ground. They said in unison, "Milord, the other two territories have basically been conquered by the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region. The situation is extremely dangerous. We haven't been able to see the upper echelons of the other two territories. No, that's impossible. The Dragon Gate region attacked the other three territories at the same time. They definitely don't have the strength to do so." Dongfang Fan roared in disbelief. The other upper echelons in the main hall also had extremely unpleasant expressions. If that was the case, a Skang territory, there would be no reinforcements. One of the messengers said, "I heard that True Lord Salvation has returned." "True Lord Salvation? Who's that?" Dongfang Fan asked in confusion. An emperor replied, "Milord, have you forgotten? He's the false god that was worshipped in the temples that were destroyed previously. A true god was only a god on the investiture of the gods list. Gods that were not on the investiture of the gods list were false gods. Therefore, it made sense for this person to say that Linfeng was a false god. Isn't that kid's cultivation base average?" Dongfang Fan said with a gloomy expression. "Woo, woo, woo." At this moment, the sound of a bugle horn came from outside. It was the sound of a bugle horn that signaled war. It was earth-shattering. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground shook violently. Everyone was alarmed. "Report. The Dragon Gate region's army has arrived," a cultivator came to report. "Let's go out and take a look." Dongfang Fan's expression was extremely gloomy. He led the cultivators out of the main hall and up the city tower. In the distance, a dense army was surging toward them like a tidal wave. At the front was an abyss demon that was 1,000 meters tall. He was pushing a huge dragon chariot that was attacking the city. Behind him were rows of powerful knights riding strange beasts. Behind them were the orderly infantry. In the sky, there were densely packed sky knights. The mounts of the sky knights were different. Some of them were riding giant eagles while others were riding giant dragons. Further away, a 10,000-meter-long three-headed viper was slithering. The three-headed viper's gaze was extremely ferocious. Its aura was also extremely powerful. It was actually an emperor-level three-headed viper. "Look. There's a young master sitting cross-legged on the middle head of the three-headed viper," someone said. Everyone looked over and saw an extremely handsome young master sitting on the middle head of the three-headed viper. The young master's mount was actually a powerful emperor-level demon beast. It was really shocking. It was really unbelievable. Seeing how powerful the Dragon Gate cultivator army was. In Azure Sky City, everyone was in a state of panic. "Stop!" The third resentment evil spirit shouted. The army quickly came to a halt. Now that the Dragon Gate region's cultivator army had gone through a series of battles, their combat experience had been honed to an extremely powerful level. Along the way, there were people coming to join them. Therefore, the Dragon Gate cultivator army continued to expand. The number of people had also increased to 3 million. This Dragon Gate cultivator army could be said to be strong and powerful. "Bring them up," Lin Feng said. Immediately, there were cultivators who brought up the 7 emperor-level lords whose powers were sealed. "Kneel." The cultivators who brought up the 7 emperor-level lords shouted coldly and kicked out each of them. This kick landed on the emperor-level lord in front of them. Thump, 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 thump. The 7 emperor-level lords knelt on the ground one after another. Chapter 4202. Lord, look. The 7 sovereign masters of vast heaven territory are being escorted out. One of the sovereign masters pointed at the 7 sovereign masters kneeling on the ground. Dongfang Fan also looked at the 7 sovereign masters kneeling on the ground. Their faces instantly turned gloomy. Lord, please save us. Lord, we don't want to die. The 7 sovereign masters kept begging for help. Lin Feng, don't go overboard. Why don't we both take a step back? Dongfang Fan shouted in a deep voice. Although this was the first time Dongfang Fan had met Lin Feng, he knew Lin Feng. He had seen Lin Feng's statue before. Lin Feng sneered. You want to negotiate with me now? What were you doing earlier? Vast Heaven City is going to be destroyed today. These 7 sovereign masters led an army to massacre my Longmen territory. They deserved to die. Today, I'll kill them to appease the souls of the innocent people who died. Kill, kill, kill. Loud shouts resounded through the sky. The entire place shook. The Longmen territory's cultivator army naturally supported Lin Feng's decision to kill the 7 sovereign masters. This would boost the army's morale. Executioners, where are you? Lin Feng shouted. Here. The 7 executioners stepped out, each holding a huge machete in their hands. They stood behind the 7 sovereign masters. Spare us. Spare us. We're willing to submit to you. We're willing to be your slaves. As long as you don't kill us, we're willing to do anything, the 7 sovereign masters begged. They were scared out of their wits. In this world, it was hard to find someone who was not afraid of death. That was if they could survive. Who would want to die? The 7 sovereign masters naturally did not want to die. Faced with the fate of death, the 7 sovereign masters had completely collapsed. They only wanted to live. Kill. Lin Feng ordered indifferently. No matter how they begged, he would not let them go. These people deserved to die. How could he appease the crowd if he did not kill them? After receiving Lin Feng's order, the 7 executioners swung their machetes at the sovereign lord in front of them. Puff, 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 puff. Following a series of ripping sounds, the heads of the 7 emperor lords were chopped off one after another. 7 great emperor lords. He died with his eyes wide open. You can eat now, Lin Feng said. The 3-headed viper immediately let out a series of excited cries. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all the corpses of the 7 emperors. Dead, dead, the 7 emperors are all dead. The faces of the cultivators on the city walls of Vast Heaven Domain turned as white as a sheet of paper. 7 monarch lords were killed in one go. The visual impact on them was too strong. Many people were scared out of their wits. Moreover, the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was strong and powerful. Azure Sky City had become an isolated city with no one to support it. Didn't that mean that they were dead for sure? Thus, fear and despair began to spread within the hearts of the cultivators of Sky Firmament City. The atmosphere of fear in the city became even more intense. Attack the city. Lin Feng pulled out his sword and shouted. Kill, earth-shattering battle cries rang out. The army began to attack the city. First, the abyss demons at the forefront pushed the dragon chariot to the outskirts of Azure Sky City. Bang! 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 The dragon chariot slammed into Azure Sky City. Azure Sky City was currently protected by restrictions. However, under the impact of the dragon chariot, the restrictions would be destroyed sooner or later. At the same time, the city walls of Firmament City were shaking non-stop. Use the Dragon Slayer crossbows to kill the abyss demons, Dongfang Fan ordered. Dragon Slayer crossbows. A huge crossbow that could kill a giant dragon. The crossbow bolts that were shot out were extremely powerful. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, huge crossbow bolts were shot out one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The abyss demons that were pushing the dragon chariot were pierced through by the crossbow bolts. Their mountain-like bodies collapsed with a loud bang. When the crossbow bolts pierced through their bodies, The powerful force had completely destroyed their vitality. Sky Knights, reinforce them, Lin Feng shouted. After his order was passed down, the Sky Knights quickly rushed out. The Sky Knights rode on flying mounts. They took out all kinds of powerful magic treasures to help the Abyss Demons block the crossbow bolts. Roar, roar, earth-shattering roars resounded through the clouds. Seeing their comrades killed, the surviving Abyss Demons roared so loudly that they shook the mountains and rivers. The mountains in the distance were shaking from the roars of these Abyss Demons. The Abyss Demons had gone completely mad. They increased the speed at which they were destroying the city. The Abyss Demons were weapons of war. Only their huge bodies and powerful strength could unleash the full power of the dragon chariot. More than 40 Abyss Demons had been killed. However, there were still 60 to 70 Abyss Demons alive. These Abyss Demons pushed the dragon chariot and slammed it into Azure Sky City again and again. Crack, crack. Cracks began to appear on Azure Sky City's defensive barrier. Activate the death array, Dongfang Fan shouted coldly. The death array was activated. Then, a terrifying thing happened. A large amount of death energy spread out and enveloped many Sky Knights. Those Sky Knights and their mounts who did not manage to dodge the death energy in time and were enveloped by it rapidly aged. Soon, their lifespan was completely taken away. One Sky Knight and his mounts died tragically. The power of death was still spreading outwards, shrouding those abyssal trolls in it. They were also aging. It would not be long before the Abyss Demons died as well. When they saw this, the Cultivator Army of Azure Sky City cheered. The Cultivator Army of the Dragon Gate region had ugly expressions. Ph. Lin Feng stood up and snorted coldly. He began to use the Great Death Art, one of the 3,000 Great Daos. Next, a gigantic vortex appeared in the void and began to absorb the power of death between the heavens and the earth. A large amount of death energy was devoured by the vortex. In the end, all the death energy was devoured by the vortex. The Region Lord is invincible. Long live the Region Lord! When they saw Lin Feng absorb all the death energy, the Cultivator Army of the Dragon Gate region let out an earth-shattering roar. The originally excited Cultivator Army of Sky Firmament City suddenly had an ugly expression on their faces. The Abyss Demons continued to push the dragon chariot to attack the city. The remaining Sky Knights once again rushed forward to protect those Abyss Trolls. Bang! 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 Earth-shaking collisions rang out. An hour later, crack! Crack! The defensive barrier that enveloped the entire vast Heaven City crumbled instantly. Chapter 4203. Dawn. 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 With the destruction of the Azure Sky City's restrictions, the war drums had already begun to beat. Dawn. 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 Kill. The army rushed towards Dawn. 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 Dawn, 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 dawn. The fourth vengeful evil spirit, the three-headed viper, and the other sovereign lords attacked the 5 sovereign lords of Azure Sky City. Even though Dongfang Fan was a sub-celestial, he couldn't compete with Lin Feng and the third evil spirit at the same time. Dawn. 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 Dongfang Fan's reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng's terrifying sword was about to reach him, Dongfang Fan's reaction was extremely fast. Dawn. 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 Blood immediately gushed out. If this guy's reaction had been any slower, he would have been cut in half by Lin Feng's sword just now. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that he wasn't able to kill Dongfang Fan in one strike. Fortunately, that sword strike had heavily injured Dongfang Fan. Lin Feng. You despicable and shameless villain. If you didn't have the help of this resentment evil spirit, I would be able to kill you within 10 moves. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Dongfang Fan said fiercely. Lin Feng looked at Dongfang Fan with a speechless expression. He curled his lips and said, "Idiot, why would this young master want to fight you alone? This young master likes to bully others with numbers." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Dongfang Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongfang Fan was so depressed that he wanted to die. Because he realized that Lin Feng was really a scoundrel. Provocation was completely useless against Lin Feng. Ah! At this moment, a miserable cry came from afar. The Azure Sky City Emperor who was attacked by the fourth resentment evil spirit was no match for the fourth resentment evil spirit. The fourth resentment evil spirit's sharp claws pierced through his chest. Then, the Azure Sky City Emperor's flesh and soul were all devoured by the fourth resentment evil spirit. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor was reduced to a bag of bones. After devouring the Emperor's flesh and soul, the fourth resentment evil spirit seemed to have eaten a great supplement pill. Its aura became even stronger. The fourth resentment evil spirit didn't dare to hesitate as it quickly charged towards Lin Feng. It was here to support Lin Feng. Seeing another terrifying sub-immortal level existence flying over, Dongfang Fan's face turned green. "Lin Feng, let's talk nicely. I was wrong to start the war against the Dragon Gate region. I apologize to you. I am now willing to acknowledge you as my master. Please don't kill me. As a sub-immortal, I can do many things for you." Dongfang Fan also started to beg Lin Feng for mercy. The situation in front of him was simply too dangerous. Dongfang Fan knew that the chances of him successfully breaking out of the encirclement were extremely small. Therefore, he chose to submit to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Since you have chosen to submit to me, then quickly kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. You have to promise not to kill me first. Only then will I kneel to you." Dongfang Fan wasn't stupid. He was afraid that Lin Feng would kill him if he knelt down and begged for mercy. Therefore, he made his request. Lin Feng sneered, "Looks like you don't have any sincerity at all. If that's the case, then you can only die." The fourth resentment evil spirit had already charged over. After the fourth resentment evil spirit joined the battle, Dongfang Fan's situation became even worse. Pu. 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 Lin Feng grabbed the opportunity and gave Dongfang Fan 3 consecutive slashes. Dongfang Fan was now covered in blood. The cultivator army of Vast Heaven City saw that even the sub-immortal Dongfang Fan was about to be killed by Lin Feng. The cultivator army of Vast Heaven City had no intention to continue fighting. Every one of them wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, this also sped up their destruction. While the cultivator army of Vast Heaven City was focused on escaping, the cultivator army of the Dragon Gate region was on a killing spree. In an instant, countless corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. At this moment, Dongfang Fan's injuries were getting worse and worse under the combined attacks of Lin Feng, the third and fourth resentment evil spirits. It was only a matter of time before Dongfang Fan was killed. Dongfang Fan knew that he was going to die. His eyes turned blood red. His eyes were filled with a ferocious expression. "I'll fight it out with you all, even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me," Dongfang Fan roared with hatred. He quickly charged towards Lin Feng. His body quickly expanded. Dongfang Fan wanted to self-destruct. Before he died, he wanted to drag Lin Feng down with him. "Young master, retreat." The third and fourth resentment evil spirits' expressions changed. They quickly charged towards Dongfang Fan, wanting to stop him. "Don't worry," Lin Feng said calmly. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. "Oh, the great Tao of fate. Descend with the power of fate. Let me punish this heinous demon." Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. The power of fate quickly descended. Lin Feng pointed at Dongfang Fan. A surge of power of fate quickly flew out. Thut! The surge of power of fate directly pierced through Dongfang Fan's body. Dongfang Fan's body was instantly sent flying. His swollen body quickly dried up like a rubber ball that had been rubbed until it burst. "Ah!" Dongfang Fan screamed. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this," Dongfang Fan roared furiously. Lin Feng rushed in front of Dongfang Fan. His right hand grabbed Dongfang Fan's head. Then, a powerful devouring power enveloped Dongfang Fan. Lin Feng began to forcefully plunder the subimmortal's source energy in Dongfang Fan's body. Chapter 4204. The Emperor-level source was no longer of much use to Lin Feng, but the subimmortal source was still extremely useful to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's great plundering technique was extremely domineering, constantly plundering Dongfang Fan's subimmortal source. In fact, Lin Feng could have killed Dongfang Fan and devoured his source. But Lin Feng did not do so. Directly killing Dongfang Fan and plundering his subimmortal source energy would be too easy for Dongfang Fan. Lin Feng wanted Dongfang Fan to die in agony. He wanted him to die in terror. Dongfang Fan watched as his source was snatched away bit by bit and felt his life force fading away bit by bit. To Dongfang Fan, this was definitely filled with fear. A person like Dongfang Fan did not have the right to die a quick death. No. 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 You might as well kill me. If you're a man, just kill me. Dongfang Fan could feel the subimmortal source in his body constantly flowing away, and he cried out in fear. The loss of the subimmortal source in his body made Dongfang Fan feel endless pain. But the physical pain was obviously not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was the mental torture. Dongfang Fan's heart was filled with deep fear. Now, Dongfang Fan couldn't even commit suicide. His fate was in Lin Feng's hands. Dongfang Fan could only pray that Lin Feng would give him a quick death. But this was destined to not happen. As the subimmortal source in Dongfang Fan's body was continuously devoured by Lin Feng could feel his cultivation realm increasing significantly. Other than the increase in his cultivation realm, Lin Feng felt that his soul power was also increasing greatly. This made Lin Feng very happy. In the end, Lin Feng's cultivation realm increased by one level, from the first level of the Emperor realm to the second level of the Emperor realm. Although Lin Feng's soul power had also increased by a lot, he was going to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Therefore, he still needed to settle down for a period of time. Dongfang Fan, who had lost his source energy, had lost all of his cultivation. From an incomparably powerful subimmortal expert to an ordinary mortal, this kind of blow was really too heavy. Dongfang Fan was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't accept this at all. He roared and screamed like a madman. The other four sovereign lords started to panic when they saw the situation. On the other hand, the three-headed viper, Wang Tianyang, and the others seized this rare opportunity to launch a sure-kill attack on these emperor lords. Those emperor rank experts couldn't withstand the attacks of the three-headed viper, Wang Tianyang, and the others. One by one, they spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces became as pale as paper. The four sovereign lords were no match for the three-headed viper, Wang Tianyang, and the others. The three-headed viper, Wang Tianyang, and the others' attacks became more and more ferocious. Soon, they killed their opponents. These corpses are all mine. The three heads of the three-headed viper spoke at the same time. Everyone knew that the three-headed viper was Lin Feng's mount, so they didn't fight over the corpses with the three-headed viper. They took the storage rings of the emperor lords. The three-headed viper swallowed the corpses of the dead emperor lords. And this guy's corpse. Lin Feng threw Dongfang Fan's corpse to the three-headed viper. The three-headed viper opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Dongfang Fan's corpse in one gulp. The three-headed viper had swallowed many experts' corpses during this period of time. His cultivation had risen very quickly. It probably wouldn't be long before he could break through to the subimmortal realm. If the three-headed viper could break through to the subimmortal realm, it would be of great help to Lin Feng. The subimmortal Dongfang Fan and the 5 sovereign lords had all fallen. This was a huge blow to the cultivator army of Vast Heaven City. We surrender, we surrender. We surrender. Many cultivators of Vast Heaven City shouted loudly, choosing to surrender. However, the cultivator army of Dragon Gate City didn't accept the surrender of the cultivator army of Vast Heaven City. Lin Feng didn't ask the army to stop. The cultivator army of Dragon Gate City continued their one-sided massacre. Facing the enemy, there was no need to be polite. If Lin Feng pitied these people, who would pity the billions of innocent people who had died in Dragon Gate City? Among those who had died, there were the relatives of the cultivator army of Dragon Gate City. Perhaps the Virgin Mary would pity them. But Lin Feng wouldn't. Moreover, Lin Feng had already shown extreme benevolence by not giving the order to kill those ordinary people. Why did this happen? I don't want to die. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I'll fight it out with you. All sorts of sounds rang out one after another. Countless people screamed miserably, accompanied by the screams of agony. Countless cultivators of vast Heaven City were slaughtered. In the end, the 5 million cultivator army of vast Heaven City were basically wiped out. Only a small portion of the cultivator army managed to escape. Lin Feng ordered people to clean up the battlefield. Then, he entered vast Heaven City. Countless people were kneeling on both sides of vast Heaven City. Many of them were trembling. They were afraid that Lin Feng would give the order to kill them. Lin Feng didn't care about those kneeling on the ground. He walked on the blood-stained street. The three-headed viper shrunk its body into a python that was over 10 meters long. It followed behind Lin Feng, its 3 pairs of sinister eyes scanning the surroundings. The 2 sub-immortals and 3 sovereign lords followed closely behind. Young master, we've captured a guy who was hiding in the crowd and trying to deceive us. A commander came over and reported. Just kill him, Lin Feng said. The commander said, that guy said he wants to see young master. He said he has a great opportunity for young master. Oh, a great opportunity for me? Bring him up and let me see that guy, Lin Feng said. Yes. After receiving the order, the commander quickly left. Not long after, a middle-aged cultivator was brought up. This middle-aged cultivator had a thin figure and was at Emperor Realm. He was quite strong. When he saw Lin Feng, the cultivator quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Lin Feng. You said you have a great opportunity for me? Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and asked. Yes, 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 young master. This lowly one's family is the guardian family of vast Heaven City. There's a great secret there. As long as young master doesn't kill this lowly one, young master will bring you there, the thin cultivator said. Vast Heaven City? Where is that? Lin Feng asked curiously. The thin cultivator quickly said, reporting to young master, Vast Heaven City is an independent space. It's equivalent to a secret realm. It's the sacred ground of vast Heaven City. All the powerful cultivators from before are hibernating there. Chapter 4205. Hearing the skinny cultivator's words, Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Vast Heaven territory had a long history, but now it had declined. However, this faction, their ancestors were once glorious. There might be some treasures left behind. What's your name? Lin Feng asked the skinny cultivator. Young master, my name is Liu Tianlin, the skinny cultivator quickly replied. All right. I can promise you that if you bring me to Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm, I'll spare your life, Lin Feng said. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Liu Tianlin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lin Feng said. Fellow Daoist Wang, you guys clean up the battlefield. 3-headed viper and 2 evil spirits will follow me to Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm. Yes. Everyone replied. Please follow me, young master. Liu Tianlin said as he walked towards the depths of the ancient city. Could it be that the Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm is inside? Lin Feng asked. No. The Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm is in a parallel space. We need to use a teleportation array to jump into that parallel space. Now, I'll bring you to the teleportation array, Liu Tianlin said. Lin Feng nodded and followed behind Liu Tianlin. They came to a huge mansion. According to Liu Tianlin, this was the mansion of the Liu clan. However, the clan had been passed down to his generation, and there weren't many people left. There weren't many people in this huge mansion. Lin Feng saw some servants, but they didn't dare to come out. In a courtyard deep in the mansion, there was a small teleportation array that could teleport about 10 people at the same time. Compared to the large teleportation arrays that could teleport tens of thousands of people, this one was too small. This teleportation array was the one to enter the Vast Heaven Mysterious Realm. Young master, please enter the teleportation array, Liu Tianlin said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the teleportation portal. The third evil spirit and the fourth evil spirit also entered the teleportation portal. The three-headed viper's body shrunk to a length of 3 meters and entered the teleportation array. Liu Tianlin activated the teleportation array and entered it himself. After the teleportation array was activated, a powerful spacetime force swept over. That powerful spacetime power directly teleported Lin Feng and the rest out. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in another world. This was a valley. The surroundings were filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. It was full of vitality. But soon, the white fog began to churn. It blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. At this time, Liu Tianlin quickly disappeared under the cover of the fog. Seeing Liu Tianlin disappear, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He wanted to make Liu Tianlin stay, but it was too late. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng, you are now trapped in the formation. Have you decided how you want to die? Right at this moment, a series of loud laughter could be heard. A total of 4 cultivators appeared outside the valley. Including Liu Tianlin, there were a total of 5 people. The 4 who appeared outside the valley had extraordinary cultivation bases. They were all sovereigns. Did you guys set up a trap to lure me in? Or did Liu Tianlin do it on the spur of the moment? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Liu Tianlin sneered. Of course we did it on purpose. The killing formation here is incomparably terrifying. It's more than enough to make you die a tragic death. Lin Feng, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too confident. Surprisingly, you didn't guard against me at all. You're a lucky person. If we kill you, we'll absorb your luck and then we'll have a meteoric rise. Lin Feng said indifferently. Your plan is pretty good, but with just a few small fries like you, I'm afraid you won't be able to pose any threat to me. If I want to deal with you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. One of the sovereigns sneered. Lin Feng, aren't you a little too arrogant? The killing formation here can trap even loose immortals. If they aren't careful, they will die under the formation's attack. Do you think you are more powerful than loose immortals? What a joke. Just because you have some ability, you don't know your surname. I've seen too many people like you, and people like you usually don't have a good ending. Oh, don't have a good ending? I hope you still think so later. Lin Feng said indifferently. Activate the formation, the sovereigns sneered. Then, the 3 sovereigns and Liu Tianlin activated the formation together. Waves of destructive energy waves were emitted from the array. The energy waves were extremely terrifying. To be able to release such powerful energy waves, it was unimaginable how powerful the formation was. Previously, the sovereigns had said that the formation here could trap and kill loose immortals. It wasn't completely impossible. The formation here was indeed a little too terrifying. However, Lin Feng's expression was incomparably cold. Lin Feng was an expert in deployment spells. The deployment spells here could trap independent celestial cultivators. However, it might not be effective against him. Lin Feng was still very confident about this. After the formation was activated, Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magical energy wrapped around the 2 sub-immortals and the 3-headed viper. Lin Feng led them through the formation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down. The power of each attack was unimaginable. However, those powerful attacks couldn't touch Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already seen through the formation's trajectory. Of course, he could easily dodge those attacks. How is this possible? When the 3 sovereigns and Liu Tianlin saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but become extremely ugly. They originally thought that they could rely on the formation's power to successfully kill Lin Feng and the rest. However, who would have thought that the formation couldn't cause any harm to Lin Feng and the rest? If Lin Feng and the rest rushed out of the formation, it would be troublesome. Everyone was very clear about this. Therefore, they continued to activate the formation. However, no matter how powerful the formation was, it couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng rushed out of the formation with the two sub-immortals and the three-headed viper. Hurry up and run! The three sovereigns and Liu Qianlin's faces were as pale as paper. Now that Lin Feng and the rest rushed out, the four of them felt as if the god of death was about to descend. Lin Feng said coldly, "Capture Liu Qianlin and kill the other three." Chapter 4206. Two sub-immortals and a three-headed viper were not something the three emperors and Liu Qianlin could contend against. Soon, the three emperors were killed. Liu Qianlin, on the other hand, was captured. After being captured, Liu Qianlin's face was as pale as a sheet. He originally wanted to scheme against Lin Feng. But who would have thought that his scheme would fail? Now, he was in Lin Feng's hands. He did not know how miserable his fate would be. Thinking about it, Liu Qianlin felt a chill run down his spine. "Spare me! Spare me!" Liu Qianlin directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling in fear. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of pleading. "Didn't you say that there is a great opportunity in the firmament mysterious realm? This should be the firmament mysterious realm, right? Where is the great opportunity here?" Lin Feng said indifferently. Although Liu Qianlin was scared to death, he knew that he was still useful. So, this was the condition he negotiated with Lin Feng. Liu Qianlin said, "If you promise not to kill me, I will naturally tell you." "Okay, I won't kill you. Now, bring me to that place," Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing this, Liu Qianlin was delighted and said, "Please follow me, young master." Liu Qianlin did not dare to play any tricks now, so he obediently led the way in front. Under Liu Qianlin's lead, Lin Feng and the rest came to a place deep in the firmament mysterious realm. In the depths of the firmament mysterious realm, there was a huge canyon. In the canyon, white fog lingered. "Young master, there is a soul-nurturing pool inside. Rumor has it that it is a sacred place to cultivate the soul. However, it is densely covered with restrictions and we can't pass through. Young master is proficient in formations, you can definitely enter the soul-nurturing pool to cultivate," Liu Qianlin said. "Soul-nurturing pool? There is such a place." Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Then, his heart surged with joy. Now, Lin Feng's soul level was stuck in the sub-immortal realm, unable to break through. It was too difficult for the soul to break through to the immortal realm. Therefore, Lin Feng had been waiting for the arrival of an opportunity, and in Lin Feng's opinion, this soul-cultivating pool was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Good. 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 This is indeed a great opportunity, Lin Feng smiled. "Young master, can I leave now?" Liu Qianlin said with a smile. Lin Feng waved his hand. Puff! The third evil spirit attacked with lightning speed, its sharp claws piercing through Liu Qianlin's chest. "Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Why do you still want to kill me?" Liu Qianlin looked at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. "I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but I didn't say that no one else could kill you," Lin Feng replied indifferently. "You schemed against me." Liu Qianlin looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Lin Feng said disdainfully, "Is an ant like you worthy of being schemed against by me? It's ridiculous. I spared your life the first time, but you set a trap. Now that you've ended up like this, you only have yourself to blame. I can't accept this. I don't want to die." Liu Qianlin screamed in horror. He wanted to live. He did not want to die. However, Liu Qianlin's fate had long been decided. No one could save him. Very soon, Liu Qianlin's flesh and soul were devoured by the third evil spirit. Then, Lin Feng walked in. The two evil spirits and the three-headed viper followed closely behind. The restrictions here were indeed very powerful. If a sub-immortal cultivator barged in, it was very likely that he would die. Even a rogue immortal cultivator might die here if he was not careful. Only a person like Lin Feng, who was proficient in array formations, could pass through the restrictions here carefully. As time passed, the power of the array formation here decreased day by day. But even though its power has decreased greatly, the array formation here is still so powerful. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the array formation here was at its peak. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Under his lead, the few of them quickly passed through the array formation and arrived at the depths of the canyon. He saw a pool. That pool must be the soul cultivation pool. The soul cultivation pool was oval in shape. It was about 50 meters long. It was about 70 to 80 meters long. The soul cultivation pool was not particularly big, but it was not small either. There was a special energy in the soul cultivation pool. "You guys guard here for me," Lin Feng said. "Yes, young master," the two sub-immortals and the three-headed viper replied. Lin Feng then flew to the middle of the soul cultivation pool. Then, he entered the water. He began to activate the devouring black hole. When the devouring black hole was activated, instantly, the powerful devouring power continuously absorbed the special energy in the soul cultivation pool. That special energy was quickly absorbed by Lin Feng's body. The immemorial dragon-esque elephant art broke down that special energy into pure energy that his body could absorb. As a large amount of pure energy was absorbed, Lin Feng felt that his soul power began to grow. That pure energy was indeed a great supplement to the soul. It could allow Lin Feng's soul power to quickly increase. After sensing his own situation, Lin Feng could not help but smile. As time passed, Lin Feng's soul power became stronger and stronger. Finally, Lin Feng's soul power reached the peak of the sub-immortal realm. If he broke through again, it would be the soul power of an itinerant immortal. However, Lin Feng felt that there seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking his breakthrough. Unless he could break through that barrier, his soul would be able to break through to the itinerant immortal realm. Lin Feng knew that he needed to store that special energy. Store it until it was strong enough. Only then could he try to break through. Lin Feng continued to absorb the energy accumulated in the soul cultivation pool. After the energy was absorbed by Lin Feng, it was broken down into the purest energy by the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art. The pure energy was all stored in Lin Feng's body. Until Lin Feng could no longer absorb that special energy. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Would he be able to break through the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm? Lin Feng was also a little nervous. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering sound came from Lin Feng's body as the majestic energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Finally, the energy all gathered in Lin Feng's mind. The energy was incomparably powerful as it attacked the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm again and again. After dozens of attempts, he did not succeed. However, Lin Feng did not give up. Under Lin Feng's control, the pure energy attacked the barrier of the itinerant immortal realm 136 times. Finally, catcher sounds could be heard. This was the sound of porcelain cracking. When this sound was heard, Lin Feng immediately felt that the soul power in his mind began to grow crazily. Chapter 4207. Ha 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 ha, breakthrough, finally breakthrough, my soul realm has finally broken through to the loose immortal realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. That majestic energy attacked the realm barrier again and again, finally helping Lin Feng to complete the final breakthrough. As for that energy, it was converted into pure soul energy. Lin Feng's soul power was not only increasing crazily, it was also constantly transforming. This was a transformation from a low-level soul power to a high-level soul power. Lin Feng was still cultivating. He was still waiting for his soul to complete the final transformation. Perhaps it would take some time. 6 hours later, Lin Feng's soul finally completed the transformation. His soul realm stopped at the first layer of the loose immortal realm. Although it was only the first layer of the loose immortal realm, Lin Feng was already extremely satisfied. The most difficult part of a realm breakthrough was the breakthrough of a large realm. As long as a large realm breakthrough, it was much easier to raise one's cultivation by a small level. Now Lin Feng had completed the breakthrough. Lin Feng believed that as time passed, his soul power would definitely continue to increase. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The special energy in the soul cultivating pond was completely absorbed by him. But now Lin Feng discovered that the special energy had actually appeared again, which made him extremely shocked. He had just finished absorbing it and it appeared again so quickly. Although the amount of that energy produced was very small. but it was still produced in an extremely short period of time. Lin Feng felt that things were not so simple. His gaze looked towards the bottom of the soul-cultivating pond. I wonder what's under the soul-cultivating pond? Lin Feng planned to explore the bottom of the soul-cultivating pond. He swam downwards. The soul-cultivating pond was very deep. Lin Feng dived downwards. After diving for about a kilometer, Lin Feng actually felt a powerful magnetic field, which made him extremely shocked. There wouldn't be an expert's corpse down there, right? Generally, only those extremely powerful cultivators would form a magnetic field after they died. That was why Lin Feng had such a conjecture. Of course, this was only Lin Feng's conjecture. As for the specific situation down there, he would only know when he reached the bottom. Lin Feng continued to swim downwards. After diving for another kilometer, Lin Feng finally reached the bottom of the soul-cultivating pond. This soul-cultivating pond was actually 2 kilometers deep. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was inconceivable. He searched the bottom of the soul-cultivating pond. After searching carefully, Lin Feng didn't find any expert's corpse. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes abruptly focused. He saw something. Most of that thing had sunk into the soil. Lin Feng swam towards that thing. He came to the side of the object and pulled it out of the soil. It looked very strange. Lin Feng had the impression it was a frying pan. This made him couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought that this was a supreme treasure. Who would have thought that it was just a frying pan? Wasn't this too much of a scam? However, Lin Feng soon discovered that something was wrong. This was because he felt a trace of special energy from this frying pan. This special energy was the special energy that Lin Feng had absorbed before. Could it be? This frying pan was actually the thing that produced this special energy? This conjecture shocked Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng felt that this conjecture, it was very likely to be true. This feeling was incomparably strong. Lin Feng tried to use his magic power to refine this frying pan, but he failed. Magic power couldn't refine this thing. Next, Lin Feng tried to use a drop of blood to refine it. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that this thing actually didn't absorb his blood. It was extremely strange. Extremely strange. Demon Lord, do you think this thing is a treasure? Lin Feng asked. If it was a treasure, logically speaking, even if he couldn't use magic power to refine it, he should be able to use a drop of blood to recognize it as his master, right? Even if he couldn't use a drop of blood to recognize it as his master, it should also be able to absorb that drop of blood, right? However, this thing couldn't even absorb blood. This was the main reason why Lin Feng felt that this thing was strange. The Demon Lord sat on the lonely grave in the demon bead. He raised his head and saw the frying pan in Lin Feng's hand through the distance of space. The Demon Lord frowned slightly and pondered. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, "Could it be that thing?" "What thing?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Soul Gatherer," the Demon Lord said. "Soul Gatherer? What is that?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He had heard of many treasures, but he had never heard of a treasure like the Soul Gatherer. It is said that it can gather the souls scattered between heaven and earth. If one grasps the 6 paths of reincarnation, they can even be reincarnated. The Demon Lord said, "What? There is such a thing in this world. Doesn't that mean that you have grasped the Soul Gatherer? That it can revive the dead?" Lin Feng said in shock. If that was really the case, the value of the Soul Gatherer would be unimaginable. The Demon Lord said, if the rumors are true, then it is naturally an immeasurable treasure. However, rumor has it that the Soul Gatherer is very mysterious. No one has grasped the specific method of using it. Therefore, if one doesn't grasp the method of using the Soul Gatherer, they naturally won't be able to display the powerful effects of the Soul Gatherer. The ability to bring people back from the dead will become empty talk. Lin Feng looked at the Soul Gatherer in his hand with a bewildered expression. Although Lin Feng didn't know how to activate the Soul Gatherer, since there was such a treasure in this world, then there must be a way to activate this treasure. How to activate this treasure? He needed to wait and see if he could find a way to activate the Soul Gatherer in the future. Lin Feng thought. Perhaps he needed an opportunity. One day, when he truly refined the Soul Gatherer. Or, when he could create a special method of communication with the Soul Gatherer. Only then would he be able to activate the Soul Gatherer. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stored the Soul Gatherer into the time-space. Lin Feng had plenty of time to study the Soul Gatherer. Lin Feng naturally hoped that one day in the future, he would be able to activate the Soul Gatherer. Even if the chances were small, Lin Feng wanted to try. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that for something like the Soul Gatherer, even if he could activate it, it should be quite difficult to gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators scattered between heaven and earth. Another point was that not all dead cultivators had remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. Many people died with their souls scattered. This kind of cultivator didn't have any remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the Soul Gatherer could really gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators, it couldn't gather the remnant souls of dead cultivators. This was because they didn't have any remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth. How could they use the Soul Gatherer to gather their remnant souls scattered between heaven and earth? Chapter 4208. Lin Feng flew up from the bottom of the soul-nurturing pond. Let's go. He looked at the two sub-immortals and the three-headed viper. With the Soul Gatherer tool in Lin Feng's hands, the soul-nurturing pond would soon become an ordinary pond. There was no point in staying here any longer. Lin Feng brought the two sub-immortals and the three-headed viper out of the pond. Then, they went outside. Lin Feng found the spatial node. They jumped into the spatial node and returned to Vast Heaven City. When they returned, Azure Sky City had been cleaned up. Countless corpses had been disposed of. These corpses would usually be burned together. The corpses could not be left to be preserved. Because once a large number of cultivators died. If the cultivators were not dealt with in time, there might be a terrifying epidemic. Moreover, if there were too many corpses, there might be a large number of evil spirits. Those evil spirits would definitely bring disaster to the human world. This was something that Lin Feng did not want to see. Wang Tianyang, who was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, came and said, "Young master, the treasures from the various large sects' treasure vaults have been kept in this storage ring. There are also the storage rings of many experts that have been kept in this storage ring. Young master, please check it." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Take all these things and reward them according to merit." "Yes, young master," Wang Tianyang hurriedly replied. Soon, the news of rewards spread out. The three armies were excited. One must know that they had collected so many magic treasures, pills, sacred art manuals, natural treasures, immortal metal, godstones, and so on. Surprisingly, Lin Feng didn't ask for anything. Everything was given to him as a reward. How could he not be excited? With so many treasures, everyone would be able to get a decent share. Wang Tianyang gave an order. Because the cultivator army was different from the mortal army. Therefore, the rewards could not be given according to the mortals' method. Mortals would usually give out gold, silver, jewels, or land. Cultivators, on the other hand, had to give out rewards according to the situation. And the rewards should be used to increase the cultivator's strength as much as possible. Therefore, it would be more troublesome to do this. Wang Tianyang was rather responsible and did not find it troublesome. Therefore, Wang Tianyang's edict was basically for everyone to report what they needed. But don't report it casually. If they were found to be making false reports, they would be stripped of all their rewards. As for other cultivators, if they were to report other cultivators on the things they needed, they would be able to verify it. The informant will be heavily rewarded. Of course, he couldn't simply report others without any evidence. If he maliciously reported others, he would also be punished. Depending on the severity of the crime, the punishment would be different. It was precisely because of such a strict system that basically no one dared to cheat. Whatever he needed, he would ask for. Lin Feng didn't take this matter to heart. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Since he had handed this matter over to Wang Tianyang, naturally, He believed that Wang Tianyang had the ability to handle this matter. Young master, now that we have completely occupied the firmament territory, what should we do next? Are you going to merge vast heaven territory with Dragon Gate territory? The third evil spirit asked. Of course it's going to merge with Dragon Gate territory. However, since vast heaven territory has just been conquered, there might still be some survivors. I'll leave you to guard vast heaven territory. I'll leave you with 1,000,000 cultivator soldiers to help you manage vast heaven territory. Try your best to repair the various damaged ancient cities. At the same time, try your best to recruit as many soldiers as possible. Take control of vast heaven territory in the shortest time possible. Apart from that, you need to rebuild all the temples that were destroyed to worship me. Lin Feng looked at the third evil spirit and said, vast heaven territory had to be guarded by a top-notch expert. An emperor-level cultivator might not be able to control the situation in vast heaven territory. Therefore, he needed to send a sub-immortal cultivator to govern vast heaven territory. The third evil spirit was naturally the most suitable candidate. Yes, young master, I won't let you down, the third evil spirit said. Apart from the third evil spirit, Lin Feng planned to let Zhong Wei Tian and Guo Wudao stay behind to assist the third evil spirit in governing vast heaven territory. The two of them could also supervise the third evil spirit and prevent too much power from being concentrated. After staying in vast heaven city for 10 days, Lin Feng led the army back to the Longmen region. On the way, news of victory came. After entering the immortal slaying region, the two major cultivator armies of the southern wilderness region had already conquered the immortal slaying region and the southern wilderness region. At the same time, the messenger even brought 2 items. These 2 items were ordered by the first evil spirit and the second evil spirit to bring to Lin Feng. The first evil spirit ordered someone to bring to Lin Feng a 9-orifice stone man. What shocked Lin Feng was that this 9-orifice stone man was extremely intact. Stone men were heaven-defying existences and were very difficult to nurture. Needless to say, a 9-orifice stone man was even more so. It was one of the most mysterious and heaven-defying existences in the world. Therefore, every time a 9-orifice stone man was nurtured, it would be punished by the heavens during the nurturing process. Before it could be nurtured, it would be destroyed. Previously, Lin Feng had also seen a 9-orifice stone man. However, the 9-orifice stone man he saw had already been punished by the heavens and the living thing nurtured inside had already perished. Lin Feng temporarily kept the 9-orifice stone man in time and space. When he returned to the Longmen region, he would try to cut open the 9-orifice stone man to see if the living thing nurtured inside had taken shape. If it had taken shape, Lin Feng planned to sacrifice it to become his external incarnation. Lin Feng had also sacrificed some of his external incarnations. However, the external incarnations that he sacrificed had extraordinary effects for a certain period of time. However, the growth of those external incarnations was slower. Moreover, those external incarnations had a special characteristic. They often needed to absorb some special things to grow. For example, the 9 Emperor Avatar needed to absorb some special things. Those things were not easy to find. If the 9-orifice stone man had already nurtured a complete life and used the living thing nurtured by the 9-orifice stone man to sacrifice to the external incarnation, then this living thing's talent would be incomparably heaven-defying. This was because the 9-orifice stone man's talent was the talent of this living thing. The 9-orifice stone man was the most heaven-defying living thing of the stone tribe. Its talent was simply unimaginable. Chapter 4209. The second thing that the resentment evil spirit sent over was a glove. This was a magic treasure. A glove-type magic treasure was really rare. This glove magic treasure was made of an unknown material and was extremely cold. On the magic treasure, there were even 5 places to inlay gems. But the gems on it, they were gone. Lin Feng's magic power surged into the glove. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he had obtained a very mysterious connection with this glove magic treasure. Lin Feng's mental power was pulled into an ancient world. In that world, a cultivator stood there. That cultivator was tall and majestic, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. In the starry sky world, a great battle was breaking out, and it was extremely tragic. At this time, one by one, the foreign creatures pounced towards that cultivator. That cultivator raised his right hand. On that right hand, he wore a glove inlaid with 5 dazzling diamonds. Then, that cultivator snapped his fingers. Bang bang bang, one by one, the foreign creatures' bodies directly collapsed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. When he saw this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a deep expression of shock. The power of that glove was too terrifying, wasn't it? It was just a light snap of the fingers, and it actually had such power. Next, Lin Feng's divine sense retreated into his body. Lin Feng saw the scene and transmitted it to the Demon Lord. Let the Demon Lord watch. Then, Lin Feng asked, Demon Lord, what do you think this glove is? This is the world-extinguishing glove. Rumor has it that it's a magic treasure that transcends eras. The Demon Lord said in shock. Obviously, he seemed to have heard of the world-extinguishing glove before. A magic treasure that transcends eras? So powerful? Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Any treasure that could transcend epochs, one could imagine how terrifying such a treasure was. But I heard that in order to fully unleash the power of the world-extinguishing glove, one needs to borrow the power of the 5 gems, the Demon Lord said, and now, the 5 gems on the Armageddon glove have disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the world-extinguishing glove. Indeed, the 5 gems had disappeared. He did not know where they had gone. These 5 gems. They seemed to be gems of 5 different attributes. Because previously, Lin Feng had seen that the colors of the 5 gems were different. Lin Feng asked, what are the origins of these 5 gems? The Demon Lord said, the first gem is called the Gem of Fate. This is the gem that dominates fate among the 5 gems. The second gem is called Time Gem. It's the gem that dominates time among the 5 gems. The third gem is called the Space Gem. This is the gem that dominates space among the 5 gems. The fourth gem is called the Gem of Life and Death. This is the gem that controls life and death among the 5 gems. The fifth gem is called Power Gem. This is the gem that dominates power among the 5 gems. It is said that the Power Gem has a very special status. The world-extinguishing glove has an unstoppable might because of the Power Gem. When an unparalleled power was infused into the world-extinguishing glove, in addition to the power of the Gem of Fate, time, space, and life and death, the world-extinguishing glove was simply invincible. After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This world-extinguishing glove was truly terrifying. It was simply heaven-defying. However, now that the 5 gems had disappeared, it would not be easy to collect them. Lin Feng put on the world-extinguishing glove. Next, the world-extinguishing glove fused with his palm. Then, it disappeared. When Lin Feng willed it, the world-extinguishing glove would appear again. Mysterious, mysterious. This is truly mysterious. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Next, he raised his right hand and lightly snapped his fingers at a mountain peak dozens of li away. Bang! Next, that mountain peak exploded. Even if the 5 gems were not embedded, the power of the world-extinguishing glove was enough to shock everyone. If it was embedded with the 5 gems, the power of the world-extinguishing glove was simply unimaginable. After that attack, the world-extinguishing glove disappeared again. Lin Feng looked at the messenger and said, "Go and pass on the order. Let the first and second resentful evil spirits leave behind a portion of their people to govern the immortal slaying region and the southern wilderness region. Quickly take complete control of these 2 regions. The rest are to return to the Dragon Gate region." "Yes, young master," the messenger replied. Then, he quickly left to pass on Lin Feng's order. The news of the destruction of the 3 major regions, Tiankang, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness, quickly spread. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. The various regions already knew that the 3 major regions had launched an attack on the Dragon Gate region. Logically speaking, the Dragon Gate region could not withstand the attacks of the 3 major regions. If it was destroyed, Then the Dragon Gate region would be destroyed. But now, the destruction of the three major regions, Tiankang, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness region, was too unbelievable. No one knew exactly what had happened. Then, the various regions sent experts to inquire about the news. Very quickly, they found out that the Dragon Gate region's region master, Lin Feng, had returned. However, the Dragon Gate region's region master, Lin Feng, was not taken seriously by those experts. He was just a young junior. How capable could he be? Many people felt that there might be an expert behind Lin Feng. It was the strong cultivator behind Lin Feng. He single-handedly directed this reversal of events. Therefore, Tiankang, Immortal Slaying, and Southern Wilderness were destroyed by the Dragon Gate region. And when the Dragon Gate region had just destroyed the three major regions, Mosei Tianzuan's Heavenly Demon Palace joined forces with the ancient barbarian region and the evil demon region. They launched an attack on the Tianqian region and the Chaos region. The Tianqian region and the Chaos region joined forces to resist the invasion of the three major forces. Both sides fought extremely fiercely. Originally, the two sides were locked in a stalemate, but the Tsangming territory and the Myriad Law territory had also joined the battle. With the addition of these two great forces, the stalemate turned into a one-sided battle. One could imagine how serious the consequences would be when a third force joined the originally evenly matched forces, and this third force became an ally of one of the sides. Therefore, the Tianqian region and the Chaos region were now heavily damaged. When Lin Feng returned to the Dragon Gate region and heard about the battle, he could not help but frown slightly. I wonder how Poison Rose is doing. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Poison Rose's father, as the region master of the Chaos region, would definitely participate in this battle. With her character, she would definitely participate in this battle. Such a catastrophe. Chapter 42:10. Lin Feng planned to head to the Chaos realm to see what the situation was like there. Lin Feng naturally could not watch the Poison Rose suffer and do nothing. Poison Rose. No matter what, she could be considered Lin Feng's confidant. And now, the situation in the great world of exile was gradually becoming clearer. They could basically be divided into two camps. The first camp was Mosei Tianzuan's forces. The second camp was Lin Feng's forces. Lin Feng naturally wanted to bring the Chaos realm and the Tianqian realm over. If that was the case, it could greatly increase their strength. Currently, the first, second, and third resentment evil spirits were guarding the three great regions. The rest of the resentment evil spirits had already returned to the Dragon Gate region. Lin Feng planned to leave the fourth resentment evil spirit behind to guard the Dragon Gate region. Then, he would bring the other four resentment evil spirits and head to the Chaos realm to search for the Poison Rose. The Poison Rose could not die. If the Poison Rose died, Lin Feng would die of heartache. As for the rest, Lin Feng did not bring them along. It was too slow for a large army to set off. Furthermore, the situation in the Chaos realm was unclear. If a large army entered, it would be easy for them to be schemed against. At that time, they would suffer heavy losses. Lin Feng quickly set off for the Chaos realm. He was worried that if he was late, everything would be too late. The current situation in the Chaos realm was indeed very bad. The five great powers had joined hands to deal with the Chaos realm and the Tianqian realm. These two great regions naturally could not hold on. On the plains at the border of the Chaos realm and the Tianqian realm. The Chaos realm. The cultivator army of the Tianqian realm and the cultivator army of the five great powers had started a great battle. They wanted to use the Great Formation to deal with the cultivator army of the five great powers. At the beginning of the great battle, borrowing the power of the Great Formation. The Chaos realm. The Tianqian realm had indeed suppressed the cultivator army of the five great powers. However, Mosei Tianzuan took out the magic lotus. The demon lotus was terrifying to the extreme. It destroyed all the restrictions. Then, the cultivator army of the five great powers began to counterattack. The Chaos realm. The cultivator army of the Tianqian realm collapsed. They had no choice but to quickly retreat to their respective territories and consolidate their defenses, hoping to block the invasion of the five great powers. But it was useless. The five forces split into two groups. They went straight in. Ancient cities were destroyed one after another. Even the imperial cities of the two regions, the ancient Chaos capital and the profound Heaven city, could not be protected. The leader of the Chaos region was called Murong Yi. He was originally the #1 expert of the Chaos world. However, after the emergence of the Foundation experts, he was no longer the #1 expert of the Chaos world. However, the Chaos region master had grasped the opportunity of the great changes in the world. Her cultivation base had continuously increased, and now, she had broken through to the Imperial Lord realm. Originally, the Chaos region had 1 sub-immortal and 16 Emperor Lords. However, after a series of battles, the Chaos region's sub-immortal experts were severely injured. As for the 16 Monarch Lords, 7 of them had already died. Currently, the cultivator armies of the 5 great powers were surrounding the ancient capital of Chaos. The Murong clan had to break out of the encirclement. The other party wouldn't let their bloodline go. If they didn't break out of the encirclement, when the time comes, everyone would die. This sub-immortal from the Murong clan was called Murong Ju. He was tall and burly. Although he was injured, he still gave off an imposing aura. Now that we have reached the moment of life and death, let's split up and break out. Every monarch lord will bring a portion of their clansmen. We must preserve the fire for the clan. We can't let the Murong clan be destroyed in our hands. Murong Ju said. The monarch lords nodded solemnly. The Murong clan had once been incomparably glorious, but unfortunately, they were no longer as glorious as before. Under the cover of the night, the Murong clan's teleportation array was activated. Batches of clansmen entered the teleportation array and were teleported to different places. The reason why they chose to split up and break out was because they were worried that they would be wiped out by the 5 great powers if they broke out together. The Chaos region master also brought a group of people, and Poison Rose was naturally among them. Poison Rose was the daughter of the Chaos region master. Back then, because of Lin Feng, the relationship between father and daughter had eased slightly. However, it was only slightly eased. Because of her mother's death back then, Poison Rose had never been able to forget this matter and had always remembered it in her heart. Other than Poison Rose, there were also dozens of clansmen following beside the Chaos region master. They left through the teleportation array. When they reappeared, they were already in a mountain range 500 miles southeast of the ancient capital of Chaos. The group didn't dare to hesitate. After leaving the mountain range, they quickly flew in the direction of the Dragon Gate region. They had already heard about what happened in the Dragon Gate region. In fact, both the Chaos region master and Poison Rose had heard that Lin Feng had returned. Of course, they didn't think that the Dragon Gate region was able to destroy the other 3 regions because of Lin Feng. Just like the others. They all felt that there must be an expert behind Lin Feng. Otherwise, how could the Dragon Gate region turn the tables? As for Lin Feng, although he was talented and had returned to the great exiled world after 100 years, his cultivation must have improved by leaps and bounds. However, no one would believe that Lin Feng had grown to the point where he could fight against an Emperor Lord and a sub-immortal. The Chaos region master and Poison Rose hoped that Lin Feng could take them in. Of course, they were also a little nervous now. After all, 100 years had passed. And then they never met again. Although Lin Feng and Poison Rose had a somewhat ambiguous relationship back then. However, if they didn't see each other for a long time, their relationship would become distant. Moreover, their Chaos region was now being chased by the 5 great powers. Would Lin Feng risk offending the 5 great powers to save them? They couldn't be sure. Moreover, even if Lin Feng would take such a huge risk to save them, would the expert behind Lin Feng agree? If the strong cultivator behind Lin Feng didn't agree, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, now, they had nowhere to go. In the great exiled world, other than the Dragon Gate region and the 3 regions that the Dragon Gate region had just conquered, there was no place for them anymore. So, they wanted to take a gamble. They hoped that Lin Feng could take them in. However, the development of things was sometimes worse than imagined. They hadn't reached the Dragon Gate region yet. They were caught up by the people from the 5 great powers. The other party had sent out 3 Emperor Lord level experts. And the 3 Emperor Lord level experts had brought thousands of Sky Knights with them. These Sky Knights rode on exotic beasts and chased after them. When they saw the experts chasing after them, the expressions of the Murong family members became extremely ugly. Shoot them to death. The leader of the Emperor Lord level experts sneered. The Sky Knights took out their bows and arrows. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Then, dense arrows shot towards the Murong family cultivators who were fleeing in front. Fart. 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 Chapter 42:11. She watched her clansmen die one by one. Poison Rose's eyes instantly turned blood red. Those people were her closest relatives, her uncles, cousins, aunts, cousins, and so on. They died one by one in front of her eyes. She wanted to save them. But she didn't have the ability to save them. She couldn't even protect herself now. After a few rounds of arrows, there were only a dozen Murong clansmen left alive. The rest were killed. Miserable. 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 They died so miserably. At this time, a large group of Sky Knights had arrived. They attacked the last dozen people. Puff. 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 One by one, the Murong clansmen were killed. Despair, pain, all kinds of emotions filled her heart. Suddenly, a war spear pierced toward her. The speed of the war spear was simply too fast. It was so fast that Poison Rose couldn't react in time. An Emperor Lord. The person who had attacked was an Emperor-level expert. His attack was fast, accurate, and ruthless. A miserable expression appeared on Poison Rose's beautiful face. Was it her turn? She didn't want to die. She still wanted to see him. A figure appeared in Poison Rose's mind. He was a young and handsome young master. She heard that. He was back. Did he still remember her? Just when Poison Rose thought she was going to die, a cultivator rushed over and pushed Poison Rose away. The person who pushed her away was none other than her father, the Chaos Region ruler. Puff. The spear that was aimed at Poison Rose directly pierced through the Chaos Region ruler's chest. Ha 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 ha, Chaos Region ruler, you can die now. The Sovereign Lord Realm cultivator laughed and wanted to kill the Chaos Domain Lord in mid-air. At this time, the Chaos Region ruler waved his sleeve and 12 flying swords flew out, slashing toward the Emperor Lord. This was the Chaos Region Lord's supreme treasure. It was a set of flying swords, and it was extremely powerful. The Sovereign Lord was shocked. He didn't expect the Chaos Region ruler to have such a treasure. It was too late for him to use his treasure to block the 12 flying swords. Puff! The power of the 12 flying swords was too terrifying. They directly pierced through the Emperor Lord's body, killing him on the spot. Father, seeing the Chaos Region ruler's chest pierced by the war spear, Poison Rose's tears flowed out. All these years, she had been in a cold war with the Chaos Region ruler. Of course, it was mainly because she didn't want to talk to the Chaos Region ruler. Even though the Chaos Region ruler had made a lot of efforts. But, how could a parent not love their child? The Chaos Region leader had disregarded her own life when she was in danger. She pushed the Poison Rose away, causing her to suffer such serious injuries. Poison Rose's heart. She originally thought that because of her mother's death, she would never forgive her father. Author's note: when the Lord of the Chaos Region was young, he had a duel with someone. After the defeat, the other party held a grudge and took advantage of the fact that the Lord of the Chaos Region was out to sneak into the residence of the Lord of the Chaos Region and kill his wife. But only now did Poison Rose know that she actually loved her father in the depths of her heart. Poison Rose quickly flew towards the Chaos Region Lord. Take Shuang and leave. The Chaos Region ruler. A powerful force enveloped Poison Rose. Poison Rose's name. On Poison of. On. Very few people knew her name. Her real name was Murong Shuang. After the powerful force enveloped the poisonous rose, it sent the poisonous rose to the two elders. God's heaven-breaking technique. The Chaos Region ruler roared. He opened the sky and earth, and found that his body was beginning to grow. He was now 3,000 meters tall. He condensed the phantom of the gods and attacked the experts of the 5 factions. The last thing Poison Rose saw was countless people attacking her father. One arrow after another pierced into his father's body. Magic treasures left huge wounds on her father's body. Then, she fainted. The Chaos Region ruler was obviously worried that Poison Rose was unwilling to leave, so he knocked her out with a palm. Region ruler, the 2 elders shed tears. But they didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly took Poison Rose and fled. We're finally in the Chaos Region. Lin Feng used his magic power to wrap the 4 sub-immortals and arrived at the Chaos Region at the fastest speed. Ever since the various regions became hostile, the teleportation array between the various regions was destroyed. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Lin Feng wrapped the 4 sub-immortals and quickly flew in the direction of the Chaos Ancient capital. When he passed by an ancient forest, he saw cultivators engaged in a great battle. To be more precise, the battle was one-sided. Hundreds of cultivators surrounded the 3 of them. The people who were surrounded were a burly old man and an old woman. The other person was a woman who was lying on the back of the old woman. She seemed to have fainted. The 3 of them were like turtles in a jar. They couldn't escape at all, so the other party was playing with them. The old man was fighting a cultivator who looked to be in his 30s. He held a halberd in his hand and fought with the old man. Puff, puff, puff. That cultivator's cultivation was very strong. From time to time, he would stab a bloody hole in the old man's body. Blood immediately flowed out. The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into laughter. Old thing, I want to see how much blood you can bleed. Wait until I kill you. I want to properly enjoy that woman. I heard that she's a woman with peerless beauty, the cultivator said sinisterly. I'll fight you to the death. The old man held a large saber in his hand and attacked the cultivator. He slashed with his saber, but the cultivator easily dodged it. Back thrust. The cultivator flicked his wrist. The spear directly pierced through the old man's chest. The old man's burly body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Third brother. Seeing this scene, the old woman's eyes flowed with tears of blood. The old man struggled to get up, but the cultivator walked over and kicked the old man to the ground. Then, the cultivator ruthlessly stepped on the old man's face. What an old piece of trash. I haven't even had my fill, but you can't hold on anymore. Bring the saber. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his subordinates handed a large saber to the cultivator. The cultivator stepped on the old man's head with his right foot and held the saber hilt with both hands.